Chat, 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 chat. Are we live? I think we're live. Chat, 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 chat. Oh, here we go. Sorry, just fixing the YouTube up. All right, the YouTube is fixed up. We did it, chat. We're real gamers. Ads manager. Sure. Sure. Plus program. Show your progress towards meeting plus programs requirements with your community goal. Know what that means? We don't know what that means, chat. Do we automatically have the button? If not, pretty sweet. I don't know what these goals are, but that's pretty sweet. They should exist. You got an ad. Perfect. Pay me. Perfect. I'm rich now. Thanks, bud. Sub for no ads. XCD. Business. Oh, apparently we don't have the XCD business about. Oh, I don't think we also have your subscriber. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, I don't think I have a sub emote. I didn't think I would get to the subs that fast. If we're being honest, I didn't think I would be allowed. I didn't know. I don't know what I'm doing here, guys. I didn't know I'd make it. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. Let's chill. Let's chill, guys. Uh, yeah. So if you are here, we did for people who are here. We did actually. I might just make a message and pin it. We did make affiliate yesterday, so like ads are enabled now, so I can actually start making a little bit of money from this. You can also like sub, and eventually you can donate. There's a lot of stuff to do with the channel that I will probably get done mostly tomorrow, since tomorrow I'm taking kind of a day off streaming. I will probably just spend that time to improve the stream itself, so that on legal launch we're like just fucking ready to go, you know. But there should be channel point things now. And all that kind of stuff. Subscriber alert. Did it play an alert when you subscribed? I don't think it did. Let's emulate and see what it does. Emulate live on stream. 3 more days. Okay. Oh, it just shows I'm a subscriber to myself. I thought I saw a subscribe icon thing. Okay, so you haven't done it yet. But did you see the alert pop up when I did the test thing just now? I heard it. Perfect. Okay, so I already have that set up, which is nice. Maybe, you know what I need to do? Do I have it set up to where I have a raid alert? I do have a raid alert. Did I just not hear it yesterday when it happened? Let's replay this alert. Okay, it does pop up. It's a little off center, or maybe I'm off center. I don't know. But I think the issue yesterday was that for some reason I wasn't hearing. Can I hear this? Yeah, maybe I should just restart it. I don't know. I wasn't hearing the alerts, even though they were popping up on the thing, and I can see the sound moving. It just wasn't going into my headphones for some reason yesterday. So that's good. Okay, so I already set it up to where subscribers and when that happens. Yeah. There should be channel points and stuff now. I have infinite channel points. Let's see. Let's test some stuff out. Hi, a message. Hi, you're super cool. Add me on Discord. XDD. That works? Yes, it does. You do a posture check. And these points are auto scaled, or at least some of these points are auto scaled, based on like my size. I don't know how many points people actually have. Tyler, how many points do you have for my channel? Or did it not start collecting until today? Hydrate works. At 300 right now. Did it start collecting today, or was it already collecting previously? POB review. POB.in. Meowdy, Bree. Perfect. So that allows you to do that. I might adjust the points down a little bit then if it's unreasonable for someone to get this amount of points. Add 7TV emote. 7tv.com. All right, Bree, how many points do you have for channel points? Tyler, go show her how to do that. Guide the raid. That'd be useful because man, yesterday was atrocious. Apparently, the person I raided was not very good. So I need to do better at checking on. Oh, I need to fix this. This is not good. Let's go back. Remember, I was doing edits and I forgot to change the thing. So, oh wait, we want to use the not cooking one anymore. Well, I guess we can stick with the cooking one. No, we'll use this one. We'll just edit this one. Having two different ones is weird. All right. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, let me go ahead. Um, hello, any people? I don't know. Oh, Tyler already said that. I already read that. I don't need to read it again. Guys, we're gonna be rich now. That's tier one sub. Hey, I heard it. I thought you said you had a few days, or did you just pay the money for it? Thank you for the sub. Got to be Tyler. It didn't say Twitch Prime sub. I wonder if it's just like a regular sub. I wonder if Twitch Prime shows differently. I did not Prime sub. You gave me money on top of Bezos and not having Bezos money? Wild. I guess you could always hook up Brief to Twitch Prime. He's a founder first. Tyler wanted that's the real reason Tyler did it. He's like, I'm not waiting 3 days and having the chance someone else gets the first subscribe icon that I didn't know existed. I have 300 points. I did not know that. Yeah, Tyler was like, I want all the icons next to my name. Cool. 300 points is fine. I'll probably lower some points down then. For stuff. Uh, which we'll go over in a little bit of time. Like I said, tomorrow we'll be doing a lot more of like the actual channel. Like we won't do this on stream, but tomorrow when we take the time off in the background, I'm gonna do some offline crafting on my stream, to pretty much make the stream better. I'll make the points lower. I also need to figure out how to. Tyler, mods can typically do like the poll thing for gambles. Do you know how to do that already? Or if not, I'm gonna Google it eventually. I mean, paying money or watching the ads, either one helps me. Speaking of the ads, I technically could make it less per hour, but I am the minimum amount of ads per hour right now to hit like the 55% threshold. If I go down anymore, I only get like, I think it's like 25% of the money. So greed has made me want to give you more ads, which is 3 minutes per hour. I think every half hour you get a minute and a half ads is what it's set to automatically. Um, yeah, I think in the end I'll end up sorry, I thought I had a sub, but that was just me playing the thing earlier. Got it. I think in the end I'll probably have it set to lower if things become better, but I think right now it's probably fine if I'm trying to make this like a full-time thing. Hopefully it doesn't dissuade people too much. But if I get big enough, I'm going to put it down to where ad revenue isn't like the main income thing, so it'd be fine. Okay. What are we talking about? So today there's gonna be some gameplay stuff, and we're gonna go into the game. Right now we're mostly in. Oh, flashbang warning. Um, yeah, flashbang. Um, Today is mostly gonna be us trying to figure out where we want to go for like mid to late game. Assuming all this goes relatively well, we might. I did transition my character into SSF standard, so I have access to a lot more like currency and items and stuff. So I can like probably test a little bit of things out in game itself, even without like the buffs necessarily and all that kind of thing. But I have a lot of ideas. The first one was I thought maybe I could use Shaper of Flames, but I think the all damage can ignite thing just means that like any type of damage can ignite. To ignite, you still need to do a hit. And the reason I was looking into this is because out of all the new Shaper nodes, all the added effects mention the hit except for the ignite one. The ignite one says enemies ignited by you, whereas like the winter one says enemies chilled by your hits. So I was like, if I can get my Wintertide to ignite, then the Shaper of Flames will be a really good defensive buff. But I think the issue is that no matter what, you can't have uh like Wintertide igniting because it's damage over time, and damage over time cannot ignite. It has to be a hit to ignite, even if the damage, even if all damage can ignite. So a little bit of a lame, but that's life. But there's plenty of other ways to scale. Oh, let's pull over. This is gonna be ugly because it's like just data mined, but this is what the new tree is gonna look like. Obviously, this doesn't help you visualize anything from where I'm at, but the reason I wanted to mainly point it out is because in the Witch area, they talked about the new clusters that are going to be existing for those who are interested. And they're actually very close. So like this is the Witch starting area right here in the center. Right here is what is the new Harsh Lessons, which is the damage over time multiplier with skills and the original elements thing. That's actually not too far. Like we're already right here. That's a 1 point away, and we can get like 3 points to either get. We can also get skill effect duration here, which is really good with that, or we can go here and get like more multi. I think I would go this way though. I think the skill effect duration for cold dot skills is better than the 2% multi. Obviously, in the end, you could just get the whole wheel and say fuck it. This is also a damage over time mastery, which is really nice. So I can pick up like an additional thing here, whether it's either. Okay, guys. Thank you for the sub from Tyler's and Tyler family. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for supporting me. Also, another thing I'll need to set up later is I'll need to set up this essentially where I can have like a donate button in the bottom. But thank you for the sub. We're working. I'm working with someone right now to get like special sub icons and stuff. I don't have all that together. This first day of me being an affiliate, I really appreciate it. But enjoy the I guess no ads for now. And that's like your biggest benefit. But you will get more things in the future. Thank you again. All right. So what I was saying was, I can pick up another mastery here for this because there's a couple good ones that are here. For cold dot, like obviously we pick up no matter what the skill duration one from over here, but the damage over time multiplier, if killed recently, helps out with your clear. Obviously, if you want to be a little tankier, you can take less damage taken from damage over time for like things like poison or like ignite. Well, ignite won't really hurt us right early on because of element immune or elemental element immune, but like poison, that cryptic bleeding, that kind of stuff, that'll help out a little bit tankiness there. The other good point of like why this is actually in a very good location for us, or potentially in a good location for us, is if we have an issue with minions not being tanky enough outside of grabbing this chaos thing, the other issue they'll have is physical damage, and this cluster right here is the PDR node for minions. So you go right here from life, you get PDR, and you get a big PDR node right here. Also, moving while bleeding doesn't cause minions to take extra damage. So like this Indomitable Army is already a good minion wheel, and it shares the same entry point as this new node. So for 1 point, we access to 2 clusters we essentially would have an idea of wanting in anyway. The other node, which we probably will not be taking, but it's over here. It's not too far. Is it this one or is it the other one? It's this one right here, right? Yeah, it's right here. My starter is Omega Cracked. Clear T17 on rare Daylock gear. It's getting buffed. What's your starter? You want to post the POB? Thanks for the SCD business. We love it. What's your starter? If you want to post POB, or if you want to just throw information at me, that's also cool. But this node right here, we won't take it as cold dot because it has reduced skill duration, which we sometimes do have on Swift Affliction stuff like that. But this isn't enough of a benefit, I think, to outweigh it. This would be good for other cold dot stuff that doesn't care about skill effect duration. Like if you're RF and you're in the zone area already, this is pretty good for you. What else did I want to talk? Oh, right. And we also talked about how obviously the new cold out masters are super good for us. So like the minus 30 fire, we already get two cold clusters. So like we never got masteries with them before. So like they're just empty spaces. So we already have a spot. It's just 2 extra points essentially is all we have to do for the tree. Like it's 2 extra points. But the minus 30 plus 1 all cold skill gems is chef's kiss. That is I would make this deal all the time with GGG. You want to give me plus 1 all cold skill gems for free? Hell yeah. And the other one, which is probably taking a little bit more work to do, but you might be able to do it a little bit early, especially with me doing, period of elements. But the plus 1 cold damage over time for each 4% overcapped cold res, that's really good. That's pretty good. That's essentially the same thing of the RF node, where you get Lifergen for uncapped fire res. It's the same thing. One's uncapped fire res, one's overcapped. I actually don't know what the words are, so I have to actually look at that. Hopefully it's the same thing. 17 emotes, Megamind. Okay. Either way, it could potentially be pretty good if it works really similar to where overcapped chaos res essentially means that like you can stack as much as you want. Let's see what they said. Plus R said, this obviously isn't day 1, but I cleared without Watcher's Eye, Militant Faith, without the plus 1 scepter. Thank you for the follow, Plus R. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. All right, let's see what this is. And then we'll judge them very harshly based on this. Tyler is Scorching Ray. Tyler's a big Scorching Ray enjoyer. So as we get into this, Tyler's already in, yeah. Unknown passive tree version. The builder trying to use is unrecognized. Oh, is it not in POB yet? All right, we'll go back. Is this using the brand new tree? No? Did my POB need to be updated? Oh, I'm downloading right now. Guys, we're downloading new POB. I think there's an update out. So hopefully, Local Identity just released the new tree, I hope, since we got the raw data. Before we look into your PB and stuff, I was looking into Divine Ire Hierophant before I started doing Wintertide cold elemental stuff, which is kind of a similar vibe because it's both just like channeling skills of beams. Good old XCD chatting. Update ready? Let's do it. Update available? All right. I don't know what the screen is. Let's close it out. PB has broken itself. Let's close this out too. Let's just see if PB needs a second. Opium Truck. Yeah, that's me. That was me before the league started, and I was like, guys, trust me. Cold Dot will be fun. The chancing emote doesn't even work anymore. There's now going to be a crafting recipe for doing that, so you have to click as much. All right, now I'm re-downloading. Update again. Update 0. I think POB... Oh, okay, it loaded this time. I mean, I think POB is having issues right now. Did it give me the new tree? It did not. What was the update for then? Whatever. All right, let's see if we can open this thing now. And if not, we'll just view it in POBN. If it's for some reason POB is just like not refusing to deal with it. Okay, cool. We're here now. All right, so this is multiple trees. Pretty sweet. Bunch of arcane surge stuff, and we're just is there big skill only scorching ray of emulation? Honestly, what are these? Just like you were seeing if these were better. I do this all the time. It's like click one off, click one on, click one off, click one on. All right. Immolation. I've actually done immolation before. I've only cast the original Scorching Ray. Where's the currency strat for the league start with this build? We're currently reviewing someone else's build. Also, that name. Oh, it's Invictus Legend. Wait a second. That name sounds familiar. They did this while I was off stream, but we're gonna replay the activity. Thank you for the follow, Invictus. I really appreciate it. Are you talking about for my build or the build that we're reviewing right now? My build. Okay. Currency strat. I don't know. Vibe. Have fun. You can technically do a lot of stuff with it. So it's clear should be really good. I would say you can technically do expedition. I personally plan on doing what I usually do, which is I start in heist even before I finish the campaign, and I run a little bit of heist, especially if you're trying to get like the replica allopathy gloves early, because those gloves are only really good for the build early. Once you get to like the ability to get like a 6 link and quality or stuff, you're not gonna want to use those gloves anymore. So getting heist early for me is really good. That's what I like to do. But literally anything that does with like clear that isn't like Legion, like you don't have proliferate kind of a vibe. But like you can do the one big node for expedition. You can do harvest, obviously. Uh, Anything like that you can pretty much do and be okay. I would say you can even probably do like essence farming. We have to see how that works because I think essence farming for like the best tiers, like you can do tier 7s kind of stuff. But if you're trying to do like essence farming and like tier 16s, it might be a little bit more difficult. But we'll kind of see how we get there. But yeah, my build I plan on just doing heist originally. Definitely don't go into. Well, I guess I wouldn't say definitely don't go into Sanctum. You can go into Sanctum, things will be slower, so maybe you have a better chance to dodge. But I wouldn't recommend it. Sanctum's all about damage and not about defense. XTD sitting comp. Oh my god, Abby's gonna love that one too. But yeah, you can pretty much do any of those strategies. Is pretty good. Like I said, I prefer. I mean, you probably do June and or sorry, Betrayal. If it ends up being good currency early on, you can obviously go into the whole Gravicious farm thing as usual and probably get lucky with some divine or divination card drops. I typically do a combination of Betrayal, Harvest, and Heist early on, but that doesn't mean that that's what everyone can do. I want to, like I said, the build itself. The only thing I wouldn't recommend doing is Legion, and and maybe like boss rushing. I mean, you could probably do boss rushing, but it wouldn't be like a rush. It'd be like more of a boss slow kill early on. But yeah, those are the only two I would probably avoid if you're trying to go for a pure currency rush thing. Cool. Let's see. Talk about this build now. The tech lets you do totems, one beam to apply the debuff and lets you respawn them. With the debuff is the duration. You can apply like 40 stacks. Yeah, video of doing T17. Sure, bud, pop it off. Go ahead and send the video. If you end up trolling me with something, I'm gonna stick Tyler after you though. I haven't actually played a lot of Hierophant stuff. Does this mana stack or is it just pure? It does not mana stack. There's not a lot of mana. It's just using Hierophant for like the Arcane Surge buffs probably and totems. Almost like Runebinder. Destroy the build. You can no longer summon totem or maximum totems are gone. But I realize now that you can actually summon totems. The reason I've been saying you can't summon totems is because I can summon 0 totems with my build. Alright, we got big screen. Yep. It's like one medium cluster is all we really have. Not too bad, not too shabby. All influence gear though, probably all quality. So this is like a couple, maybe for extra grinders, a couple days in. For regular people, probably like a week or 2 in, because the quality and the implicits on the gear are gonna be troublesome for people early. But I mean, that's still not bad. Like some people's league starters not kicking off till like week 1's good. And it's a totem build, so you're literally just throwing down like totems instead of casting it yourself. That's fair. Quality is a little rough, but that's the best we got. Okay. Oopsie. Did it just stop itself? Hello? There you go. We're doing T17s though. That's bonus. Does this T17 have any mods we care about? Maximum life is extra energy shield is the only really defensive one. We don't really care about the other stuff. Hello, Jared. How you doing, bud? Jared, yesterday we hit affiliate, so I apologize if you get any ads. But now we can start making some money on this channel, so I can become more of a full-time content creator. This is also level 89 char. Also, you can drop the implicits on most items, which is playing around to see what I get. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that's very cool. Pretty excited for it. We don't have a lot of we have some channel point stuff added. I'm probably going to adjust the numbers a little bit eventually. The plan is today we're doing mostly like POB work and then maybe a little bit of in-game work because I moved my character over to SSF regular to have access to all my currency instead of or not SSF regular, sorry, standard instead of SSF. So that way I can like mess around with some of the stuff to test a couple of mid-game options out. And then tomorrow we're taking the day off, and in that day off I'll be working on like the background stream stuff, like adding channel points. Also the armory thing should work, but obviously we're not in game right now. But I think I enabled the armory stuff. Damage looks good. Yeah, people who like play totems, this looks pretty good. Let me go back to look at the POB again. Like I said, a lot of the issues they run into is the fact that this is more of like a probably mid game stuff. Obviously, this is a little bit more later game with the watchers. What kind of watchers eye do you have anyway? Mostly just a damage multiplier. Do you even use Grace? No, no Grace. So it's really just the Malevolence Watcher's Eye. So it's not too impossible to get or like hard to get early. Flammability, temp trains. How are we 3 curse? How are we even 2 curse? Am I missing something? Wait, what, do we have that ring that does weird stuff? Oh, we do. We have anathemas. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, Doedras would be a much cheaper early. Tip change is mostly just like a defensive buff, probably. Dawnbreaker's relatively cheap early. This is not like a super well rolled one. Like it's decently rolled, but like you're not like all 20%ers or anything like that. Scepters. Okay. It's not impossible to get, if not maybe a little bit early. You might have to worry about reservation, maybe? Because like I said, the implicits will be a little bit more harder to get early, but we'll see how. I mean, obviously, if you're like week 1 or 2, you're probably fine doing most of this stuff. I can imagine this Double Dragon thing isn't very expensive unless this build becomes super popular. Oh, you even have a Doages right here. Nice. You already have it. Already have it planned. Oop! I just took the whole thing off. What are we doing to maintain flask uptime for these to be checked? Not. I guess most of it's like a defensive increase. Arcane Search for Summon a Totem. That's pretty sweet. I like that I don't play a lot of totem stuff, so I don't know what totem clusters are available. Flask aren't rolled, but uptime on Flask is 0 pretty much. So let's just tick these off just to make it a little more honest. Drops your effective HP down by like 20 or 30, which isn't like obviously a big deal. You're not super overcapped for fire resistance there. So you're a little weaker to like curses and stuff, but it's whatever. The damage, that doesn't affect damage. It's mostly just about tankiness. Militant Faith is for channeling skills and totem damage. I don't know the cost of these early. Like I said, I've never played totem builds or channeling builds really. I can't imagine these are that expensive to get though. Oh, the protection mastery? It's protection mastery, right? I don't think you took it on this, at least on this version of the POB. I think you only got it from here. That's Corrupted Blood. Oh, replace Corrupted Blood. Nice, cool. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. I think it's cool. I'm not a big Totem player myself, but I mean, you have a video showing that you did T17 content on it. Did this skill get buffed? You said. And it's getting buffed. You did say that in the first message. Hell yeah. All right, man, that's pretty sweet. Let me know how it goes when the league starts. Like, give me like come back. Make sure you come back and give me like an update, or if you want to even talk, I'll be like here on league launch, so you can always talk to me how your progress is going on day one. So definitely let me come back, or definitely come back and let me know how it goes. I'll put it in the Yoink POBs thing. That way, people need like suggestions on stuff. You'll be like, we're gonna put plus R27s. Done. I need to rename these to lilies. I'll do that later. That's not a priority right now. What were we talking about before? We want the tree to be updated so I can see how the progress. Oh wait, convert all trees to. Hey, wait. So it did update. I just had to convert the trees. They are here. Hey, we actually have their nodes now. Do we have the gems? Okay, the gem information is still not in yet, though. Did I miss anyone's message? Very cool, nice, blah, blah. No, I didn't. It's mostly just plus our talking, and then Tyler saying making another lily folder. Okay, so let's review. I don't think it changes anything before we get to endgame. Well, that's not true. I think what changes is that we're taking some cold masteries. Honestly, I think the leveling's still fine. I think that's all great. I think I'm not going to make changes to every single part of the build. I think we're just going to early. Are you taking Shaper of Winter on this build? Unfortunately, no. We're not taking Shaper of Winter. Shaper of Winter does not work with our main skill, which is Wintertide DPS. Because Shaper of Winter, if you look at it right here, it says enemies chilled by your hits. So like your chill has to be from a hit, not just any chill that you're doing. And Wintertide does not hit because it's not it doesn't have like flat damage on it. It just does damage over time, and damage over time is not a hit. So that is the one downside, is we won't be able to take advantage of the Shaper nodes. We still get Liege, and these nodes are still good for us, and eventually you can bash them for a little bit extra defense, and like obviously elemental immunity, that kind of stuff. So like we still have 4 good nodes to take, but we don't get the new Shaper stuff. There are ways to get around that. So for instance, one of the things I'm going to test out later on is if Wintertide reaches like a cap to where I can no longer get it to go further, and I want to try out more other cold dot stuff. Every other cold dot skill does provide a hit and will work with all 30 of these nodes. So for instance, if you were to do like Creeping Frost as your main skill, Creeping Frost provides a hit, then does the cold dot damage, so you can technically use this stuff. But Wintertide is the only cold dot that does not have a hit. Unfortunately, it is also the best cold dot for clear, in my from my testing at least. And with the second best one would be like probably Creeping Frost, but Creeping Frost did not get a buff this patch. It is the only cold dot to not receive a buff. You can obviously do the old cold dot thing where you just hope monsters walk into you and play like Ice Nova, but that's obviously not a really fun playstyle for a lot of people. Just to like, I'm gonna walk around and cast Ice Nova and hope they walk up to me, or like I'm gonna teleport into them and then cast Ice Nova. And it's similar thing with Cold Snap. So yeah, that's my thank you, chatter. Nice to see people on YouTube chatting. Can POB calculate the Wintertide DPS? So previously that was not that couldn't happen. So The issue with POB and .dps is like while this technically changes the node a little bit, it's not perfect math, and then attaching multiple brands to it should update it, but it doesn't update the number for a number of active brands. And like this right here is should be like a triple times multiplier or double and then a triple, but it's only adding like 2,000 each one instead. So I want to say local identity, the person who like is the head developer. I'm not sure there's multiple developers, I'll be honest, but the big name for POB has stated that it doesn't work properly. Other content creators who have done Cold Dot, they have put into their custom configs like Wintertide does 200% more damage or like 230% more damage, something like that. I don't care much for the inflated POB number just to show .dps. Like I don't come in POB because I want to like see big number. I come in here to try to like fix issues myself a little bit. Like I'm missing like some resistances here. I want to do this kind of a thing. But if you are, I said it on the YouTube video, I believe, if you are worried about how low the damage number looks, this is not the true damage of Wintertide. The true damage, like I said, you can probably add Wintertide does 200 damage more. Like, let's go see. I'll grab someone else's POB real quick. All right, so we open this POB right here. And for anyone who wants to look at it, this is Shack Central. He posted on Reddit his update for his build. He was the original person who was like the big name for Cold Dot years ago, and then he kind of took a break when he came back for this patch. He posted an update for his occultist version of Wintertide, and you can feel free to go look at that if you would like to. But that's what we're referencing right here. There's a couple other people who kind of play Cold Dot you can reference as well. Like I want to say Blut, BLUT, has been doing a lot of Cold Dot occultist stuff recently. There you go. Blutz posted one there as well, and we can look at his to kind of reference the POB calculations so everyone's kind of aware that I'm not just making stuff up about how Wintertide technically does more damage. It just doesn't show it in POB. I'm not crazy, chat. You can't say it. So if we go to configurations, actually he doesn't actually do it. But is this his or mine? But see, his is also a low number, so he doesn't do it, which is great. I also appreciate him not doing that. Slightly worried about how complicated the brand is to play around originally, so I'm unsure if I want to run brand or old Vortex Cold Dot. Well, the good thing about that is, technically, if you okay, let's first look at this configuration. This is mine. This is my tree. If you were to play just regular Cold Dot, or like even if you were like, I don't want to play brand, I just want to play any kind of Cold Dot that is anything else, you can literally use the same tree that I have posted and just take off like these nodes. You save yourself like 11 points, put them somewhere else, you're playing Cold Dot. The scaling is the same pretty much for all the skills. You want damage over time multiplier, you want skill duration for most things. You want, obviously, cold damage, all that generic stuff. You want all the same generic stuff. It's just the only thing that Wintertide brand adds is that it is also a brand, so you want like the brand nodes. So yeah, if you end up like being like playing brands and you're like, I actually hate this playstyle, unspec those nodes. Go ahead and leave. You don't, as we've said many times in our campaign tests yesterday, you don't have to do stuff you don't want to. You can just leave a lot of the time. And that's mostly reference to like not portaling or walking back to things, just exiting the game to character select and going back to teleport to town for free. You don't have to sit here and watch the monologue. You can just leave. But yeah, so the same tree should work for like if you want to do Vortex or Creeping Frost or Cold Snap. The same tree should work. You just gotta, like I said, unspec about 11 nodes, or don't spec them in the first place if you decide you don't want to do them. Right, back to the other point I was making. So you can see, like, in his build, he has, like, 1.5 million DPS kind of a thing, and then a total DPS of, like, 5 million down here. And once again, the reason I said this on the YouTube comments, maybe I'll pin the comment that I said. The reason I don't do this is because I didn't do the math personally myself. This is trusting the word of mouth of other people saying things. So if what they're saying is true, custom configs are here. And you can see all that right here. accurate POB based on using dedicated calculator. Simulating 3 brands plus winter end plus assuming. Also, Wintertide's end is so the way Wintertide works, from my understanding, is that it has the regular damage over time while it's on someone. Once it expires or becomes detached, that AoE kind of burst you see go around Wintertide, that is called Wintertide's end. That debuff is Wintertide's end, which is a large portion of the damage. The normal damage ticking is not a super amount. So if you ever see Wintertide's end mentioned, that's what that is. But yeah, so he has like POBs here to do different things. That being said, I'm not going to make comments on his build guide or anything like that. If you can make judgments yourself, but that's just showing that someone else has put in effort to kind of calculate the damage for Wintertide if you are interested in that kind of thing. I'm glad we don't need this ugly tree anymore because we now have the new updated tree. So that's pretty sweet. What I was saying earlier to Tyler, and I'll say to everyone, is if you're playing the Elementalist version and you're using golems and you're wanting to use my tree to play this, I wouldn't take this node over here, the Hasty Demise, mostly because also it doesn't seem like it's actually properly calculating damage because it definitely should increase the damage. Oh, is it because that part's red? Oh, for some reason the damage over time part is red. That means it's not actually calculating that yet. Okay, so it's only calculating the cast speed and the skill duration. Anyway, so I wouldn't take this right here. Mostly because while the damage over time spell skills is okay, and the cast speed's okay, the skill effect duration will make it to where we have less brand duration, and you kind of want to have as much brand duration as you can, because the longer you essentially, it says over here on the left, it says activations per brand. Your maximum stage is 20 for Wintertide, and that's when it does the most damage. So the longer it can sit at 20, the better. If you drop below that, then obviously you're hurting your DPS. So the less skill effect duration, which some people use, like for instance, you can use Swift Affliction, which gives you skill effect duration, I think. Yeah, less duration for support skills. You can notice that I turn it on, I lose like 7 activations per brand, and I go down below 20. Which this is still a good DPS increase because you're obviously the skill itself is getting more damage over time. But I would recommend if you're using Swift Affliction that you find some other way to increase your duration. There are other ways on the tree, like these small nodes right here. Oh, not that one. Is it this one? No, this is cooldown recovery rate. We already got the duration nodes on the tree. You can get duration other ways, like obviously things like this will work for it. But that's obviously horrible pathing, and I don't recommend anointing this. That's just an example of like your skill duration on the tree that you can pick up kind of stuff. So I wouldn't grab this cluster right here because the skill effect duration is going to hurt your uptime, even though it's not for some reason calculating right here. It should affect your activations per brand. That being said, onto the good news, we are loving this cluster over here. This is the other cluster they talked about adding, which is the Harsh Lessons one. For one, damage over time multiplier, I love a lot more than just flat damage over time. Reduced duration of ailments is pretty sweet. We are, in this current iteration, immune to elemental ailments like chilled, ignite, and shocked because we're using purity of elements because we're lazy. But it still helps with things like bleeding and poisoned. On top of that, just great cluster. I mean, this right here will give you actually a little bit of skill effect duration. So like we just talked about how that's pretty sweet. Like right here, it gives us +1 brand activation. It is a small amount, but hey, if I take this +1 right here, and I go over here, and I equip this now, look at me. I'm at 20 brand activations, which, I mean, obviously you want to be above 20 because you want to sit at 20 for longer, but at least you're hitting it. You know? At least you're hitting it. So like that's part of the balance. On top of that, like all these small nodes are great. They're just damage over time multiplier, which is really good for us. Obviously, it's not calculating the math right now. You see it's red. I'm sure it'll be fixed in the future. You can technically grab this whole wheel if you want, or you just do 3 points. I would probably go 3 points over the top to get the skill effect duration, but if you want 2% more damage multi, because it's 6% versus the 4% here, you can go down bottom for a little bit more damage and not duration. But I think the duration's worth it. Also, this ends up being really good for us because we have another damage over time mastery, which these two down here are really good for us. If you want to help with clear, which I don't think is going to be a big issue, but you can always grab this one. Also, okay, never mind. And then if you want like to take less damage over time from things like poison, bleeding, that kind of stuff, this will help be a little bit tankier. So this is an option for that. The other good reason that this cluster location is specifically good for us is when we previously talked about everyone's worried how the golems might die. They'll be a little too weak. You're worried about their resistances later on. One, they're going to be immune to elemental damage, which is already amazing. So like you don't have to worry about those things. What you have to worry about is physical and chaos. For chaos, we're already right here, 3 points away. And that almost caps their chaos. I think it puts the regular golems at like 73% chaos, whereas the chaos golem already starts with like a natural chaos resistance, so that they're overcapped. It also gives you life, and then ES has life for the golem. So that's good for this. But this up here is Indomitable Army. This is good for the physical damage reduction. So this wheel will give maximum life, as you can see right here. And you can go, I wouldn't go down here because, like I said, you don't need elemental resistances because they're immune. So if you go over the top, though, you get some max life here. You get 8% PDR, and then the big node right here is 15% PDR. Elemental resistances don't matter, but the PDR is huge. Like that's so between this 3 points, you have 23% physical PDR, which goes a long way in helping survivability of your golems. So if the golems end up being good and worth investing into, you're already in the area. I'll probably rework the tree to where like instead of doing, I'll probably do this, and that fixes also this ugly area. And then you can grab like these nodes right here and do like this. And this will be like kind of a more survivability of your golems plus a little bit more DPS kind of a vibe. Everyone follow? Everyone agree? Anyone have opinions or anything like that? No one's responding, so I'm probably talking to myself. Unfortunately, if I end up talking all to myself and no one took it, it's rough. It'll be okay though. But yeah, so I think that this being a location is great for us. Obviously, we would want to pick up like at least this mastery. It's very strong. Plus levels is super strong for us, especially if you're not using the replica allopathy gloves, which we can talk about as well. This one I think will also be strong. I need to look into what overcap cold res means. I assume it's fine because it's the same thing they have for like was it tolls? What is the grasping mail armor? Grasping mail. I want to say tolls uses the same language. Hold. It's a suffix, isn't it? I'm gonna rage. Add modifier? I honestly don't know how to add the modifier for tolls. Let's go look up on the wiki instead and stop looking like a fool. Let's grab this. Also, don't look at this. Shut up. Shut up. Don't look at that. I had an idea with trying to ignite with Wintertide, and it's stupid. It doesn't work. So don't look at it. But yeah, it has the same language as tolls right here. And with like armor stackers and stuff in general, like it's overcapped. I'm pretty sure overcapped just means that like it doesn't matter. Like you have like as long as you're like if you're at 75 cold res and you have like your maximum max there, but you have 200, so you're like 120 overcap. You divide that by 4, you get points. So that's what I'm pretty sure it is. So if that is accurate, the other one is really good for us. The other mastery is good for us, but obviously more something you want to like build around probably a little bit later than earlier. But we'll see how much cold res we have. Like right now we have 71 overcapped, right? But unfortunately, that node is red, which means it is not probably calculating in POB yet. So that's just the way life is sometimes, I guess. All right. If you want to, so this session is mostly just like I said, told people earlier. This is mostly just gonna be me cooking in POB and then maybe testing a couple things out on character and standard to just see how things working. Because a lot of people have been asking for, hey, do you have like a mid game or like a late game Ubers? And I was like, well, Well, hold on. No one's promising we get to Ubers here. This is supposed to be like a fun little build that we go through the campaign. We end up doing all our map stuff, and then maybe we transition to something else. Or if it is good enough for Ubers, I'll have to figure that out later. Because I obviously have never played this build into Ubers or into T17s. I played this build through Watchstones and doing like regular pinnacles, that kind of stuff. But I have not done Ubers and T17s with this build, so I don't have opinions on that stuff yet. Also, we don't know how good the golem buffs are going to be, as far as like actually like we can theorize with numbers and stuff, but like if they're dying instantly in T17 and stuff like that, then does it matter how good they are, you know? So like I said, I don't want to give people an idea like, hey, this POB is gonna be crushing it when it's like kind of new stuff we did that's unknown. But mid game, I think we can safely probably POB around mid game and be okay. Also, there's an earlier game thing. Like I said, you can use the replica allopathy gloves once they're updated in here. Allopathy. These are okay, and I will probably need to pin it in chat or maybe make a command for it. Tyler, if you're around, we need to learn how to make commands. Also, Tyler, if you're around, we also need to learn how to make polls. Also, Tyler, if you're around, can you just do everything? Tyler, do everything. Okay. Still trying to work out a PB for Lightning Tendrils Ignite. Not sure if I want to go Elementalist or Trickster. You want to go Elementalist. I'm just kidding. You can go Trickster. Do you have a POB that you're kind of working on, like a rough draft kind of a vibe? First time chatter. Hell yeah, we love first time chatters. I haven't used lightning tendrils myself. I can imagine it's kind of like a Sith Lord just shooting lightning out of their hands, but that could be inaccurate. But I played lightning skills that do ignite, so I have a little bit of experience there, just not with lightning tendril itself. I mean, I'll look into that stuff in a bit. No, this is your work now. I'm not paying you. Do it for free. Do it for free. And for people who are kind of worried about Trickster in general, just because I like the nerfs, I don't think the nerfs were bad enough to kill Trickster. I think Trickster is still really strong. I just think the nerfs brought it down to a bit more reasonable level. I was calling for the nerfs as someone who was feeling oppressed by Trickster, and I'm glad that they got it. Well, it's a channel, so there's that. It's probably very good. Oh, you're on Perfect Agony stuff? Pretty sweet. What in your head? What's the benefit of going Trickster? What's the benefit of going like Elementalist? Like what kind of thing are you battling with? I'm happy to be your whiteboard. If you want to throw ideas at me, I could be like, I like the way this sounds better. Obviously, I'm huge into Elementalist right now. I think a lot of the buffs are really good, especially if you're doing hit based stuff. I mean, grabbing these Shaper nodes are super strong. I would say even you probably skip Shaper of the Storms if you're already electric based or lightning based, because you're probably shocking yourself. But these two nodes are super good defensive buffs. And then obviously you can get like, golems, which are really fun. Or if you're using Herald, you can go the Herald thing, I guess. Why is that showing an increase? I'm not using Herald. Oh, because of Manavit. Oh no, I'm not using Heralds. Why is it showing an increase? Oh, it's probably this. It's not the node itself. I get nothing from this node. Okay, that makes sense. We fixed it, chat. But if you have a rough draft POB or anything, pop it in the channel. I'll pull it up. I'm really big on elementals right now. I'm cooking with a lot of different elementalist stuff in my head. Chat won't allow me to do it, but I have toyed with the idea that you can make a strength stack Fizz dot elementalist work. And I will make it work at some point in this league. Chat won't stop me forever. They won't always be around. But I mean, if you're Shadow and Elementalist, like it's the big, like you're in the same area, the skill tree is probably going to look roughly the same. It's mostly just like, what do you feel the value is from the ascendancies? Also, chat. We talked while Kisu was looking for whatever. We talked about how this node right here is overcapped cold resistance. So I was thinking for late game, if we get the Grasping Mail mod recombinate it onto like a regular chess piece, like maybe like a necrotic armor, we can go more evasion and suppress for late game defensive scaling, and still do like it's still like a damage increase scaling because you're getting evasion from your overcap cold res. You're also getting damage for your overcap cold res. So it's like a defensive thing that buffs up both. I think I like that a lot more than going the block route, the block armor route. Also, this is just I like the side of the tree more. If I'm gonna be honest, this side of the tree is a little cooler than the other side. I don't know who got that. All the cold stuff's over here, pretty much. All the cold stuff's in this side of the tree. it's lit. It's literally cooler. It's mostly this half the tree is cold. I think this is cold resistance and like cold damage transfer stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Storm Weaver here. That's a little bit cold on the left side, but this side is all the cold stuff. Okay. Stop with the joke. Thank you, Chatter. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Quick mod actions. Ooh, is this thing how I can do polls? I can run ads really quick if I wanted to. I'm not gonna do that. Sub only chat. Don't care about manage prediction. Hey, I think I found a button that says manage prediction, Tyler. So that probably works out for me. Um, but yeah, Kisu, I would probably push you towards Elementalist unless you have a really good argument for Trickster. Which, if you have a good argument for Trickster, happy to hear it. Anyone else has a POBs or anything they want to talk about? Feel free. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep cooking with this. Like I said, today's stream is mostly POB reviews, trying to help people get prepared for the new league. I pretty much have what I want for league start stuff done. Obviously, I posted a video about it, which actually I should pin in the channel, shouldn't I? I should do that as a responsible streamer. So let me go grab that video real quick. We're not gonna make it. I'm gonna make some minor changes to the POB in this video, but it'll be okay. All right, let's pin that. Let's pin it forever until the stream ends or until I remove it. Perfect. So yeah, so if y'all are new here, we're probably not new here for no reason. But that's what I'm doing. And I'm pretty excited for it. Happy to answer any questions about Cold Dot. It'll be a blast. This looks so clustered. You know what? Oh no, man! Imagine if there was like a jewel socket closer to there. I'd say it'd be really good for like the Light of Meaning jewel because of all the passes we have in here. Unfortunately, they're really far away, so that doesn't matter. Let's take off these nodes for now. Oh wait, let's take off. We'll leave that. Take off this node. We'll do this because this we're definitely taking this. We might take the extra mini nodes later, but I like this better than what we had going on over here. These 2 points are better than these 2 points. Yeah. Yeah. And then we definitely want to take the this node. Okay. Some other things I was weirdly cooking up on. I was thinking. Oh, I got a message. Rip. There's my wife. Right. Replica allopathy. We were talking about it earlier. These are good only early on. I would say once you get to the point that you're like able to have a 6 link and you're able to get quality on your gear, and you already have like plus levels on like your other stuff because you want plus levels no matter what for your things. So once you're able to get that and you get closer to 25, this is worthless because this doesn't provide anything else. Mostly, it's just kind of like a very small energy shield. Because satin gloves obviously aren't super strong defensively. Immunity chill doesn't matter because we're currently using putative elements because we're lazy. And the chill effect would be cooler if it worked with the node. Honestly, I hope GGG, if you see this, if you see this GGG, I want this node to change. Say enemies chilled by you. If this node changes to enemies chilled by you, lessen their damage, then we're taking it. Because that would be an amazing defensive buff for our character. But unfortunately, it says chill by your hits. This one says inflicted by, ignited by you. Why can't this say chill by you? Honestly, this could also, if this also said, we don't do shocks, so this doesn't matter. This is the one we care about. Chill by me. Do it. This would be that bad if you end up using skitterbots. Because you can skitterbots to shock everybody. But obviously, this is once again a hits thing. So if they have to change it to just like shots from you or whatever kind of thing, but that's whatever. For fourth node people, we were taking Bastion of Elements. I didn't put it in the guide. I will eventually put it in the guide. I don't think it's worth taking any of those. Just like 2 small nodes. I think Bastion of Elements is really solid for a defensive buff. Pop this on, boom, defense. Defense that only gets stronger the more points you have on the tree. So as you level up, it'll get stronger. And people always complain about how not defensive witches. Also, this right here, I need to look into. I noticed some other content. Well, actually, let's see what does blood do? We know what shock does. What does blood do though? Does he take that node? Because maybe he already did the math on it. Oh, he doesn't even take either of those nodes. Okay, so blood's crazy. He's definitely going to change that with cold masteries. You're going to want those now. All right. But not, so damage over time typically doesn't penetrate cold res. What I need to look into is if I penetrate the cold res with like cold snap, because cold snap has a hit, does the damage stay penetrated for everything, or is it only penetrated for that one hit? Like it's penetrated like a debuff, kind of like exposure or like a curse. If it's not, then this isn't as good as you think it is. Obviously, 30% damage is very cool and everything, but we can get damage elsewhere. You can take this if you want to, just for like early points. But you'll probably just want to go in clusters later on anyway, and this isn't actually worth it. Whereas this is, because 30% cold damage and then cold duration is pretty sweet. And obviously these are cold damage over time multiplier, which is way better than what the other thing is. And you want the mastery. Okay, all those words I just said. What is this one, by the way? Effective chill? No, I'm good with that. So anyone in chat, in any of the chats, happen to know if damage penetrate is like a debuff? I don't think it is. Yeah, it target's actual resistance value itself is untouched. Not sure TBH. Yeah, that's what I'm also not sure. I just don't think penetrate is worth it. It might be a good maybe we test it this way. Let's go to a new POB. I don't want to mess up my things. I don't know what I changed, so we're just gonna say don't save. We'll go into cooking because this isn't part of the main thing. What I want to do is I want to make a new one of these. Cook. We want to go in here. We're going to add Wintertide. This might be a stupid way to do this, but I'm going to do it just to see if it looks like it could work. We're going to put Cold Pin. And so that does nothing for the damage. Which we obviously knew that, damage over time couldn't pin, but I don't think it's a debuff is the issue. I wish I could see like the enemy stats that I'm hitting. Okay, this was actually a stupid test. Why did no one tell me this was a bad idea? 9, isn't? Hey, El, how you doing, bud? Also, El, I saw your name pop up yesterday and when you subscribed, and I was like, did they just not finish the name? And no, that's just your name. Your name's El. Feel like I'm in Death Note. Yeah, guys, we're gonna be under the assumption that penetration just isn't like a debuff effect. If I penetrate with a different cold skill, the other damage over time skill doesn't get the benefit of the less defense or less resistance. We're gonna go under that assumption because that makes sense in my head. Which once again makes that one node really bad. Not really bad, but makes it just worse, right? Okay. Well, we're cooking. Also, I was thinking back onto the idea of a strength stacking elementalist. I was thinking about let's open a new POB, and I'll just throw it together real quick. Chat, don't do the things that I do unless you think they're really cool. Then obviously do them because that's what we love to do. We love to do cool things. Not a league starter, by the way. This is not a league starter. This is just an idea that I had in my head. Well, Burning Arrow Vigor, which scales off. You get a lot of fire damage added based on your maximum life. Very cool. The issue is I don't think that the ignite works. It's just adding flat damage, right? Doesn't add to the ignite. Well, I guess like the way ignite works is the bigger the ignite hit, the bigger the ignite. Is that correct? L's going to answer for me. I know it. I can just feel L is gearing up to say something right now. All right. L let me down a little bit. They just said LOL, which is not the answer to the question. Ignite base burning is 9% of the flat damage of the hit. So yeah, so the bigger the hit, the bigger the burn. This being not what I'm cooking currently, and the Wintertide thing, yeah. Flame Blast Totems. They had I had someone in a chat a little bit ago. I wonder if they're still here or not. They're in the Twitch chat though. They're playing a totems. I think he left already, actually. Yeah, plus R is gone. But I can pull up it on stream. I saved the POB. I probably should start asking people if it's okay for me to start saving their POBs to show people. They're probably fine with it. He was playing Scorching Ray Immolation Totems for Hierophant. This is obviously not. He stated this is obviously not a day one POB kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense because you have like a Replica Dragon's Vein right away. You have an Anathemas right away. I was like, unless you're a hardcore grinder, this is everything's like implicitted out. Watcher's Eye and stuff like that. But he had a little video showcasing of it in like standard, and it looked pretty cool if you like totems. I'm not a big totem person. I haven't really played them before. Okay, so this skill it's flat damage. The bigger the flat damage, the bigger your ignite. So that actually benefits what my crazy theory is, or my crazy idea is. So essentially, what I'm saying is let's strength stack. You can strength stack. You get a lot of life. This adds spell damage, which I assume. Actually, I probably should have read that. Does this have? This is not a spell, so actually, that strength stack's bad. Don't grab this node, but you can strength stack with it to still get a lot of fire damage. In fact, isn't there a? It's iron something, right? There's one that makes turn stuff into. There you go. That's the one you want. That's the other iron thing. And it is physical damage that you're converting to fire, so things like increased physical will work with it, right? I need to equip a bow. Bow. I don't know. What's Quill Rain? That's a bow. Not a good one, obviously. Don't do Quill Rain. I'm just putting it in here just so I see like some numbers go up and down. Good build. Flame Blast Totems, replaying it on also Hierophant, or is it on something else? So yeah, increase physical to work. Anyway, so strength stacking, elemental. Also, you're going to want to take the cool nodes. So you'll obviously take this, which will be a huge buff. You're going to be igniting so many dudes. It doesn't matter. Uh, this is also a huge defensive buff. I would take all three of them. I would just do this. This would be my tree. Uh, you can make an argument for this. I'd probably just steal this with like a Forbidden Flame Jewel. We don't want this. We're not area of effect. I don't think burning arrows are at AoE, right? No. So we don't care about the area effect thing. So like for half of the duration or uptime of this, we just won't be getting a benefit, which is kind of lame. This could be obviously decent if you want to get like elemental immunity, so you don't die randomly, and you can run elemental immune maps. But I think with the golem buffs, you can get like the attack speed buff. You can also get the accuracy buff from cold golem. My hand's off the screen. Okay, there it is, and stuff like that. So I think, and then obviously you don't need to go all three of these, right? You don't have to. I think it's still cool though. Also, the cool thing. So this is a note for people who are playing like elementalists, and maybe you're not. Maybe you're here. Maybe you just like the vibes that I'm giving off and stuff like that. You like to hear me talk. That's also fine. You don't have to enjoy my build. You could just be here for a chill time and conversation. Um, but the main thing I wanted to bring up is if you are an elementalist and you do have a skill that provides a hit, which is pretty much any skill that does flat damage. So like RF and Wintertide do not provide a flat damage; they are just damage over time. Those do not apply hits. But any other cold dot like Vortex, Creeping Frost, or just any skill that had flat damage on it, you could go Split Arrow, that kind of stuff. If you're running golems and you're worried about them dying, like that, if that's a concern for you, and you do hit base damage, Shaper of Flames and Shaper of Winter are both defensive buffs for also your golems, not just you. So if you look at it, it's enemies ignited by you have 40% of physical damage they deal converted to fire. It's not that they deal to you, it's that they're dealing in general. Cool thing about the golems, if you get them and get this node, they're immune to elemental damage. So this is pretty much just like a 40% PDR for your golems if you're igniting your enemies. That's really solid. Same thing with this. Obviously, not as big of a number, but if you are chilling, it lessens the damage they deal by half their effect. Not they deal to you, just they deal in general. So with these two nodes alone, this is more damage node, so you don't have to get this if you don't want more damage. If you care more about defenses and you want like this, that's fine. But if you want more defenses for you and your golems, and you are a hit-based build, both of these nodes super strong. Obviously, if you're more of a chill kind of base, so you can build up your chill effect better, because a higher chill effect will essentially give you more defenses. Awesome. If you're more of a night based build, this one won't be as impactful, but as long as you can still get chill effect, you're going to be okay. You can any ignite, no matter like how strong it is, will convert this though. So like you can be a cold based build and getting a small ignite and still getting defense from here. It's a very strong defensive buff, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, talking to someone who's potentially going to be an artist to make me like custom emotes and stuff for the channels. People on YouTube, I think YouTube, like their membership program thing, is like a lot harder to get. But I did get affiliate on Twitch yesterday, which I'm really excited for. So I'll be trying to get like custom emotes and stuff made for people on Twitch. YouTube, I just need a lot more like people to look at the content. I'll get you custom stuff when I'm able to. YouTube, I swear. Um, but yeah, so hit base golem build. Take these 2 nodes if you want your golems to live, or if you're worried about them dying. Cool. Let's go back to cooking our own build now. I think the burning arrow thing is actually really interesting, and maybe a project I look into later. I think you can strength stack with like a really ugly tree. I assume this does work for your burning arrow, so that's really cool. I don't want to waste time on doing this today, though. We're right before league. It's not time. 2 days before league is not the time to decide to cook up another build. So I'm gonna try to focus on Wintertide and get a little maybe a mid game POB out for people. All right, we're cooking back on. We're not cooking. We're gonna go into our actual build guide. Also, if anyone has viewed the guide and they have opinions on like what information's in here, type of information, anything like that, they would like to see differently or like added, maybe something is too vague or something like that, please let me know your opinions on it. It's my first time building a build guide. Not even a build guide, but like, POB with like stuff in it. So, I want feedback. I would like to know if you think it's good, if you think it's bad. If you hate all the color stuff, I love the color stuff, but if you hate it, that's understandable. Oh, right. I wanted to add, I took the note yesterday. I don't think I saved it somewhere though. I wanted to add golem buy order, like priority order. So let's do that real quick. Because you have to buy a lot of the golems at the same time. As you can see right here, you get 1 as a reward. You want to buy the other 3. But each one costs a chance orb. And whenever I did my playtest, I only had 1 chance orb. So I bought the other ones later. That's that's ugly. Don't do that. Which color was it? Was it 4? Nope. Was it 3? Let's try 3. Nope. Let's try 2. Perfect. Paper Winter doesn't work for brands. It works for brands. It does not work for Wintertide brands. So if you look at the node itself, oh, I'm on the old tree. Sorry, I need to convert this over and save it. I was like, wait a second, this isn't what I'm looking at. Let's hit save too. If you look at the thing, the red line, which is currently not active. So if you see the red, that means it's not working in POB right now. Like, see, no one else is red. So that line doesn't actually work in POB at the moment. Like, doesn't calculate properly. But the red line says enemies chilled by your hits lessen their damage dealt. And Wintertide brand, if you're looking at it, doesn't provide a hit. You can see like in the blue text, it just deals base cold damage per second, and damage over time or damage per second is not a hit. Whereas if you look at the verbiage on like cold snap, you can see the top blue line is deals cold damage, and then 2 lines down it's the damage per second. So this one does provide a hit, and then follows up with the cold damage over time afterwards. So if you were your main ability was to cast Val Cold Snap, and I wouldn't recommend it because that would probably feel awful. You'd probably need to invest a lot more to it. Then this node works with that. But because Wintertide does not provide the hit, I don't think the enemies chilled by your hits lessen their damage thing is going to actually benefit you for your main damage ability. You can obviously provide the hit with your cold snap on bosses and stuff like that to lessen the damage they're dealing. But like in general, when you're mapping, you probably won't see the defensive buff unless you're just constantly casting Cold Snap, which I don't recommend people do. There are other build creators for Cold Dot who have like 3 or 4 different Cold Dot skills in their build. Like they'll run Wintertide, they'll run Cold Snap, they'll run Vortex, they'll maybe even run sometimes Caribbean Frost. I think most people do like 3. but some people do run 4, which is crazy. Uh, all the other cold dot skills will work. So the other idea I had for if Wintertide feels bad in the end, like if I'm not able to scale it to a certain point or something weird happens, I was wondering like maybe I can turn into a Creeping Frost build because Creeping Frost does provide the hit. It has AOE and it's a range thing. I honestly wish the Vortex like worked where you can cast it. That'd be really sweet. Like not under yourself, like if a Nova skill. And obviously you can do like astral projection, but that ring's kind of like bad. Besides that one node, try this thing. So like you could do this to like, cast essentially Vortex away from you. I think the issue with using Vortex as your main skill is that it's just around you, and you have to like have guys walk into you, or like obviously teleport into them and cast it kind of thing, and that's like a weird play style. Yeah. But if you can astral projectile it, that would be pretty sweet. The rest of this the rest of this ring is pretty awful, including like you don't want to reduce area effect. Obviously, you'd want as big area effect as possible. There is the new also getting me to go into the rabbit hole of the many thoughts I've had over the last 24 hours. So I'm sorry for people who are like, man, just craft the one thing that we're trying to get you to do. There is the ruin graft that essentially gives you astral projection in a ruin graft, but the big issue is it's on a marked target. So I'm thinking that you have to essentially mark the target first with like a mark spell, and then you're able to like throw your vortex wherever that marked target is. And I couldn't think of an easy way to mark a target and also cast Vortex. I was like, at that point, you might as well just play like Creeping Frost, right? Or like just play Wintertide and figure something else out. Like, I don't want to press 2 buttons to get 1 button worth of stuff done, And you can't. I was like, maybe Skitterbots with like Profane Proxy can like spread marks, but unfortunately, Profane Proxy is only for hex curses and not mark curses. So they can only spread like flammability, that kind of stuff. They can't spread marks. And I couldn't think of a different way without doing like obviously mark on hit and doing like some kind of secondary attack. Which is like potentially an idea in the future, but I don't think it's good. I think at that point it gets a little too convoluted if I'm trying to build a build guide for people to follow that's easy and not something complicated. My intention of building the build guide originally was one, I like Wintertide. I like Cold Dot. I played years ago with Cold Dot and I had a really good time. And I kind of haven't played it in probably like 2-3 years. So I wanted to play it. Even before the patch notes dropped, I was like, I might play Cold Dot if GGG gives me a crumb. Like we had a. Do I still have that POB that paint thing? Let's see. Oh, flashbang warning. I'm so sorry. That's on me, guys. That one's on me, gang. We had a bingo card. And on the bingo card, I essentially asked for cold dot or for dot buffs because I wanted to play Cold Dot. And I pretty much told chat at the time, I was like, if GGG gives me a crumb of a buff for Wintertide, I will play Wintertide. And they did. They actually gave me quite a few buffs for Wintertide. So I had to be true to chat and keep doing it. I forgot why we got here. Now I'm thinking about it. Shaper Winter doesn't work with brands. Gotcha. Interesting. I said a lot of words for a simple answer. I am so sorry for that. I'm so sorry for that. I was like, Jesus, this guy just keeps yapping. But yeah, so Wintertide, not good with Shaper stuff. If you do other Cold Dot stuff or anything that provides a hit, Wintertide, Shaper of Winter, good. TLDR. That being said, I think this is really good if you end up doing something like ES stacking. Obviously, you probably go intelligence stacking, which you'll lose a little bit of attributes, but I think the 40% global defenses is really good. It might outweigh that. I don't know though. I'd have to test it out. Okay. What were we talking about now before we started all that? Mid game clusters, we honestly I'm worried this isn't enough. You get 40% here, 80% here, 100% from the tree or from the ascendancy, and then 20%. So you essentially get 200% if you're qualityed up, but from this, so it's 240. But the other nodes are so bad on it, I think is the issue. Like, there's no other minion node that I actually care about, I think. Let's go back to craft a cluster. I didn't mean to derail you. No, dude, I actually, like I said, I wanted to become a streamer because I think it's really fun. I have a lot of ideas in my head and like stuff that like I obsess over like things. Like I really love PoE because there's so much content to like learn. It's even when people are like, "Oh, do you mind if I share my POB?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude." Like I might not have the best opinion on what you're doing in your POB because I don't know your specific build, but I would love to learn. I would love to like figure out what's going on, ask you questions. Um, I'm very curious about PoE stuff. I like a lot of the intricacies of the mechanics and like how certain verbiage will change if one thing works with something else. So I love being derailed. I don't know if it makes good content, but one of my favorite things about streaming is the fact that I can just kind of ramble and you can't really force me to stop. So, all right. So minion clusters. Honestly, I don't like the way this views. Let's go to Craft of Exile instead. My computer's like, please stop opening all the tabs. Actually, that's a fair point, computer. Let me close down some tabs. Look at all this mess. Craft Exile's where we're going to be. These I need up for in case I'm forgetting something. This I need to close off. Jesus, that's really bright. This is okay. We can keep this up. Oh yeah, was there any? I didn't really check because all I was really caring about was the cold changes. Was there any patch notes changes last night? No, that's it. That's fine. I did say they mentioned they were going to release a bunch of gems and stuff today, like gem information as well as like the sanctum changes. I'm not a big sanctum enjoyer, but if you are, okay, I don't really care. Uh, one day I hope to buy an original sin from you if you are a sanctum enjoyer. That's about the best I can do. I just don't I don't like the gameplay of it. Also, just because I'm bad, I think is a bigger issue. Sorry, but open up just different tabs to have things open that I want to look into. Okay, cluster jewels, large cluster jewels, minion damage. I think it's minion damage, right? Because there was no other. We did this before. Let's reset real quick. I think there's no other gem that or jewel that has primordial bond on it. Yeah, it's only minion damage. Primordial bond's the one that we definitely want, right? It's the one with the buffs on it. Okay. So vicious bite. We don't care about the crit chance. That we're not here to do damage. If they get damage on the cluster as a secondary, that's fine. Movement speed's probably okay, but we would care about more tankiness and buff effect. So like this, I guess give it a little bit of life leech to stay alive a little bit longer. Maximum life, that's okay. Don't care about that. Don't care about the regenerate thing's probably fine. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Okay. So literally the only ones that were kind of like whatever is renewal and feasting. I want to say when we originally made this, we were like, if we make it a 2 mod, we want to make one to where you get primordial on the front and then a jewel socket. And the other one, feasting, didn't do that, but renewal does. Feasting will come down here and primordial will go up here if you're only on a 2 socket or a 2 implicit. No, implicit. Notable. Too notable. So this one we care about. You can obviously just skip going through here if you don't really care for these nodes, and you could just be like this. But this feels bad. It might just, weirdly enough, it might just be better to look for megalomaniacs that no one ever buys with primordial plus like one or two other usable notables. um, that might just be the play in the end, or doing something like a 12 passive one, only having primordial and just getting everything. Because the reason that we're okay with going minion damage is because we decided if we're doing the minion damage thing, we come down here and grab like spiritual aid. which will minion damage increases with our damage, so like it helps out a little bit. It means that this nose probably comes a little bit better too because it's minion damage on it, right? But I don't know if going out of the way right here is probably worth it. I'm gonna click that. I don't know if that's worth it or not. I think in game we want to be on the right side of the tree, which obviously is weird because the brand nose are over here. But that's obviously you don't have to go down here. You can just go more this way. Like we would pick up like the suppress stuff. That's really good because if we go right side, we want to go suppress. We'll likely go like low life, suppress, evasion. And for low life, we would probably have to do something with like coruscating elixir or something like that. There's other ways for chaos not to bypass shield. I just don't remember what it is. Okay. So on this one, let's make like a level 95 one. Let's just put another thing here. Do I think we get more damage from minion clusters, minion buff effect? Essentially, I would add 80% more on this. Let's open my calculator because I don't feel like doing math in my head. Bunch of messages. I'll look at that later. Not messages in chat. I'll always look at the messages in chat. I'm talking about the messages elsewhere. Okay. So before we had 280. If we add 80 on top of that, we are at 360. That's how math works, I'm pretty sure. Times 17. Wait, nope, not 360. Sorry, that's stupid. Don't don't listen to what I just said. Don't listen to what I just said. 30.6 times 17. So with this, instead of getting the at max level golem, instead of getting the 42% damage multiplier, we get like 61, 60, and that's before buff effect. We add an extra 20 from buff effect. Buff effect. So if we add extra 20 for buff effect, that puts us at 3.8 and 17. 64. I don't know. 0.1 times 17. We can get like 69.7 with like reasonable investment. It's 2 passive clusters, a perfect roll, Ashes of the Stars, and then quality on our jewels. We can get like 69% damage over time, plus all the additional buffs you get from the other golems and stuff like that. I think the issue, I don't want to look too far into minion scaling. Because what if minions are just bad? What if like we get to like end game and it just feels awful? You know, I don't want to be like, hey, I made this plan to play this and it just feels terrible. There are the primordial jewels people were talking about. I don't know if they're actually good. You have to have 3 equipped to get +1 golem. But I don't even know if I want +1 golem. I think the only benefit from getting +1 golem is to duplicate the golem you already have. So, like for instance, if I want like 2 stone golems, because you don't get multiple buffs, but like if one dies, you'll have the other buff still up, kind of. The other one will be up for buffing you still. But like the only other golem that we're missing, I think we're only missing cold. We have chaos, lightning, flame, and stone. I think cold's the only other one that exists. Well, and carrion, but carrion's not for elementalists. Carrion's for only if you're playing like an actual minion build. But the cold one doesn't really give us anything. The cold one gives crit, which doesn't work with damage over time, and then it also gives, I think, accuracy, which doesn't matter for anything we're touching right now. So I don't know if +1 golems is really worth it, but are any of these stones good? Also, so this doesn't say limited, so could I just have like 3 of these to qualify for this, or do I have to have one of each? 3 primordial items socketed or equipped. What's a primordial item? Is it gonna tell me that actually? What does this one do actually? Oh, that says -1 maximum golems. Oh, I was like, this just seems better. It is -1 though, so not really. Okay, so the primordial items are only these three things. I was making sure there wasn't like I think there's like a jewel called primordial something, but yeah. This isn't good for us. I mean, it has extra life, but like we don't care for the damage. We're not gonna be summoning them constantly, other than them just dying every summoning. Harmony, we don't care about cooldown recovery rate of our golems. Increased, oh, that's golem damage, not your damage though. Some golems regenerate, so regenerate's kind of okay if they need to be tanky. So that's pretty useful. And then pre-roll ads are disabled for 36 minutes. Well, hell yeah. I don't know what that means. I'm a new content creator. So if I can have multiple stacks of this, eat 3 of them, that's 120%. They have a lot of armor for PDR stuff. We can even just like do one of these. We don't necessarily have to do 3 to get this. Like I said, we don't have a huge benefit to getting the extra maximum summon golem. I don't know. Okay, we're not going to look into the minion thing right now because, like I said, I don't know how the minion thing feels, and I'm tired of chat constantly bringing it up and yelling at me. No one said anything, and yelling at me. So on the other nodes I want to look at, I want to look at some clusters to see if there's like a brand clusters. I want to see if there's anything good there for us to grab. Been a little too hard. LOL. Get out of here, Tyler. And no, it is good conversation to have. Like obviously the minion, the golem stuff is going to be a big point of contention for a lot of people going into the going to like the camp going to maps and stuff. So it's good to have like a pre-plan of like if it's going to be good or not. Right. So do any of these benefit us besides? Well, cold damage obviously does. Elemental damage. I think we looked at like the elemental and the spell damage ones, and I was like, these aren't really good for us. But let's double check everything anyway. Just double check our work. Also, if anyone has notes, I'm going to start taking notes on the side of things I need to keep track of in my head. If I say chat, note it, you tell me to write it down somewhere. Just yell at me. This is spell damage. Okay. What's it? Note. Noted. Oh, I need to post. Oh, okay. Actually, let me go. I closed it off. I wanted to make sure I use my social media more when I'm going live instead of just when posting stuff. So I'm going to go onto my social media and make sure I'm posting that I am live. I need to get better at doing that. What about Whispers of Doom Double Curse? Yeah, I have. The issue I have, well, so for one, I don't want to. Sorry, let's go back. On the original early map tree, I don't want to double curse because for one, sockets are a little tight with adding the golems in right now. So we'd have to drop something obviously for like I think right now we're filled with on our sockets unless we would add like an unset ring, that kind of thing. You can obviously drop like efficacy right here, and you'll probably still be fine with all cold snap. First time chatter, let's go. Yeah, a lot of socket pressure. It's 2. The issue a lot of people have with cold dot is how many buttons you have to press. So I feel like adding a second and for like a cultist a third curse and not having a way to like auto cast it, like or like have it automatically done is a bit painful. So with the easiest way to do that is like obviously you can get rings for like curse on hit and stuff like that, but you won't have that with Wintertide. Wintertide won't curse on hit because it doesn't have a hit because it's damage over time and doesn't provide a hit. But like I said, I said it on Reddit in my post, or I said on YouTube, I said somewhere, the main times that you want to have like curse and exposure is going to be on bosses and rares. like Buffy, like beef rares. Like when you're general mapping, your Wintertide's gonna be clearing packs. You're not gonna be cursing those. Ideally, if you're cursing those small packs, that's a little rough for you. But like the main time you're gonna want it is for like the bigger rares or uniques and like bosses. So if you want to save some button presses, getting like exposure on hit on like some rare gloves, like as the implicit Eldritch implicit, and getting like a curse on hit like ring, those will free up some slots for you to not have to do frost bomb or your curse, and you always will cast your cold snap on a boss or a rare because you want that extra damage anyway. So and cold snap does provide the hit. So when cold snap hits, it will apply the exposure, it'll apply the curse on hit, and that frees up a little bit of socket pressure from you. If you go into want to double curse, you can obviously self curse yourself by casting it because you have a little bit more socket pressure freed up. Or you can get a second ring for another curse if you're using like I think elemental weakness and frostbite are both can be found on rings. So you can like technically get 2 rings for curse on hit that way. So I have considered it. I don't think early game it's worth mentioning. I think the main benefit for like this is mostly specific for elementalists. I think the main benefit of argument between like occultist or elementalist for like cold dot. Elementalist gets like the extra curse for free kind of thing, which is really nice. But we also get like negative 25% on exposure, which is pretty much the same, like a similar effect of a curse. It's like I don't think you're losing a lot of value by not cursing. Obviously, you can curse on top of this for even more value. But I don't know if it's necessarily required, especially early. Maybe later on when you get into like bosses and stuff, I would probably consider double cursing. But that's my spiel on Whispers of Doom. It is more damage in the end. You will need to change some things around. You have to figure out socket pressure, that kind of stuff. Thank you, I appreciate it. I got a little negative feedback yesterday, so I was kind of questioning myself. But someone said this essentially was a terrible way to league start something, and I was like, "Oh, I did it, and I felt okay." I hope that other people don't feel like it's just the worst thing in the world. But that was the only time I've gotten that feedback. Everyone else I've heard of so far has said they've enjoyed the campaign for it. So I was like, I know it's a little rough, but it's not like I hate my life and don't want to play the build. Yeah. Plus, like I said, the big benefit of this is like, and the issue or the thing with my build specifically is you're coming into this wanting to play Wintertide. I don't want to tell you to play like Rolling Magma or X skill until like act like 2 or 3 or whatever, and then switch to it later. You should be able to play Wintertide as soon as you get it, and that's kind of what I wanted to aim for here. Uh, Rushing here, grabbing these couple small nodes and stuff like that will help you through the campaign, and then at the end of the campaign you'll be able to grab this, or end of Act 1 you'll be able to grab this once you get the skill, and then in Act 2 once you get your first like 5 points you'll have the best node for helping with clear, which is the mastery in this cluster. So once you get like I think it's like around Crossroads or like a little bit further, maybe Chambers, your build's gonna be feeling like super smooth, like pretty good. And that's what I figured too. So I'm glad you enjoyed the test for it. But yeah, double cursing is definitely a more of a late game thing. I don't think it's a problem you have to solve this early on. I think it's probably more like a 90+ thing to solve when you're pushing like harder content, like maybe going into like juice T16s, like that. I don't want to say this build is like T17 or uber viable, because I personally have never played Cold Dot into those things. I only played Cold Dot like a lot 3 years ago when those T17s and like Uber weren't really a thing, and Ubers were a thing, but it wasn't great. Yeah. Before the league started, I was just on earlier. I told my chat. I was like, if Cold Dot gets a slight buff, just a small crumb from GGG, I will play Cold Dot because I missed it from playing it years ago. And then the release notes happened, and I was like, they buffed a lot of things for me, and then they even buffed it even more with like the mastery changes and adding like the extra cluster and stuff. So I was like, we're eating good. So like I said, we might be able to scale more into like the Uber and T17s, but I will not tell people that I guarantee that from this build. This is like, you can definitely do maps, you can definitely do watch zones, you can definitely do your pinnacles, non-Uber pinnacles kind of thing, which I think is good enough for most people. Like I said, most people aren't farming juice T7. Like Juice 17. Sorry, Juice T17s and Uber content. That's like most of the play race doesn't get to that far, and that's the kind of people I'm aiming for. Especially because I mean I'm not a hardcore grinder. Like I won't my campaign time. If you watch the live stream I did yesterday, I'll be doing 1 through 10. Was like 7 hours long. Like I'm not gonna be like I finished the campaign in like 4 hours, then I'm like hard pushing content to like farm up like multiple mirrors before anyone gets anything kind of stuff. Like that's not. I cater more towards the casual audience probably. So if they enjoy the content, and I think the build's good for a casual audience because, like I said, it does well in maps. The chills really help out with like not dying as much. So good vibes. But thank you for the question, and I appreciate the positive feedback on your chest. I'm glad it went well. What were we talking about before that, guys? Chat. Oh, we were looking at clusters. That's what we were doing. Pretty sure that's what we were doing. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it. We're on clusters. I don't. So spell damage does work with cold dot, which is another avenue I'm considering for like builds. Because if you look at here, one of the blue lines, like halfway down, modifiers to spell damage apply to the skill's damage over time effect. That's pretty cool, and it says that for like every cold thing. We'll look at cold snap as well. Cold snap also has that same line. So like scaling spell damage is not like a bad choice. Which, all right, I need to get like a prop. I need to get. You know what? I'll use this. My name is Slinky. I will use this rainbow Slinky. All right, chat. This is not gonna stay in my head. Chat. All right, cooking wise, right? I need to get my tinfoil hat. Cooking wise, chat. Um, I think that there's a possibility to go strength stacking elementalist, grabbing this node right here and buffing go spell damage by like 600. Like so, if you get like 3,000 strength, you'll end up with like 600 spell damage, which is not an unreasonable number of spell damage. And at the same time, you also obviously have all the life from get the strength nodes, stuff like that. So like you'll benefit from there. You can also, if you think I'm too crazy, it's not so off the wall, right? Like it sounds crazy. I'm saying let's build a lot of strength on Elementalist, and that sounds a little crazy. I get it, but if you look at like other content creators, Captain Lance 9, he did strength stacking Scion RF, which is pretty much the same scaling. Like you want, well, he didn't do it for spell damage though. I think RF just scales to the life was a big part, but it's essentially the same idea. Yeah, RF mentioned. It's essentially the same idea. You're scaling damage over time with strength in some format, and it's very similar kind of concept as far as that goes. So it's not like unheard of, but I think that there is a potential in the future to like go more of a spell damage scaling route and go into like strength stacking to both increase your defenses, because like you can even go like the same similar items that he did, which is like the Ivory Tower, Course Taking Elixir, Balboa kind of stuff. You'll have like a huge ES pool and all that kind of stuff and whatnot. So like that's a possibility for the future. It's a different scaling route. And I mentioned that because people have been asking, hey, how do you intend on scaling later? And I was like, I don't know yet. I have a lot of ideas of ways that we could scale. I don't know which one I'm going to do yet. I don't know which one feels better. I don't know what feels good. That's why in my YouTube video, I pretty much say like, hey, this is me just saying this is what I'm starting with. And if you want to join me on the journey, if you think it looks cool, hang out. I'll post updates. The other thing, besides for scaling purposes, if you don't like the strength stacking idea, that'll probably be a little bit easier, but I don't think as effective, is you can go ES stacking or intelligence stacking. Intelligence will also scale your ES, so probably just go intelligence stacking. And then find a way to get Transfiguration of Soul, whether it's like the Crown of the Inward Eye, I think gives it the unique helmet. It also gives like the other soul things. Or just like anointing this also works. I don't know if you can get other ways, but essentially your increases and reductions to maximum energy shield will also apply to spell damage at 30% of their value. So you'll get like a lot of spell damage off of that as well, depending on how much energy shield you're getting, increased energy shield you're getting. So those are two damage scaling options I have for you. Flashbang. Oh, wrong place. Don't save. Flashbang. All right. Yeah, that's all noted up here. Strength stacking with Iron Will, ES stacking with Transfiguration Skull, and then obviously Low Life is really good for probably both of those builds. I'll probably do this one early on anyway, without the Strength stacking stuff and ES stacking stuff, because Low Life, if you take that one node, it gives you 30% more spell damage, and more is always better than increased. Also, a different avenue that we haven't talked about today, but I've talked about, I think, on Reddit and other posts, looking into breakpoints for brand recall. And I'll kind of explain that. I probably need to post a video about some of this stuff, so don't just be crazy. Yeah. Oh god. Pain attunement's the more spell damage thing for low life, by the way. And you're right here anyway, so this wouldn't be hard to grab if you start reserving life. Obviously, if you start reserving life, you probably want to have a higher life pool and will no longer be Ghost Wraith. But this is all like fresh 70 stuff that you can get pretty easily right either during the campaign or like right afterwards. You do not want to use Ghost Wraith forever. This is literally just elite starter stuff. But yeah, so when you click this and you reserve like your life below, you probably want to make sure you have a higher life pool, or have a way to be immune to chaos. It just depends. Depends on how you go to life. Um, there's multiple ways to do it. You could technically, the easiest way to probably do it, so I'm clicking around like an idiot, that revolves no socket pressure. It will just change your shield, but you can go Prism Guardian and put some auras into there, and that'll automatically just have the auras. Yeah. So that's the easiest way to do it without worrying about socket pressure. If you end up going the route where you go more of the like on hit exposure and on hit curse thing, that frees up a couple of spots for you to be able to attach like an arrogance to something, stuff like that. So like there's ways to do low life and get around it. Because I also considered the other thing is, so we're currently using 4 golems. I think in the end we might not use all 4. I'm gonna see if maybe we can even go down to 3 golems and kind of stuff. There's also I'm saying so many alsos. There's also the thing where eventually you can probably put your Wintertide into like a multi-influenced helmet, kind of like RF does, with like multiple like socketed gems are influenced by this. Um, so and that will free up like your 6-link chest to where you don't have as many sockets there, and you'll have a couple extra sockets to work with. So there's a couple avenues to go low life that will be workable. If you go low life, another defensive thing I was considering for people who are low life, you can go like Petrified Blood. And obviously there's like the recoup node right here, which was really easy for Petrified Blood, and you have it right here as well. So you can go like a not ES stacking and go more of like a life, not ES stacking, but like not an ES focus build, but more of like a life focus build. Go low life, go Petrified Blood, and pick up like the recoup nodes, and obviously some other you want recovery otherwise. I think that would also be like a good balance of like defense and power. But once again, all of this is me talking in my head to a screen. I have not tested any of those avenues to see which one works well or how they feel. I will give feedback on the. I'm just throwing things into the ether, saying things. Do not take this as credit or law. I'm excited to see what mercs have to offer. Yeah, so it definitely sounds interesting. Yeah, I have a. Tyler's been my friend for probably. Tyler, how long have we been friends for? Well, according to Abby, like 2 seconds. It's probably been like 7 or 8 years. I don't know. Tyler's been a friend for a while. Before I started streaming like a week ago, I would just say this stuff endlessly to him on Discord, and he's like, he talks too much. He's like, it's like I don't know how your brain work. There's too many things going on in there. You sound crazy. And he would post like the Charlie gif where he's against like from It's Always Sunny, where he's like Pepe Sylvia and whatnot. But Tyler's been dealing with this for a while, so also I said I was going to post on Blue Sky that was live. I did not do it. It's really bad when we work together. Yeah, some people think that like, oh, well, he just stays quiet a lot of the day, and these thoughts build up, and he unleashes them at once. No, these thoughts are constant. I'll wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and like if I don't instantly fall back to sleep, and like something jumps in my mind, I'm like, well, now I'm up. Um, yeah, that's how I got Tyler into POE. Speaking of the Mercs buffs, so the cool thing about the Merc thing is I was thinking we were talking about earlier how the new mastery for the cold damage over time multiplier for overcap cold resistance. If I get a Merc to cast or to have Purity of Ice on him, I'm in love. I will carry that Merc to anywhere. Um, yeah, like you could if there's like Orabot Mercs, that's pretty cool. If I can get like a curse Merc, that'd be pretty sweet. Like if a Merc can handle my cursing. So we'll see what kind of Mercs. Like I don't want to. Some build creators are like, oh, this is what you can do with your Merc, and I was like, I don't know what's possible with them yet. Obviously, you can understand what items you can equip, but until I know what like skills they offer and like their playstyles and stuff, I don't want to spend too much time on that. That will be like a week one update, like, hey, this is what I'm doing for my Merc kind of thing. Yeah, but like, there's some cool items you can put on and stuff like that. It's just I don't want to invest that much time on it. I would rather invest time on making the actual like first week for most people playing to be like a good experience, and then give updates afterwards. Right, Tyler, I said I was gonna post. Sorry, I'm trying to get this thing out. Good. Post that. You're back. I'm gonna get some juice. I'll be silent. Post your thing, bro. Okay. Post is done. I don't know if anyone actually follows it. But, well, that's not true. A couple people followed yesterday or the other day when I posted my stuff, so that was pretty nice of them. Also, everybody, once again, I really appreciate you being here, even if you're lurking in the background and you're kind of just enjoying the content. Every little bit that you do, either being a viewer or a follower or a subscriber or it's weird that it's called subscriptions for followers on YouTube, and there's followers on Twitch, but there's also subscribers on Twitch, so it's going to be hard to talk about that. But no matter what you're doing, if you're here and you're vibing, you're enjoying, I appreciate you. Every little bit they all do really matters. It gets me one step closer to making this a full time thing, which is my goal currently. So, thank you for being here, and I really appreciate it. If you have POBs or you want to talk about your cool build idea, or even if you're like have another content creator's build idea and you're just asking if I think it's a good idea, I'm happy to look at stuff today. Tomorrow I will be not streaming to take a break before League launch, and then on League launch I probably won't do as many POB reviews because we'll obviously be grinding as much as we can to try to get ahead of the curve as much as we can, even though we're a little bit slower, so that I can give updates to people who are interested in the build. So if you want stuff to be reviewed today to prepare yourself for your League launch and you're not using my build, go ahead and post your stuff. Thank you for the follow, Big Bambi 3. Really appreciate it. The community is great. And I hope that people really enjoy being here and we can foster like a really good community eventually. Because y'all are bangers so far. Okay. That is my spiel. Right, so we're looking at clusters. Was there anything else I had to do? We're back to the clusters. We talked talking about spell damage because of the spell damage scaling for later game. That's what we were doing. The reason you look at spell damage clusters is because spell damage matters or helps with cold dot. Or side note, I'm not going to go on a super tangent of it. If you also want to play Fizz dot, like with Exsanguinate or the new Storm Call of Trathis or Reap, those are also spells. They also do damage over time, and they also scale with spell damage. So you can use similar scaling that we're talking about with those skills. Obviously, you wouldn't want to invest into the cold damage stuff. You'd probably invest more into the Fizz damage, which isn't a crazy amount on the top side. But you will be able to get, obviously, the damage over time notes, stuff like that. So one of the builds I'm considering also is a Fizz Dot Elementalist, which we're not going to get into the thing. We're going to focus up, test run with these two. Yeah. Um, when I was looking, because originally what happened was I was like, when I was like testing out, because I wanted to get a little bit better at the campaigns to like lower my times a little bit. And I was playing originally Duelist because in the last several like private leagues, I played like a lot of Shield Crush Gladiator, Bleed Shield Crush Gladiator, which is not obviously the strongest bleed skill. Once again, I'm not really here to play strongest meta zoom stuff all the time. I do occasionally do that, but that's not really the vibe. Um, so I was practicing playing Duelist, leveling up stuff like that, and then I noticed a lot of the streamers were being like, "Oh, you were starting Duelist, and we're gonna level to Peaconk and then go to Explosive Concoction." And I was like, well, if everyone's doing this, I don't really want to be on this. I don't really want to do the same thing. I want to do something like different and do a little bit new if I can. But I don't want to do new stuff just to do new stuff. I want to do new stuff that is still like at least decent. And I was like, I haven't played Witch in forever. So I started practicing Witch, and the way we did it originally was I literally just like would go through Act 1. I would look to see what rewards I would get as a Witch. I would look to see what's available at Lily and stuff like that. And then like I would like we did it multiple test runs. Like I did a test run for like a fire based build. I did it for lightning. I did it for minion, and that kind of stuff. Cold Dot was my favorite one. But I did notice that you get Exsanguinate at the same time you can get Wintertide. But chat didn't choose for me to try a physical witch. Because I let chat at the time decide. I was like, you guys want to see lightning next? You want to see like minions next? And every time chat didn't want to see the physical one, so I never got to run it. But you do get Exsanguinate at the same time at level 12. So there is the option for it to be good later, or to be useful through the campaign. You probably have about the same experience as you would running Cold Dot. Obviously, you wouldn't have the chill effect. But the one cool thing that I will say about like the Exsanguinate and stuff like that, over necessarily Wintertide specifically, is Exsanguinate, Reap, and the Stormcall of Trathis, which once again don't bet on getting the Storm like the Trathis gems early, because I want to say they said those don't even drop till like level 65 mercs, so you won't see those through the campaign. You won't even see them like on the market right away. But if you're playing like Exsanguinate and Reap, they all provide hits before they do the damage over time. So you can technically use like the Shaper stuff that we talked about earlier. So you can still get chill on like your Exsanguinate, which I think is pretty cool. All right, we said we wouldn't get distracted, and we got distracted. Got some Peepo Sip, nice. Back to our spell damage clusters. So the Arcane Surge ones don't really matter to us. I think the buff to Arcane Surge is cool and everything, but the issue with, I think, Arcane Surge, if I remember correctly, wrong way, is that for one, socket pressure, as we talked about many times. Oh, I don't know why I did that. I just want to look at the buff. So it is increased cast speed, which is nice. Okay, cool. That's what I was worried about. I was worried about the language of it. I wanted to make sure that that was correct. And I mentioned the increased because there are some people who are like, oh, why aren't you using the Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion as they meant RF? And this is getting buffed to where actually it applies, it gives you cast speed in the new patch. But the issue is and the reason we like cast speed as Wintertide is because increases and reductions to cast speed affect like the activation rate of your brand. As you can see right here, it's like the second line. It affects the brand's activation frequency, and you want to activate as fast as possible to get to your maximum stacks. So once you're at 20 stacks, you're doing the most damage. So like I said earlier, the longer you're at 20 stacks, you're doing more damage. So you want to activate super quick. But you also want to stay at maximum stacks too long. So like something like Swift Brand, for people who are curious, something like Swift Brand is actually really bad. You can see it loses DPS here because while it activates super fast, it expires very quickly. So you won't be at max stacks. You'll get to your high stacks quicker, but then you won't be at max stacks longer, kind of thing. So it's a balancing act, and this is not. Oops. And Swift Brand is not good for it. But yeah, so Wintertide brand scales with increases and reductions. That's the important note. Because if you look at Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion, I think it's upgraded here maybe. It's not. Let's go to the patch notes. If you look at Righteous Fire Arcane Devotion, it grants more a cast speed and not increased. This is the same kind of verbiage that pretty much made Surfcaster a little worse in Phyrexia League. More cast speed will not help us. You would have to. I mean, it help like maybe casting your other stuff, but it won't help like your activation speed, which is all you really care about for your brands. If this was increased cast speed, this would be a consideration, but obviously more doesn't help us, so we're not doing this. But that's why I wanted to check the verbiage on Arcane Surge to make sure that it wasn't more cast speed, it's actually increased attack speed. So Arcane Surge probably is decent. I would hesitate trying to find a way to include Arcane Surge into the build. That's all it is. You can use like the support gem, but obviously that is going to cost you sockets, which are really tight on sockets with all the golem stuff. I don't know how many other ways there are to proc. So like right here, you can go here, and this is probably one of the better ways to do it, but you're going a little bit further out of the way. You're also not going really big into mana stacking and that kind of stuff, so you figure it out. I'll increase attack speed or cast speed other ways. I don't need Arcane Surge. Essentially, is the main point. Back to the clusters. That's why these Arcane Surge clusters are not good for us. We don't care about knockbacks. We're chilling people. They're going to be slow enough anyway. They're fine. This could be okay if you're going on the left side of the tree and going like block stuff, but we're not doing that, so we don't care too much. Same thing that I just said. This was okay. Practice casting's all right. 20%, a little bit cast speed, and ignore stuns while casting. That's not bad. You're not like a channeling thing, so but like just even annoying a little bit's okay. We don't do unleash stuff, so that's useless. Essence Rush. I want to say like the spell damage leech as energy shield. That doesn't count for like damage over time stuff, right? That only counts for like spells that do hits. You can't leech from damage over time, if I remember correctly. Yes, leech is only for hits. I was pretty confident in that one. I just want to double check. So obviously this node's bad for us. We're not doing hits. This might be okay if you do the thing where you use like skitterbots and profane proxy and have them the skitterbots curse for you. I wonder if that counts as you've cursed the enemy recently, or if it's more of they're cursing it so it doesn't count. I don't think mana is gonna be an issue. The regenerate energy shield's pretty sweet. That's about all I got for input on that one. We don't do leech, so there's not really, so this node or this cluster doesn't really have a lot that we want here. So we would skip it unless we go more of a hit based thing. Then we can kind of consider some stuff later on. So spell damage cluster is out. Elemental damage, I'm pretty sure, is mostly also not going to do it. Fire skills have a chance to cold soul supply, cold exposure on hit. I'd rather just get the glove implicit, and that's increased damage, not more damage. So not super good. Inspired oppression. Prismatic Heart, always good. Helps with resistances. 30% is a bigger number than most things, which is like 20%, or most like other notables. So like this is obviously a good node, but I think you can get it on multiple clusters. I don't think it was unique to like the elemental cluster. This would be good if you're doing multiple ailments, which we are currently not because we don't provide hits. Nothing else down here. Okay. It'd be okay. Slight defense buff, I guess, because blind obviously makes our accuracy worse. This would be good, especially if I think you're going the evasion route, which is probably our current plan for like mid game to late game scaling. Um, but I wouldn't say like something that I would go out of my way for. Kind of thing. If this landed on my cluster or on my cluster, I wouldn't like complain, kind of thing. We don't leech. 25% still good though, but maybe. But we don't leech, so widespread is probably better. I would probably care more about the area effect and losing 5 damage. So elemental cluster could be okay if we get like a widespread, disorienting, and prismatic. Other than that, pretty awful. For rolling it, as far as like how easy it would be to craft, looks pretty hard. All 3 of these are just damage elementals. They don't have any other any other traits. So you couldn't do things like Reforge Life or like that, because like Life would obviously get Doriani's. So you'd have to probably do something that like with maybe Delve. God, what are Delve things called? Fossils. Sorry, I blinked there for a second. You could probably do something with like the Delve fossils to try to block like mana, life, that kind of stuff. Like try to block as many nodes as you can, and then hope, just pray that you get the ones you want. I don't know. It could be interesting. Let's see if the calculator will pull it up for us and see what's good. Oh right, you can't get 2 suffixes, right? You can only get 2 prefixes for clusters. I think that's true. For like notables, right? Here we go. 2 prefixes, 1 suffix. Yep. So this jewel doesn't work for us anyway. Because we don't want 2 prefixes. There's no 2 prefixes that would even be like usable for us. So elemental's out. That's good. One more thing down. I think the last one to look on here. Well, we don't want fire damage. What was it? My head was just like hurting. We'll go for the cold damage, like the last one, because we want minion. Minion doesn't have a lot for us either. For like a full 3 notable, it has a 1 notable and then 1 workable notable. But you can obviously get these 2 here. What I want, I think I want Would I want disorienting? I think I'd be happy either way. I don't think I care which one of these I get. I think that's a good thing to say. If I get widespread, great. If I get disorienting, okay. These are both fine. So the one I don't want is Doriani's lesson there, which means I could like block life with a fossil and not get that guaranteed. All right, let's look what we got here. We can't penetrate stuff. We're not doing hits. I think we only freeze with like cold snap. I don't think Wintertide can freeze. Because freeze also comes from a hit, right? Blanket snow with hits. We'll look in a second. Let me make sure I'm not crazy. Does freeze not require a hit? Could I technically freeze? Wintertide, does it say something like weird, like does not freeze, or am I just crazy? Oh, let me take this off before I forget this is here. There's nothing there that says it can't freeze. A hit of damage has a chance to freeze is capable of inflict freeze. Okay, so it is freeze. Okay, or is a hit rather. So I don't think that works for us either. All right. What did you ask? What did you ask about? Blanketed snow. Well, so damage penetrates. I'm pretty sure for penetrating, it has to be a hit. We looked at that earlier. So penetration, the way it's defined on the wiki, the stat for hit damage. So the note itself doesn't mention it, but anytime you see damage penetrates, penetration requires a hit. We talked about it earlier because some people are like, "Oh, why aren't you going this node up here, Heart of Ice?" And I was like, I'm 90% sure this doesn't impact Wintertide's damage. Like, obviously, the 30% does, right? But the damage penetrate 6% does not impact Wintertide because it's not a hit. Yeah. That's why Blanket of Snow would be super good with it. All right, so this one, questionable. I don't know if we freeze. Also, I don't know if we care about freeze experting. Actually, I'm not even saying questionable. This is a no. Our Wintertide is going to be doing AoE and killing things. We don't care if they freeze them. All right, chat. We talked earlier about strength stacking and intelligence stacking. If we do one of those, or if we do like a tri stack or like a duo stack, it could be pretty good. I'm just gonna say it. Put it in the maybe part, you know. But obviously, if you're not doing those things, this is not good for us. If it, in like a especially league start situation. But if you strength stack or dex stack or intelligence stack, or like a combination, probably might be okay. Might be okay. All right, cold blooded. What we got? Yeah, I would say this is pretty good. If you're life based and not ES based, so this would be good on that. When we were talking earlier about how if you went low life with like petrified blood and like recoup stuff, this would be an additional way to kind of help you survive in like a being swarmed by pack scenario. And it gives you a little cold out multi on top, which we love cold out multi. So not the best, but could be good. Sorry, I said no to that one earlier. This one's pretty good if you want to really scale your cold ailments. I would say if you're not playing Wintertide and you're playing one of the other cold dots that can use the Shaper of Winter node for Elementalist, then obviously you want to infect your cold ailments a little bit better so you get higher value from your damage reduction. This would be really good for that. POB update is huge. Yeah. Do I like how they added the clusters and stuff and they actually put some of the stuff in? 3? Is there 3? I thought there was only 2. There's like one right here, right? And one over here? What's the third one? Cat, are we crazy? They only mentioned 2 on the thing, right? Oh, the generic wand one. Yeah. There's 2 for cold dot, or like dot in general. And then there's some new cold masteries, which are really good for us. And then the rest of them were like, I think, like stun stuff and like staff things, I believe. But still really good. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't know how much you're following my builds and stuff like that, or if you're just kind of hanging out. But if you're playing a Golemancer and you're playing Cold Dot, going right here to grab this node is super good. Skill duration is really good on Wintertide. You want to have that for activations on your brand. Obviously, damage over time is really good with damage over time stuff. Reduce ailments is good if you're going into not using Purity of Elements, which I do early because I'm lazy. But the other benefit of going here, and if you're using golems and you want to keep them alive, the Indomitable Army right here cluster is actually really good for the golems. It gives max life. It gives PDR, which is really the big worry for golems, and it gives more PDR here. So going here is pretty easy. Really good. I wouldn't go to this one. Oh, sorry. I wouldn't. Oh, yeah, that's the right one. I wouldn't go to this one for specifically Wintertide or anything that cares about skill effect duration, probably. But I mean, it's good for things that don't care about it, like if you're using like RF kind of stuff. Wandslinger just being 50% global damage for 3 point. Which wand node do they have? Yeah, this. What is the new wand node? I never really played wands before, so I don't pay attention to the wand node. But yeah, so we're pretty excited for the new tree update. Obviously, some of the stuff isn't working. So if you notice, like for instance, how the line is red, that means POB is not currently calculating the red line right now. Same thing with like over here, it's not calculating the 30% damage over time with spell skills or like cruelty effect, damage over time multi, that kind of stuff. That's fair, yeah. Get that attack speed. I'm gonna be dashing so far. I wonder if it was gonna make a wand starter I guess you can just do like Spell Slinger and then go into like wand in stacking and stuff later. Because like Spell Slinger got a lot of buffs too recently, right? In this patch, and you should even go like Guardian and get their new 50% reservation efficiency node. Come over here and grab this stuff later. Could be pretty cool. Also, welcome to the stream, bud. First time chatter. Oh, there's Phelan. He's not here right now, so I'm just gonna do it for him. All right. Back to what we were talking about with this. Deep chill would be good if you're doing a hit base. We just took that. Okay. Yeah. Percent cart we already said was good. Eh. Yeah, so we probably just go like what do we say? What was the one that healed us? Cold Blooded Killer, Prismatic, and then one of these two. I don't think Blast Freeze is necessarily worth it. Obviously, Cold to the Core would be really good if we're doing our stat stacking later on that we talked about. XDD business. So large clusters are kind of like lackluster. Let's go look at medium clusters real quick and see, make sure there's nothing there we would want. Area damage. I can't recall if Wintertide is considered area damage. Does it have the area tag? Also, Nick Tater, what are you going to play for League Launch? Do you have your Are you still shopping around? What's up? It does have AoE tag, so I guess it would probably be affected by area damage because it does do damage in an area. I think the area damage clusters are terrible though, but we'll check. I don't want to just leave people out because they're usually terrible. That's a terrible node. Not using maces. Not using critical strikes. Don't want to knock back. I don't really care for knocking back. Not using 2 late melee weapon. Maximum life is kind of whatever. This is like, I guess, the best one. We're not doing power charge stacking. So yeah, this was terrible. I was right the first time. Chat, don't look into the area cluster nodes. Not worth it. Brand might have good stuff for us though. Also, is this not highlighted because that's Aura Effect's legacy now, right? Like that's why these are not highlighted. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure. Brand loyalty. That's kind of like the this node. Could be okay. I don't know. Chip away. Chip away is good if we're doing if the other thing turns out to be okay. So I had an idea to use brand recall as sort of a way to machine gun down bosses. For those who aren't familiar with how Wintertide brand or brand recall works, so Wintertide, let's go to the thing. So I don't just say things out loud and people are like, what is this guy talking about? So Wintertide brand, if you're looking at it, the very last line of green text in the paragraph says the brand keeps its charges while attached. You want to get to max charges with Wintertide to do the most damage, so it's good that it keeps it when they detach. When Wintertide attaches, it activates essentially a debuff, which I think is called Winter's End, if I remember correctly. And the debuff does like a shit ton of damage. Like if you look in the blue text, debuff deals 20% more damage per stage. So if you're 20 stages, you imagine that's a lot of damage. But yeah, so the idea is to get to max stages and then just use brand recall. But oh yeah, right. But so it only has that big debuff damage if it expires or if it jumps to another target kind of thing. Like it has to detach. So if you're in a single like combat arena, like say against like Eater, who has like nowhere else for the brand to jump, the goal would be to brand recall them off of him. So the debuff applies, and then they instantly reapply back, and then you're able to, if you have low enough cooldown reduction, brand recall them as fast as possible. So the faster you can brand recall stuff, you can essentially have it to where that debuff is constantly just getting reapplied constantly for like a lot more damage. So that's the idea: is if you lower your brand recall enough, you essentially be able to kind of like machine gun apply the buff, debuff, 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 debuff. Does this thing say what the thing's called, or is it only in Wiki, or am I also just crazy in general? Honestly, that's a wild ass crucible weapon thing. I know that's not here now, but that I would love to have that right now. Go through and standard and buy me one. Let's see if they mention it here. Show me your debuff. Yeah, there's Wintertide's End. Does it show how long the Wintertide's debuff lasts? So yeah, so it lasts for 1 second. So if you're able to essentially, and obviously skill duration will increase this. Looks like this also increases it. So any kind of duration increase will pretty much hit it. But if you can have it to where your brand recall is able to get down to like 1 second cooldown kind of thing, or like matching whatever this is, you'll always have like Wintertide's End up on a boss, which will increase your damage output by like a lot. So I think there's a way to scale your brand recall duration or duration cooldown reduction enough to be able to like do a lot more boss damage, which is really cool. There is some. I did a little bit of POBing. I didn't do it testing yet, so I was gonna test it later. But on these clusters, the two clusters they have, you can get cooldown rate right here for brand recall. These two also get it, as well as like attachment range. And then one of the brand masteries is also brand recall cooldown reduction. So I would say there's something to play around with there. Obviously, you'd also get the brand attach range is really good quality of life. I would even like if you weren't doing the brand recall thing, probably. I don't think I'll get this. I think I would probably get this right here just to have the brands reattach thing. It'd be a lot easier for like mapping and whatnot. But you could technically go this. Also, this probably helping mana issues early. I don't know. Some things work out. The main point is there's a cluster we just talked about. Chip away. It comes with cooldown recovery rate, which is really nice, and also brand attachment range, which is just also nice. Cool. Moving on. So brand medium clusters is not bad for us so far. Yep. I mean, this is solid. I probably would definitely want to grab this. So I probably should calculate putting in this somewhere because we want more duration. We want more attachment range for like quality of life, and brand damage is just cherry on top. So let's actually, before I forget stuff, flashbang probably because it's gonna pull up on the main screen. I think it didn't. Okay, no flashbang. Don't worry about it. Cluster considerations. For those who want to see, I actually take my notes in a flashbang warning in Notepad like an old boomer. So that's what I'm doing over here. And I don't want to flashbang people, so I didn't put it on the main screen. But I'm essentially just putting brand damage, and then I want to look at brand loyalty is good. Chip away if brand recall CDR good, and then brand design probably best in slide. This we'll look into it later though. I'm mostly making these notes, by the way, for people who are either coming in now or kind of vibing. We're essentially taking notes for what I want to do once we get past my POBs, like early map progress. Because so I posted the video about this guide, which by the way, it's pinned in the chat for Twitch, and then for in YouTube, it's on the YouTube channel. It might be how you got here, but I have a rough guide. Once again, not a full comprehensive guide. As a warning up here, people have been asking for like, oh, what are you gonna do for like mid game or like what's the in game budget? And I will let you know right now, there is going to be no in game POB this early. I refuse to push out something just as for in game investment that I haven't tested myself. I don't want to just throw things out there and be like, hey, go invest into this and let me know if it works, kind of stuff, and make people feel bad. So I don't mind doing mid game because that's a little bit more reasonable. But as far as people who are trying to look for like Uber or T17 content, I don't know if Wintertide can get there. I'm gonna try to get it there, and then I'll let people know if I'm successful. But for mid game, we're working on a couple things right now that I want to test out in the mid game. We talked a good bit about different kinds of scaling, different items we can look for, and that kind of stuff. But we're mostly taking those right now to kind of improve the POB. And the last thing we talked about was looking at clusters because we wanted to see if there's actually good clusters. Because we currently have like a minion cluster one, but minion clusters really only have the one node we care about, and that node's not found on any other cluster, which I joked about. Maybe look into Megalomaniac and getting it that way. And we have a cold dot clusters that we put on here, but we're trying to see if there's anything better that we can probably use for clusters for getting like more damage and defenses or like recovery kind of stuff. Because our issue right now would probably be recovery, to be honest. I think damage is good. And once again, if you see the damage number in here and you're like very angry about it, just know that POB doesn't calculate Wintertide brand damage properly. It doesn't have the correct math for the stages. Like it does go up a little bit, but it's not correct. It also doesn't have the right math for how many brands are attached to an enemy, which we have 3, and this is only showing like 1. So like there's a lot more damage that you can technically add in here. Some people, other content creators, add configs in to simulate that. I haven't done the math yet, so I didn't configs for that. So if you look at damage number and you're like, ooh, damage number low. Okay, just know that that's how it works for now. I'm not going to inflate the POB for people to be damage number big. That's kind of whatever. The Holy Conquest. Yeah, it's kind of whatever. That's nothing. I mean, it's kind of okay, I guess, if you're doing like the brand recall automation thing. Eh. All right. Oh, that's it. Medium clusters don't have stuff like this, right? So we have 3 good choices. I will put Seeker in like a category. But probably what we want to do is just I think it's what most people do, which is grand design, brand loyalty. Unless the chip away thing ends up working out for us pretty well, then we might do that. But if we were to make a medium cluster, we would go these 2 nodes. And obviously you can get brand attachment range on here, which is really sweet. So could be cool. What's the value of this? Up to 3%? Okay. It's better than nothing, right? What other kind of ones we have? We're not doing channeling, we're not doing chaos damage. We'll look at this in a second just to double check. Damage over time, we can look at this, but I don't think it's gonna be better than the cold damage over time multiplier. But we'll look. For sure, this is something we can get on cold damage over time, so I'm not gonna worry about it here. I think this is the same thing as well. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly the same nodes. Maybe a little bit different, like adding like some chaos like themed ones in here. I don't think this is better than the cold damage over time one for us. We don't have a herald. I did play around with the idea of using heralds, but we're not gonna do that. We're trying to do golems right now, so we're gonna do the golem thing first, and then maybe later on look into like some herald shenanigans. But I think we did the herald shenanigans. We probably would go more like creeping frost based and less Wintertide based. I mean, we're probably not gonna go like Man in Life, but let's see what's on here just for funsies. Good to know there's PDR on here. Oh, there's also so maybe we'll go minion node. If we end up going to the minion thing, maybe we will try to grab one medium cluster that will get some additional PDR, and we can cap the resistances, cast resistance for our golems. I'll see if Dread March is on any other cluster, but it could potentially be decent for if we want to invest in the golems more and have them be a little tankier. I mean, yeah, you can just like take your nodes. That's pretty decent. Let's see, what is it called? Dread March. Let's see if Dread March is on anything else. Oh wait, only minion life. Okay, I'll add the note. Worth looking into. And then what would be the second one if we got it? We need to find it has to the value of having at least one more. And if it doesn't have that value, then I think it's just not worth it in the end. So let's. I think we said was it life from death, maybe maximum life, regenerate life for the ones who survive, and minions recover 4% life on minion death. So if someone dies, pretty much the other ones are gonna have a little bit more stuff on them, which is pretty decent. Life from death probably okay. All right, chat. I'm gonna go refill my drink real quick. I'm gonna take a short 2-second break. I'm actually gonna leave you guys on the screen because, like I said, it shouldn't be too long. So I'll be right back. But anyone who wants to post their POBs and get some feedback on it, or just kind of talk about what their builds are interested in, feel free to post in the chat, and we can review when I get back. Thanks. All right, chat back. Hope you all behaved well. If you didn't, sad. All right. I think we're on. We finished this one. We pretty much only like the 2 nodes. I mean, if I get like feasting, is probably okay. But I'd rather have. Actually, I'd probably rather have hulking. I don't really care for the damage and the life. Leech isn't going to help them very much, but the extra 25% probably be better. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't matter. Let's look at anything else is here. We're on cold damage over time. Okay, so I think there's a couple good things that are in this one, if I remember correctly. So we have a good amount of choices. Last trees, we're not sure if that actually works with us. This is okay, but we're not really using flask stuff. So whatever. Brush with Death is actually pretty solid for recovery, especially if you're hybrid base. That's just wasted a point. We're not an ailment necessarily. We have chill, which is whatever, but like that doesn't affect our damage. Like we're not ignite, so like or like poison, so that doesn't really help as far as like damage output. This is okay. We talked about it earlier for I think the larger cluster. Eh. Flow of Life I think is the one I like a lot. Yeah. Flow of Life is damage over time, regen, and maximum life. Don't crit strikes. Bio Rejuvenation is actually the better one for our current iteration where we use a lot more energy shield. So Wasting Affliction. Well, we don't have damaging ailments that deal damage faster. That doesn't really help us, so don't care about that as much. I think that was. Yeah, I think this is just worse than probably going the other two, so we probably won't worry about that one as much. The cool thing about, like, for instance, if you want to go Flow of Life and Brush with Death, uh, an easy way to probably craft this, or I wouldn't say easy, but like the way I would try to craft this is just putting it into Harvest and Reforging Life because they have both life and life modifier, and there's only a couple other life ones. There's between these two, and there's 3, 4, 5, there's 6 total life modifiers. So that's not an impossible odds, you know. I'd say that's pretty sweet. Okay, and then if I wanted to go Vow of Divination, it's a little bit harder, obviously. But I think for that one, you would just do defenses because this has defenses. This has defenses, and then defenses. Actually, I think defenses is a little bit easier because no other big node really has it, oh, but the smaller nodes do. So it's like 5 total instead of 6, so it's a little bit easier to do this one. So not bad though. It's like 5 and 6 options and reforging and harvest. Harvest might be a good thing for us to start just to get out some early clusters and things. So might do that. All right, last step on the block. We want to check out small clusters. Anything jumps out of my face right now? I mean, yeah, not really. I don't think these are also. I think the issue with these is that they're not good early. Like no one wants to, or not. I would say no one. You probably typically don't want to go to these early. Like you'll probably go to the ES one or like the life one later on when you're doing like the stacking versions of those or like mana reservation. But I don't think we need these early. We're okay with the auras we already have as far as like mana reservation goes. So probably just skip this part. So the unfortunate part is that there's not a lot of large clusters that we care about. But I guess the best part about that happening is that less passive points will just put in. Well, I guess you can also get less mediums though. Medium. You get 2 mediums versus if you had large, you'd have 4 mediums. All right, the cold one was the one that was the best one for us, right? So let's make sure to that note down in case we end up needing to do this for a later game. And we said things like prismatic part, the classic one, and I think the other one that was like kind of okay was it this one? This is good if you're doing the strength stacking thing that we talked about. Deep chill could be okay if you want to build up your chill a bit better. I think maybe the recovery from the other one might be edged out for our purposes, but yeah, let's go with well, let's put deep chill or yeah, we'll put deep chill. Or cold blooded killer. And then for the other one with disoriented display or widespread destruction. This cluster wouldn't be very easy to make without having to do like something weird. It's like you have all the generic stuff, so like damage, elemental, resistance. And these are damage elemental, both of the ones that we would be okay with getting. And then Cold Blood Killer has life at least, but it's just damage elemental. You get cold, which is nice. And Deep Chill is like similar. Damage elemental cold, but ailment instead. So I think in this situation, what we probably want to do is maybe even go for Deep Chill. And then we can do stuff like can't roll life modifier, so we actually knock out this one, and we can knock out Dorianis. Let's see what they suggest for fossils. Oh, I need to click it all to where it's one thing, right? This, I need to look into it. I'm pretty sure this means that I essentially want all of these to be true and on one thing. Or is it like more of a, I don't know. Which one's worse? This one's worse. So it's probably you want it to be like this instead of like this. Because that means that if either of these are hit, you only get one of these. Okay, that's what it means. Got it. So I want both these to hit, which now is a lot worse odds. Whereas this right here is a lot better odds for just getting one of the two. Perfect. You want both prefixes, you need to check V2. Thank you, Big Bambi. I remember, I remember someone on I want to say somewhere like either a stream or something like that was like, oh, it's not that hard to hit. It's only like 100 something tries. People were like, yeah, you're clicking the wrong boxes. It's not asking looking for all of them. I was like, that's fair. So I was like, I want to make sure. So naturally, it does that by itself. If you don't click that at all, it'll naturally assume you want all the things. So someone was just clicking things like crazy. All right, guys, all we gotta do is just slam like 341 prismatics, and we're golden. Where's prismatic at? There it is. More elemental. Yeah, I said this cluster will be a little bit more worse. Probably be easier just to buy it, but who knows? Yeah. All right. So we have our cluster things figured out for what we want to try to do. We'll build some and put it into. Let's make a new. Probably make a new tree. Let's make a new tree based off of this. I think we're gonna try to make like a level like 90 or 95 trees. What we're gonna look to do. All right. Actually, I think I'm gonna delete these. I don't want those to be in the. Actually, I'll leave them. Let's just rename them. I think. Now, I also need to change this from like mid game, right? What are these levels for these? wouldn't say it's making it. I'll say this is so early game. It's like a little 86. Honestly, I'm going to leave this one. I'm going to leave the minion one. I'm going to adjust both these trees. So let's do the minion one first since we already have it. I don't think, like I said, I don't think there's get the recluster for this. And I don't think it's necessarily worth it to go grab the regeneration per second. So it might just be better just to do this. But we're at level 96 now. Right, because we have 2 clusters instead of 1 cluster. We need to make sure to grab the nodes. Let's grab these nodes first, and then we'll figure out cluster things afterwards. We're gonna grab this one. Perfect. Let's say we didn't grab this cluster. Perfect. We go up here now instead of going through here. Perfect. We want to end around 95, but we also want to add probably more clusters in. So if we added more clusters in, what would we want to do? We also need to change the gear. We also need to get the cold masteries. We'll get at least the 1 cold mastery. I don't know if we're overcap on cold res, so we'll hold off on getting that one. This isn't showing a damage buff right now because it's not working, which is unfortunate. But we want to take them. This probably becomes much worse. Also, we need to figure out what annulment we want. Probably a good idea too. Okay. So in this thing, we're more minion focused. Minions have some PDR. We need to find a way to give ourselves decent defenses. Oh, let's get to check the nodes as well. Nice. Let's look at, I guess we'll look and fix our gear first, maybe. I don't really want to make a bunch of rare gear. Honestly, I hate that we're doing this. I don't really want to make a bunch of gear for people like to religiously follow. But what kind of stuff do minions get? Is there any unique item that buffs up golem effect? Is this going to give me direct buff to characters to summon them? Yep. Also, question for any minion players who've played before. Of the hordes thing, do the other hordes still give the generic buffs of the thing and it just allows you to summon more? Or is it just you get to summon more but they don't provide buffs? I assume it's the second one where you don't get buffs, you just have more dudes. That makes sense to me. I feel like I would say it on here if you were able to summon, if you were able to get buffs with dudes. I think it's just purely people who want like a shit ton of golems. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't answer the question, chat. I get it. There's no other like golems that are worth it. It's just because like this, we're not doing wither stuff, or not doing chaos damage. This would be good if you're doing chaos damage, maybe. But I'd rather just have the damage over time from this one. No great meteor. This the only one that could be useful, maybe with this one. But the global defenses is really strong along with the life regen. And also, this gives you less life for your golems. When it says minions have less life, does it mean all minions or just this minion? Let's go find out. Why do I lose damage? Oops. Why am I losing damage on that? Oh, it doesn't actually show it. Just for some reason. Okay, whatever. Let's go configure it. Let's go to calculations. Let's look at our golems. Right, so Flame Golem currently has 16,000. If I go back, oh, it's already turned on. Or if I go back now, is it going to be more? No. So does it only impact this golem himself, it looks like? Then that's not as bad then. At first I thought it was going to be impacting all the golems. I was like, that's kind of harsh. So he still ends up with like 11,000 life. You can see, okay, he yanks the effect right here. The other ones didn't have that, I don't think. Total more, yeah. Okay, I mean, that could be a way for helping with melee hits. It doesn't help with, like, obviously ranged hits, but that is pretty decent with the golem buff effects. The 15% will shoot up, right? Okay. What is there like a thing that shows me how much golem buff effect I have? Buff effect. Without me having to do mental math every time. All right, let's 20 qual. Oh, I don't want to do that. After let's copy this and then 20 quality. I think. Copy. Make game quality gems. All right, let's add quality of stuff. Make sure level 20. At 95, you should have level 20 on your stuff. You should have a 6 link here too, which we'll have to think about what we want to do with our life. Let's see how things are looking first, though, I guess. Okay, maybe I'll just type 20 instead of and we'll figure out stuff in a bit. Let's just throw everything up here first. Damage is already looking better, gang. I don't know if the buff effect for this will outweigh the other thing, because the other one gives regeneration as well as. We'll see. We'll see. This is max level for this is like 6, right? Okay, yeah, that's true. We're not gonna fully level up our faster attacks and stuff probably because I don't think we have the dexterity for it. I don't think buff effect matters for this. It's just area effect. Well, I guess. Oh, this one does. For more resistances. I guess we want to do it anyway because this also gives your minions and stuff. So might as well quality it if we're playing this character. We also have a Merc to worry about, so our Merc will also get a little buff from it. Not obviously the damage over time stuff, but you get the vibe. We'll level 20 this. Can we pay for this? Hey, fast tax is only 111. That's not bad. This though, we would have to figure out our strength. We want that to be higher, so we'll leave that alone for now. Okay. What do we want our damage links to be? Actually, so what are we doing with our life? Playing minion based. We would probably want to put our minions somewhere. Because I assume these scale with level, but is that just their health? Or does like the buff effect scale with level? I think buff effect scales with level for some of them, right? Sorry, I'm asking a lot of like weird questions. I haven't played a lot with golems. So his is pretty flat, but I think the life regen is with level. This is damage with level right here. The air effect is flat. I want to say the chaos golem is with level though. Yeah, so that would probably be pretty good to scale with levels. And I assume they also get like tankier from levels and stuff too. Oh, right, lightning golem. This is now flat, but a mana scale with levels. Whatever. I think the one we would probably drop the most if we were dropping any of them. but we'll probably keep all four. Okay, so probably want something weird with golems. All right, chat. Need your opinion on stuff. If you're here and available and you've played minion stuff before, is there anything that as a non-minion player I'm not thinking of as far as like this is a cheap unique that is not a detriment to just being like a golemancer kind of character, or not even cheap unique, like just a unique in general. It could be like more specific unique, like how the Baron helmet exists for like skeletons. If you don't know, it's fine. We're all learning here. That once again, I think that, oh man, if they changed this part and all this other stuff was really cool. Strength stacking's back on the table. Let's go to Golem. They probably have a list of uniques that interact with it. Obviously, the primordial stuff does. The Anima Stone does. Primordial Chain. That just seems absolutely worse for us. Rock'n'Roll Clay Shaper, definitely not. It's onset ring effective buff on granted by socketed. So only a socketed one matters for that one. Honestly, not probably that bad early. If you throw in just like your what is I don't think I've ever seen this though. Where do you get this from? Who the fuck? Who the fuck are these people? How can drop it cannot be chance dropped from the Brine Rot Warband monsters such as the unique Strongbox Curic mod or Shipyard, etc. What the fuck? I don't think I've ever seen this item before. I've never really run Strongboxes. I was thinking about doing it this league and doing like Strongboxes Harbinger, kind of a farm. I think this would be a cool dot. So there's a special kind of strongbox called a Warband strongbox. The Warbands League. That's got to be old. I've never heard of this league talked about before in my life. Is that where the red blade stuff come from? That makes sense. Okay. I don't know how hard this is to get. Actually, we can go to POB Ninja. See if anyone puts these things for sale. Count on me. Let's look at Necro Settlers maybe. Brine Rot. Maybe. All right. Just click on unique item or something first, maybe. It's a ring, unique jewelry, accessories. Is it not an item that's just not in the game anymore? Is that the issue? Or is it just such a shitty unique that they don't want to list what things are? It's such an underused thing. I wish it wasn't standard. I wish I could like search for like an actual league. Standard can have all kinds of random crap. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 2 months ago, an hour ago. Doesn't mean they dropped them. That just means that someone picked these up and are doing weird stuff. Probably to prepare for golems. I don't know why you would corrupt it though, because you want the socket. Otherwise, it's worthless. If you're double corrupting, you can get a socket and another implicit. I guess is okay. Classic mirrors. Okay, this doesn't help me. Is there anything on here that indicates this is no longer in the thing? It was just introduced, and they changed how it worked. They have a foil version from the Reliquary key, so I assume it's still in League. Let's put this as like a weird kind of a maybe thing to use. I don't know. I mean, because the Golem effect obviously really good. Probably your Chaos Golem. Give your Chaos Golem more defensive from the life and extra energy shield's really nice. The levels will probably buff up his health, but also hopefully the modifier for the damage over time, which also is increased by the effect of buffs granted thing. The spell damage will be useful for us. Energy shield is kind of okay for us. Lightning res is kind of okay for us. Like that's just all. It's all okay. I'm gonna put it in like our somewhere in our items. Two variants exclusive to warbands. Hey guys, this is a DPS increase. Is it just because of the spell damage? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Blue. Perfect. We're not gonna equip it anywhere yet. We're just gonna put it in the POB as just like a weird thing that we're looking at because we're super strange. All right. What else does golems get? Another ring for 4. Oh, that's attack speed one though. We don't care about attacking with our golems. We just want their buff effects. I'm assuming all three of these probably happen. It's just different warband members probably do it. Okay. Very cool. I wish this was on something else. While we're looking at standard, let's look at Oh, chat, we need to make a better trading thing for the build. Oh, okay. I need to do that tomorrow though. I'll do that off stream. I'm not gonna bother you guys with that. That's probably boring content. I would rather be a unique. Show me the megalomaniac. Nice. Okay, so it can roll on here. Can it roll with what's the other cluster we saw? Does megalomaniac only roll like large notables, or is it any notable on any cluster? Like, can it roll like smalls and mediums? Can it get like Dread March? Can we get both at the same time? All right, chat. Listen up. Listen up, chat. If one of these things drops that has both of these mods on there, and one of you scoops it up before I do, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it, chat. No, but I think actually this might be a good solution for even on if you're not going full into like a minion node. Because like I said, this is weird. I don't like that I like one notable and not anything else on here. I think it'd be cooler to do like, yeah, let's copy that item real quick. Just and obviously, I don't know what the other notable is. We got forbidden words. Is there one that gives unwavering focus? I'm not channeling. Fettle. Fettle's not bad. Okay, 300 Jesus. Okay, let's copy this 300 divine standard priced. Had to build. I think that I like a lot better. Obviously, this is a perfect, not perfect, but this is like a better gem. But I like doing this. Even I would like doing like, for instance, let's say Fettle's not there. I like this a lot better than going over here and doing this. And then this could be like an actual cluster of like a cold damage cluster with like brand nodes going off of it or whatever it could be. Because we don't really need more than one of these. With these 3 nodes and this now, your oops, wrong thing. Your golems will have capped chaos res, just keep it at the top. So like they don't necessarily need more than just the one. And they're immune. This shows stuff, but they're immune to elemental, so like the resistances here don't matter. But I mean they're already overcapped, so that's whatever. But the big thing is that's really cool. They'll also have PDR, which makes them just crazy tankier. Where are their physical damage reduction? Like this guy right here, he has 88% physical damage reduction this way from his base armor and the PDR stuff we invested in the tree. That's so much PDR, especially with them taking hits for us. That actually might be really good. 88% there as well. 88% there. Okay, is everyone to 88%? This is all right. Chaos is a little weak. Chaos is 71, but that's because he has less armor. But he has more chaos res, so that pays off. So anyway, I really wouldn't want to invest into a medium cluster just to get this one node to cap their chaos res. Give them a little life and give them whatever. I don't want to get multiple of these nodes either. I would be okay getting multiples of this node, but I don't think I want to get just random large clusters like this that have one node and then something else on top of it. I think if I did this, I probably would do it differently. In fact, let's just do it differently now. Minion cluster. We're gonna bump it up. We're gonna remove renewal, and we're gonna give it like buff effect. Let's give it the easy one. I think I would rather do it this way, and then just like take like a lot of the nodes or whatever kind of thing. You can even go like this instead, or you can literally just do all of them if you want. Because once again, the minion damage will increase our damage because we have spiritual aid. We still get our one big node, and you have buff effect on it, which is pretty nice. And you get 2 clusters. So I'd rather do this than do the 1-8 cluster thing. 8 cluster things obviously probably better for early because you lower on points. Obviously, we're overcapping points, so we have to change that. But I like the Megalomaniac approach if it's available to me to grab both of these nodes. And if not, then I think we just cry a little bit. If not, I think we just avoid this. I think we either do full commit like this or not. I think that's just how minions are going to work for us. Ooh, I should probably made a copy of that instead of just doing what I did. What was the thing that was on here before, guys? Was it renewal? I think it was renewal. Boop, 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 boop. Perfect. I like this idea of actually using Megalomaniacs for once in our life. Let's put in here. Can I edit Megalomaniac, right? Perfect. And so we'll just read that and figure out what I did there, probably. Yeah. I think that's cool. Okay. But we're not gonna gamble on the fact of getting a Megalomaniac, so let's not do that. There is an argument for. There actually isn't an argument for that. Never mind. None of these nodes right here really matter to us, I don't think. Area effect's kind of cool, but I don't think we should invest the whole cluster into area effect. Okay, so I think for did I? This is. Oh right. Okay, this is for I like safeguarding a good bit. I think it adds a lot of defensive things to it if you don't need the regen. So I think we'd have to solve the regeneration some other way. I don't want to put Forbidden Flesh Flame Jewels here, so we'll probably put something else there. If we were to go into, so all these nodes are okay, all these nodes are okay. We want to change our chess piece to probably just any chess piece that is like a rare craft. We need to decide if we're going right or left side though. What do you guys like? Do y'all think left side with armor and block is better than right side with evasion and suppress? Do y'all have opinion on which one you think is better? I feel like if we're going the safeguarding golem, it's probably pretty good for us to just go more evasion based because the safeguarding golem will handle a lot of the melee physical attacks, and we can. I want to say, isn't one of the gods like thing a whole like dodging projectiles thing? He has to avoid projectiles right here. It's probably pretty good. Avoid projectiles that have chained. Pretty good. So we can go like Lunaris with evasion and then evasion to try to avoid the rest of the damage. I think we just go evasion either way. I really just don't like PDR, but we already are investing further into this left side. So maybe minions would want to invest over here. Yeah, I think all of that is very accurate. Hey, that's good. So that node is important. This node is important. We need to put actual jewels here for probably defense stuff. We want to get off of Ghost Wraith. I think we just keep this and maybe just pick up stuff like this. Probably eventually need to drop this node because that's too many points. Or that's too many, I mean, it's too many points total that we're using. We also need to figure out what anoint we want to use. Oh, right, and we want to put in our desired late game amulet probably. We'll put that up because that's easy to do even if you don't get it right away. This is a little bit harder to do, but we'll probably put it up just because that's a desire. Let's go ahead and put on our ashes. So for those who don't know, ashes might be one of our best in slots. Besides like a simplex crafted amulet, quality is really good on a lot of our stuff, and +1 skill gems is pretty sweet. Obviously, you can probably go as well the replica Dragon Fang for specifically. Oops. Do I have to like manually change the name? All Wintertide brand gems. So this is looking like worse overall, but might be cheaper. Make sure it did it correctly. Let's go look at the Wintertide brand real quick. Yeah, okay. So this is probably a cheaper version to be able to. Well, if you want the reservation, I guess I can fix it to where it's like the perfect thing at the top, just to make it look competitive. You don't really care for the elemental stuff, so I'm just gonna leave that down there. I'm gonna leave this down there as well. Perfect. Okay, so this is better. This is good for if you don't have a lot of money and you want just sweet brand damage. But I think this is better. This is obviously better late game. Okay, because the quality on Wintertide brand, which this will benefit from, it's 5% more damage per stage, uh, which is already so right now. I think it's like looks like it's 32% total. So instead of if we take off the quality or whatever, it started off like 20 or whatever. So we end up with 32% more per stage. So 32 more times 20 stages, big number, huge damage increase, obviously. Um, and then on top of that, if you look at the golems, like I said, they get buff effect from all of these. So all the wrong thing. They get buff effect from all their stuff. All of them get buff effect. Yeah. So the buff they're giving is going to be just huge. So like this guy's 50% on the gym itself now, 50%, 50% on top of all the other resistance we're getting. So if we're going into golem stuff, Ashes is really, really solid. It'll also help with this thing, which is essentially automation will now have, instead of a reduction in cooldown recovery rate, it'll have an increase. And then Brand Recall, I think, also gets a bigger, is it attachment range? Oh, its cooldown recovery is there as well. So like it has 98% cooldown recovery rate for it with Ashes. So probably going to hit our metric for that. Other things like, this is also good because curse duration, I guess. But that's not as important. Frost Bomb, what does Frost Bomb quality even do, actually? Cooldown recovery rate? Whatever. You'll get more defenses from this. Good old additional resistances. Air effect on those two. And that doesn't matter as much. Oh, cold stuff has quality, right. Effective more of chill, so your chill will be a lot more effective. So actually the stars is probably one of our better investments later on. I think I'll leave that in the tree. Okay, cool. And I'll leave replica as like a backup kind of thing, because we don't know how because of Ashes is going to be. I think other people are now also considering Ashes, so it might shoot up in price. If I were a betting man, I'd probably try to get an Ashes early before two people are obsessing over it. But I don't know how cheap or how expensive it is early, so you never know. Anoint. Let's see what it suggests for us. We would like full DPS, please. What would you suggest for that? Acrimony. Acrimony is the one we have, right? Hello, video game. You suggested me acrimony while I already have acrimony? Alright, put on. How would this help? Oh, I'm not even on DPS anymore. God. Let's get dot DPS. Okay, now it's actually filtering properly. Okay. So it's giving us Transfiguration of Soul, which is actually something we talked about for scaling purposes earlier. That's the thing we actually just undid, so maybe we'll redo it. Who knows? This feels like a wild take. I'm actually surprised this is as low as it is. I guess the minus resistance is just really that good. Tranquility is the best, though. If we're stacking ES, Tranquility is the best. Back. I know you left. My bad. think we do this early. Oh, sorry, mid game. I think we do this mid game. I don't think saying mid game is good for buying Ashes of the Stars, even if it's better than slot. I think we put this in the mid game one. Okay. And our anoint. I think we do want to do like a dot DPS thing. I don't think we want to go for anything else. Like, I think we just go. I think we just go dot DPS. And we'll probably just grab configuration of soul, or yeah, tranquility. There was an argument for using before I anoint this. I inward eye. You lose a lot of damage with inward eye. It's obviously really hard to beat fatigue cold multi, but in the end, you won't want this helmet overall, just because conk effect isn't really good for the build. I mean, reduce AOE's not where we want to be at for the most part. The energy shield isn't huge. Hydrate. All right, you got me. Can I hydrate with an energy drink, or do I have to do the water? Abby, are you upset that Tyler has the first subscriber badge on his name? Yeah, it pisses me off. uh, yeah, so this is a consideration. I don't know if body and mind actually matter too much to us. What does mind give? Mana apply to damage, and body is just attack damage, right? So we definitely don't care about body. So that's a weird one. I think we probably actually that's more of a late game thing. Maybe we just stick with Rhyme Gaze for the mid game. Well, this gives me a lot of armor in ES. Well, we don't want armor in ES. We want like we want like evasion ES. So maybe this isn't the play either way, and we just go replica here and get transfiguration. Jesus Christ. Tranquility, not even transfiguration. It's happening, gang. His brains are dying. Sorry, I'm more dedicated than you. True. You're cooked. Yeah. The day off tomorrow is going to be really nice. I know I'm still going to be working in the background on like, preparing the stream like stuff. But I think a break's probably needed before the degen behavior for league launch. Also, for people who are in chat still and kind of hanging out, once again, if you have any suggestions of things you'd like to see in the channel or stuff like that, feel free to let me know, like for channel rewards, that kind of thing, channel point rewards and whatnot. Because I am taking that feedback and I will be like utilizing it. So pretty cool. Also, earlier apparently we reached 75% of our way to completing our follower goal, which was 50%, which was 50 people. We're at 39 now, so that's very cool. Also need to adjust the goals. Also, I got 2 subscribers today, which is pretty neat. First day able to get subscribers. Got 2 of them. It was Tyler and Bree. Tyler, were you here when I cooked with this weird ring I've never seen before? What's a subscriber? A subscriber is you're paying like $5 to not see ads, and essentially some of that money goes to me. Like I will get some of that money and whatnot. Well, subscriber on Twitch specifically. So the weird thing is on YouTube, they call followers subscribers. So when I'm like, thanks for the subscribe, it's kind of hard to differentiate between the two. And I want to say, like the paid thing on YouTube is called memberships, but I don't have access to that right now because getting YouTube partnership or whatever it's called is a lot harder than getting Twitch. Yeah, memberships, members. Yeah. Um, but yeah, if you have like Twitch Prime, you can also like, or like if you have like Amazon Prime, you can attach your Twitch account and you get like a free subscribe each month. Which Tyler technically has coming up, but he decided to pay real money instead because I think he wanted that badge. I think that's what the issue was. Right. So this ring, I was looking at Golem stuff, and I was like, oh, there's like uniques for Golems. Let's see what kind of stuff there is. I didn't know it was badge. Yeah, he says that, but I don't believe him. And I was like, you know what? If this ends up being not super expensive on League launch, you toss like Chaos Golem in here for one. It frees up an extra socket for you. It's because it's a obviously a ring socket. +3 Golem gems probably buffs up the damage over time for Chaos Golem because it scales with levels. You get that buff effect for the Chaos Golem. You get a tankier and the spell damage and the energy shield and the lightning res is just like cherry on top. So if this ends up being cheap, it's like probably a pretty good early pickup. I don't think Bree had a badge. Oh, well, she has like a subscriber badge, obviously, but she's been gone for a while. She has to say something for me to scroll up to see it. Like it's gone now. But she doesn't have like a first badge. I don't think there's a second badge. I think it's literally just the first. Oh, she has the first too. I wonder, is that just like my is that my sub badge? Maybe I set that. Maybe it's not actually first thing. Maybe it's just a sub badge thing. Found founder badge Twitch. Okay. So here we go. The Founders Badge on Twitch is a special subscriber badge awarded to the first 10 affiliate or 25 partner subscribers to a channel. So, Abby, as long as you're the first 10, you'll be able to get it. Which is obviously a weird thing to say because you are my wife and we share the same bank account. So if you subscribe, you're just giving my money to me, but also Twitch. Actually, wait. Don't do it, Abby. Don't do it. Too late. We don't have Bezos bucks. We canceled Amazon Prime a while ago. I don't remember. It's been months. But that being said, people who are around and have Bezos bucks and haven't used it, other people, feel free to use your Bezos bucks here. You've already given your dollar to the billionaire. You can give it to a small guy. All right, moving on to we're trying to finish at least a little bit of cooking up. I'm just a little guy. Just a little guy. Get back to work. Yeah, get back to work. Stream. Right. So we don't want to do Chrono Inward Eye. One, it drops from Sirius, the Awakener of the Worlds. Two, we don't really care for body and mind transfigurations, and we're not armor stacking. We're probably going to be leaning more towards like energy shield ES. So let's go see what kind of helmets we have for that. You just cooked today. This is just the game. Play a game, streamer man. Get back to work. This is the game. Yeah, this is kind of like a game. Oh, Tyler, I also was like, you know what? Maybe instead of getting clusters, I'll buy a megalomaniac. And I was like, can I get both these modifiers on one? And turns out you can. Yeah. Because the issue I was having with the clusters for like there's a medium minion life cluster that comes with like Dread March, and I was like, oh, that gives me 10 res. I can cap my golems now instead of the me at 73. They'll be overcapped. Obviously, gives them PDR, which is really cool. We'll look up real quick just so I can show you what it looks like. Boop, boop. So if you go to the calculus right here, you'll see, like for instance, the Flame Golem has 88% physical damage reduction. So 88% of the damage he's taken is just gone. It's also overcapped, which is really nice. the Chaos Golem doesn't have as much PDR because he doesn't start with much base armor, but he still has 71, which is really nice. And then I also put on the Stone Golem of Safeguarding, which wants to get 88%. But the cool thing about the Golem of Safeguarding is that it takes essentially melee damage instead of you. And it's 15% base, but if you have the buff effect, obviously that increases that 15% by a certain amount. So I think I'm just gonna put a number into the ether. Earlier we were doing 3.6 times whatever number, so let's do 3.6 times. My brain hurts. Let's just do 3 times. Well, 3 times 15, we can just do math. We don't have to do calculator for that. It's 45. So 45% of the damage, melee damage you take, will just go to the golem, which is pretty sweet. 3.26 times. Rate it. All right. But yeah, so I was like, oh right. So the issue is that there's nothing else on median life cluster that I really want, and I was like, there's also nothing I really want on like a large cluster for like large minion cluster. I was like, I really just want the one node, and I was like, I wonder if I can get both those nodes on a Megalomaniac, and it'll be fine. Pre-roll ads disabled for 42 minutes. Very cool. Thank you for the notification, Twitch. Also, I didn't say it before, so I'll play it again. Thank you for the subscription, my wife. I really appreciate it. Appreciate the support, gang. Any and all Bezos bucks or regular are fine with me. That's the thing I need to do. I need to set up like the donation thing for people who want to like donate and send like messages and stuff instead. I do that. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. Okay, back to what we're focusing on though. We're focusing on it. Focused. I want to look at unique helmets. Yeah, that's what I want to try. Set that up stuff too. It was just I was kind of burnt after stream yesterday, and then this morning. I'm just a little tired, so I'll do it tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can get Oracle / Gladys to do it though instead of Brian, but it might just be they only have Brian as an option. I don't know. We will look at either Energy Shield helmets or Energy Shield ES helmets. But so let's first look at Energy Shield ES because swag. We love Gladys. Yeah, we do. All right, chat. If anything jumps out at you as like something you think would be cool for the build, just say words. Honestly, I think I want to put this. This would be a good thing to put onto your merchant. Or is it merchant? Mercenary. I keep saying merchant. Merc. That's pretty sweet. I think people use this already for, and it's also a super common item. Lots of people use it for their animate golems already, or animated guardian already. So people are already aware of that. That won't be bad. The replica one's just ass. Ah! Alright, you're right. We're gonna put it on goal. We're just gonna get shrine effect and just run around like a mad lad. Okay, so I saw people using this on some things. I don't know. Obviously, your hit matters for only when you do like cold snap because that's the only time you're hitting. You're not hitting with your Wintertide. But I really wish I understood the mechanic of nearby enemies have increased and then wanting to inflict exposure. Maybe I just don't understand what exposure means. So it's minus. Oh, because if they have more, then it's more minus because it's a percent based, not a number flat based. So if they have 50% more, you're minusing a huge amount more. Is 50% more and then 25% less just better than 25% less already? I just feel like a okay. Eye of Malice. Does it show? Does it number go big? Well, okay. We know we're gonna lose damage with Rhyme Gaze. Let's get that out of there. Well, I guess we can see how much damage we lose because we're able to lose a reasonable amount. That's okay. 15. You gain a little bit of ES stuff. You gain a little bit of evasion. We're overcapped on cold, which would, I mean, that's fine. Cold res is always gonna be good with us if we only take that mastery. Nothing's gonna beat Rhyme Gaze for pure DPS numbers. Is the thing. Maybe I put. Maybe I do. Oh, let's add this to the build first, I guess. Maybe I add this to the build first, and then maybe I look into Inward Eye again, and add this to the build as like as a stationary target. Because this is a decent like defensive build or defensive item. It's good offense too because you don't have to invest in the thing, but like I'd rather get into something else. To be honest. Okay, I have Malice, so we actually gain damage with this from my Malice. We lose EHP because obviously you don't have the life gain or the percent life increase, but you do gain a good bit of. So this could be a potential option. Okay, we will leave Eye of Malice here for now. Unfortunately, the hit only matters for, once again, like bosses and stuff. And it's only for 5%. Actually, this is a bad choice. Don't do this. I'll leave it here for now, but don't do that. Wild Clash. Not on power charge stacking, not on goal. Don't know what this is. We're not leeching life. Move on. We're not reflecting stuff. This is interesting. I've never seen this before in my life. Also, what does the petrification thing do? Thank you for being a friend. I'm sorry this is I've already turned up. 37.5. Tectonic says, "Oh, I'm on the wrong chat. I missed Tectonic talking. Hey, Tectonic. I'm sorry. I was on the wrong tab. 37.5%. Was that for the math for the Eye of Malice thing I was talking about? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not the best mathematician. How's it going, bud? Oh, it literally gives you like that's pretty funny. I will never use that. That's pretty cool though. Well, I'll never use it on this build specifically. We aspect of the cat. Ooh, that's true. Oh, we don't have the mana for it. Ooh, but we can. Seeing a lot of ooze right now. We can use aspect of the spider as a good defensive tool too. This gives us cold chaos res, or sorry, cold res. Hell yeah. We don't care about the critical strike thing though. Mind the console. Just counting down the days till. That's right, bud. We got like 2 more sleeps, and then we're gonna live life, and just be total degens and run at it. I can't remember. Did you decide if you're gonna try my build or what are you playing? We're not attack based, so my other console doesn't help us. We're not gonna be harbingers. We're not gonna be harbingers. We're not deck stacking, so unfortunately. Tyler, earlier as well, uh there's a cluster. Can't control if daughter has her birthday party on Saturday. Sorry, kids. Party's canceled. Get out of here. But Tyler, back to our strength stacking occultist, our elementalist. Look, if we stack strength, we can get percent cold damage. We can do it. I'm gonna make it happen. You're not gonna sell me on this. I'm gonna sell you on it. It's gonna happen. You're at 25% of your way to completing your goal. Oh, I have a sub goal apparently. I didn't realize. Hell yeah. This is gonna work, Tyler. I'm telling you. I'm gonna make you a believer before the end of this league, and then next league, if they don't nerf all my stuff, you'll be like, you know what? I should play that. I should play that. Also, Bria's in Discord talking about the cheesecake lady again. Oh yeah, are her and Abby gonna meet up and go to the farm market, or are they just going separately? Oh, she like just. Oh, I thought she was like vocally in there. She's just posting pictures of cheesecake. Abby, if you're listening, oh, is Abby commenting? Oh, sure, I did. I should buy one. But I have 3 4-inch cakes available to pick up during market this weekend. Order online to reserve yours. Grab one. Grab one and just ask her to like split it into pieces so that y'all can pick it up as pieces instead. If y'all want to split it. Sorry, chatters. My wife and Tyler's wife really are into this cheesecake lady at the farmer's market near our house. That's what we're talking about right now. Chat, is Glimpse of the reason I respect Pox so much is because through all the nerfs, he's stuck with RF. Now has the most knowledge base RF. Yeah, I mean that's really cool. I think my biggest frustration is that sometimes changes to like characters are met with like a lot of frustration, and instead of like being inquisitive about it. I think even with like nerfs, as long as it's not a total like you lose 50% of your damage kind of thing nerf, like LS, I prefer people to be more inquisitive and less like destructive. That being said, Glimpse of Chaos. Do you think this would be good on like a Chaos inoculation build? Because you don't care about Chaos being 0. That's just extra stuff. Also, the great thing is about Pox, like he put a lot of effort into obviously building the site. He has a lot of knowledge about it, kind of stuff. So like if you want to play his style of RF, it's a great resource, and he's good at giving information based on that. Um, like I said, the only thing, my only small complaint is being open to feedback of how to do things a little bit differently. But as a newcomer, pretty sweet. Also, just if you really enjoy RF, having that consistency is really nice. I've always just like changing builds though. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna be like a one build Andy kind of guy. Who knows? I could become a cold dot guy, but we'll see how this league goes. Right. None of these helmets look really good though. We might just have to make a rare helmet, which is once again fine. Rare helmets are okay. We could also just use Rhyme Gaze a little bit later than we like. We'll use Crown of it. I mean, it gives us Panda Tomb for free. This is gonna be like so expensive this league. Sandstorm. Yeah, I mean, RF hasn't been bad for as long as like the last several leagues. RF has been good for what it is for a while now. Like even when they changed the gem to not scale, not have like the flat damage per second, instead it scales like more off of your life and stuff. Sure, it changed how the build scales because you didn't care much about levels. You cared more about just like your life number. But like that's a great way to scale. Scaling if there's ever a chance you can scale like a defensive tool and your offense at the same time, that's like a win. That's one of the reasons that people didn't like the whole ephemeral edge trickster, because you literally just scaled your ES number, which also then scaled your offense number with ephemeral edge. So the fact that RF scales off of depending on which one you do, obviously the base one scales off of both energy shield number and life number. You literally just scale your life and your ES, and your damage is just going to go up. Like Like that change did not make the skill worse. It just made it scale differently, and I think differently in a better way. Because once again, I would rather scale the defensive life and ES than to scale just like a arbitrary +1 number here or there. And Chieftain just adds a cool explodes, which is really nice. I mean, you can get explodes on other things, like even RF Scion. You just eventually can get like the Oreth's End Flask for explode. It's not as good as the Chieftain node because Chieftain node is like 500% damage, but like if you, it'll be enough for like clearing. You'll still get like the Ignite Prolif clear that you would with the RF node or with the Chieftain node. Someone showed me this item when they used it. I forgot they were using this. But the more I look at it, I think it looks bad. That being said, what build modifiers can you get with this? Okay, that's whatever. I don't think this is worth it for because also you don't need Elder's Battery on this build unless you're planning on scaling more life and not your energy shield. Also, if I were playing RF this league as just like and like I was experienced with RF, I would probably want to play Elementalist just because it's new and shiny, and I think Elementalist offers a lot of cool stuff for RF, especially with like the new cluster that's like right next to Witch. Like this cluster is really good for RF because RF is technically a spell skill. Cast speed isn't as good, but I mean, 30% damage is pretty good, and these add up to like another 40%. So, but obviously he comes over here on a chieftain anyway. You could probably spend one extra point and come down here and grab it. But I think the golem is going to be really sweet, so I'd probably want to go over here. And if you have Herald of wait, what's Herald of Ash's buff? Almost like they start RF and make your build later. That works out for me, man. Especially because, like I said, my build's untested in like once you get past like two. Well, once you get past like Watchstones, it's a little bit more untested. Like I've done it to Watchstones before years ago, and I did it to maps recently. But like past Watchstones, it's a little more questionable. But we did get a lot of buffs, so I'm gonna obviously change the build around. So by the time you finish RF and you're looking for something else, I'll probably have a lot of updates to the build, and it'll be a little bit more defined for you to follow along pretty easily. Because like earlier in the stream, we went over 1,000 things. I'm not gonna go over them all again right now, but like I have a bunch of ideas of how to scale the build in both defenses and offenses. I just don't know which one works the best and which one's gonna be the easiest for people to be able to follow. So I was like, I want to test things out before I tell people this is what to do. Because I don't want to tell people. I could obviously come in here. I can make a POB that's like 100 divines or whatever kind of thing, and be like, look at all these insane damage numbers, and look at how cool this looks. But I'm not a big fan of like big POE numbers. I like how a build actually feels to play it, and then if it reflects numbers, cool, whatever kind of thing. So I want to make sure it feels good before I just throw numbers at people and be like, look, a big number go up. Which is why I spend a lot of time looking at weird stuff like this, where I'm like, could I use this in some way? Be back in a bit. All right, bye, Tyler. I've been playing PoE1 since early access, and I've never Ubered or unlocked the fifth thing on the map device. I get bored farming, my ADHD kills it for me. That's fair. My ADHD is also the issue of why I'm probably not a one build person and why I like doing other builds. I also typically only do like one, maybe two builds a league. If the content creation thing goes out well and I'm streaming and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves and I have like an audience to kind of like bounce ideas off of. Because what usually happens is I'll play the game a lot, like obsessively, as long as Tyler is willing to hear me talk about it and Tyler's around to play with. But then Tyler loses interest pretty relatively quickly, and then maybe a week or two after that, I'll lose interest. But if I have like a small amount of people to talk about the game with, I'll probably play it forever, to be honest. And I'll probably try like a lot of different builds. So we'll see how that goes. I've never streamed playing through a league, so if I have an audience enjoying the content and talking with me and engaging, I'll probably play this a while longer. I originally set it up to be like I'll play variety in between leagues, but who knows? Yeah, Cyclone hasn't been good and like as a main skill in like a while, right? I think the last time it was good was when it had like I want to say maybe Impale. It's been a minute though. It's been like quite a while. I want to say Legion, but I'm not sure if that's true. Has Legion? How long ago was Legion? Actually, it might have been Legion. Well, I think it was around here. It was somewhere in this area. I want to say it was like the last time it was really good as like a solo skill by itself without being like cast on crit that kind of thing. Cyclone's a comfy thing though because I was playing my cast on crit using Cyclone for funsies before the league started, and I was like, man, it just feels good to hold one button down and just like roll around, just keep rolling around doing weird stuff. I had some ideas for something to do with Cyclone, but I forgot what they were now, and I've moved on. So I'm sorry for that. About immoral damage. It's a low ES helmet though. I'd rather just have Rhymes Gaze at this point. Oh, they have one for each different thing. That's cool. Might just be a Rhymes Gaze Andy until later. Also, I'm really hoping they don't wait till super late tonight. I wanted them to make a post now with the information they released. I want to say yesterday they were like, "We're gonna let you know about the information for like skill other skill gems and the nerf select sanctums tomorrow." They said their Thursday, right? Which would be today. I'd like them to do it earlier instead of waiting until like 9 o'clock to drop it. Cyclone of Tumult got nice buffs. Recommend checking it out if you like Cyclone. It's fair. They did say something about Cyclone in the notes, right? Oh, did both of them get buffed? Just skim reading over it. They both received a buff, right? Regular Cyclone got nerfed. Oh, the damage added is better. Less movement speed is better. Increased AoE is now a meter based instead of like a percent based. I was gonna say, I was like, am I crazy? Hold on, am I reading this incorrectly? Tyler really had me questioning. Sorry, not Tyler. Tyler and YouTube chat really had me questioning my ability to comprehend these words. Okay, yeah, so they both got buffed, which is nice. I'm sure someone's probably cooking up with Cyclone. I know a lot of people enjoyed Cyclone a good bit, so you might be able to find you a Cyclone build, Tectonic. And if not, I can put it on my potential. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a list of potential builds to cook as my like fun builds through the league. Like I obviously want to fine tune Wintertide and Cold Dot. As something I maybe like recycle leagues. Like, hey, guys, here's an update for this build kind of thing. But I want to do additional builds that's not just the Cold Dot and Wintertide. I might make a thing for like suggestions for like chat of like things like homebrew or like makeup builds for. And that could be a good idea. Also, Tyler, Tyler Sockington. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome to the chat, bud. What are you playing for league launch? I forgot what I was looking at. Oh, right, unique helmets. Okay, Rhymes Gate's the only unique one we care about. I think that after Rhymes Gaze, we don't go unique anymore. I mean, we can look at pure evasion base. That sounds awful. Nice to be here. I'm playing Stormburst Totems. Ooh, is it your own thing? Or I want to say the totem guy that I know of is like Tatiano? It's Tata something. He's every time I see totems, it's always his name. Are you finally one of his builds, or is this like a build you made or someone else? We want to do Dex Int. All right, what we're looking for here is we want to see if we can make like a multi-link helmet that would be good to use like Wintertide in eventually. Also, I had a guy, not Stormburst Totems, but I had a guy come in earlier, and once again, I need to start asking people if I can yoink their POBs for just say, I'm yoinking your POB. And he did like a Scorching Ray of Immolation totem build that he thought was cool. There's actually a lot more people enjoying totems than I thought. I never really ran into totem enjoyers. I myself am not a totem enjoyer. I don't hate it. I just never really played it, but a lot of people are playing it. I just didn't realize that was a thing. My own thing. It's an easy skill to scale with following a bunch of that. That's fair. I want to say every time I see Stormburst, or every time I see totems, Stormburst is like one of the ones that's like always mentioned. So I guess it's a very common thing to like do with. Are you playing? I want to say they talk about doing it for. Do you do that for like Sanctum stuff? Are you a Sanctum runner? Right. Area effect's not bad for Shaper. We're not don't power charge stuff. This is not bad. We don't want to do Blast Chain. That's not good. Hypothermia. Okay, so that's a good note that we obviously use already. What level can we scale for hypothermia? Can we get up to 20? Nice, you can get up to 20 for it. Cool. Thank you for the subscription, Tyler Sockington. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate it. Sanctum is common, but I play while I work. So definitely do not play while you work and do Sanctum. That's fair. A Blight Farmer. Okay, cool. Then I'll probably end up buying some oils from you. I'm not really big into Blight. So like I've done like regular Blight and like in maps, and I've done like regular Blighted maps a little bit, but like Blight Ravaged maps, I never got into like doing that kind of content for it, and I never did it as a way to form currency. I did it mostly in like when I played Solo Self Found, I would farm Blight a little bit for getting my oils and whatnot. I mostly enjoy like things like I like Heist a little bit. I like Betrayal, Harvest, those kind of things. Tectonic, I agree about that last part of the sentence where like I hate starting a skill and then switching to something else. There was someone who was like, oh, like Wintertide, because I'm starting Wintertide obviously, and I like beeline rush to the Wintertide or to the brand nodes right here. And someone was like, oh, that just feels bad. You should just like play Rolling Magma until like 30 and then switch over. And I was like, I can't. I hate Rolling Magma for one thing, but I don't want to play one skill for 30 levels to switch to something else. If I don't get my skill by mid Act 2 and I can't play it from like mid Act 2, I really don't want to play it. Obviously, the only thing changing that is like if you need a specific like trans gem, that changes it kind of stuff. But like, I don't want to like just wait 20 levels to play my build. I want to kind of, even if it's a little bit slower. Honestly, if you take this build and you build it to where you're playing like Rolling Magma and stuff like that, you might be faster in your campaign and stuff. But as I've said many times, this is not games done quickly. This is games done eventually. We are a bunch of casual gamers. I'm a 37-year-old man. I am here to just relax, have a good time, and have fun while doing whatever build I'm playing. The regular Cyclone got buffed too, though, Tectonic, not just the Tumult one. I don't know if that changes things from what you said. All right, Blighted maps and Blight Ravage maps are pretty easy to do with almost any build. Key thing is just not to get close to monsters. Don't be melee. Level 3 stun totem on level 3 buff totem area. Equal permanent stun on anything that walks past. Yeah, I had another person who was playing minions, I believe, and he said he's just going to AFK minion farm and Blight. So that kind of matches up to what you're saying. You know, I've honestly had a lot of people, maybe it's just because I don't interact with the community as much when I'm not being a streamer. I didn't realize how many people farmed odd content. What I call odd content, like they had a guy who was like, day one, I'm just gonna farm, or like week one, I'm just gonna farm lab and just push out gems and make much money that way. And I was like, that's actually a really smart thing to do, especially with like people who really want like volcanic fissure of snaking and that kind of stuff. And I was like, really interesting. I saw someone on Reddit who was like, I'm just gonna like I'm not very fast to maps, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get to the first lab and just farm normal lab to get like different gems and sell them on day one. And I was like, like what a unique way to play the game. That's very cool. Because like yeah, I'm not gonna make it to maps on day one, so I might as well just get some currency while I'm at it. But because of the whole blight thing, I didn't realize how many blight farmers there are. Don't be melee is really funny though. How close is close? Like, can I still see them, or do I have to be off screen to not be close to the monsters? If it's like I can still see them, like throw a Wintertide brand at them, I might try it out at some point. But if I have to be like off screen, then this build won't work with it. All right, so hypothermia is obviously really good. So we technically have two okay nodes. I don't think this is super good for us. This is like kind of an okay thing for us. Then being on screen is dangerous. Okay, yeah, I'll probably play a different build with that. I think like ignite proliferation kind of stuff's good for. Yeah, that's my other issue. I need to upgrade my computer. I'm still on Windows 10. I get a reminder every once in a while from Windows themselves saying that like my they're canceling Windows 10 in October and I need to upgrade, but my current software is not good enough. Our current hardware is not good enough. So I'll need to do that eventually. Also, that would obviously make my stream content better too. So hopefully the stream thing goes pretty well and I can make this more of a full-time thing and look into upgrade my computer, give you guys a better experience, like higher definitions and stuff. Probably better like audio quality too. Also, how do things sound on YouTube? Not a lot of people talk to me on YouTube. Honestly, the last 2 days have been the first time in like the week of me streaming that someone's actually talked to me on YouTube. How's the quality over there? Is it okay? Lossless scaling. You sound good here. I keep getting a warning from YouTube saying that the bitrate is not great. So that's why I was asking. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you use audio stream rate of 128, but I'm pretty sure it's higher than that already, naturally, but it's whatever. Nice. Cool. Thank you for confirming that for me. I actually was worried about it. Like I said, no one usually talks over there. Appreciate it, you guys. All right, so Shaper is a good one just to go for hypothermia, and then we can maybe even do the awakened orb thing, but we'll see. Might be earlier. We just do no. I think if we're going, we might as well do a duplicate one, right? We'll see what else we can get. What's Elder bring to us? Burning damage is useless. We don't want that. We don't need emulate. That's worthless for us. Less duration is obviously one of the worst things you can get. This wouldn't be that bad. Oh wait, no, that is bad. Never mind. This actually doesn't impact the spiritual aid node because this is minion damage, just like the support gem, not like increased minion damage. Though you could make a helmet for your minions, for your golems. I feel like that's cooking too much. Let's not talk about the minion thing for now. Let's just move on. The nearby minus res from obviously this is fire, but I'm sure there's a cold one for like Redeemer, which we'll scroll down to in a second. But that might not be that bad to get. Depends on how nearby is, you know? Okay. So it's pretty much yeah, we don't care about that. These are the options for a helmet. I guess we can look into gloves and I guess potentially weapons if we end up getting like a squire and want to go squire. I don't think a squire is good for the build. I think we're just getting too far deep into like a weird cooking situation. But honestly, that's kind of been my last few days. Is just me saying one random thing and then going off on a tangent of if this is good or not. But like whatever content we're gonna make right now, right? Like I don't want to just go randomly level through campaign again. I'd rather once the league starts, content will be a lot better. Block chance is pretty low for this. Honestly, we're not. Why are we looking at this? Stop looking at this. We're not going block. This is obviously not a block thing, but like we also don't want armor. We're going evasion. Yes. Chat, you someone stop him. Let's look at gloves can be crafted, right? With like stuff. Hawk effect, area effect. Oh, is this the same things? Oh, okay. Oh, it's different. I just had to refresh it. Okay. What is that? What is this? What is this thing? Is that like the recombinator symbol? What is that symbol? Are the old recombinator symbols from like Sentinel League? Yeah, it is. Okay. Posture check. Fair enough, Abby. Posture has been checked. I'm not sitting like a gremlin. She's gonna run out of points eventually. These don't really help us out at all with anything. These are all pretty bad for us as well. So gloves isn't it. So helmet is the only one that really has. I guess we can just put on nothing right here. Make sure there's nothing that I'm missing from socketed gems. That's probably like body armors and stuff. Well, we're trying to get to the point where we're moving out of the body armor. Crest Desire. I've heard the name. Can't picture what the item is. Let's look it up. Honestly, pretty funny. But it unfortunately we can't do double damage with damage over time, which it says here. I think we were doing a hit based build. That would be pretty funny. Just to throw like it in by itself. Um Hilarious. Good suggestion, XDD. Quite a meme, yeah. Just a desire will be OP. We don't want Arcane Surge. Brutality is worthless. This stuff's worthless. Cold Pin doesn't help us, even though the cold damage would be nice. Control Destruction's okay. Okay, so that's on weapons. Back to the Squire idea. Ring of Rain, is that the new... Is that an item or is it... I said Bring of. Howdy, Lily! I think it's a Berserker node, right? That's Warbringer. Old item. Oh, I was thinking Warbringer. There's some old items that I was looking through unique items earlier, just for like random things. I found like this this Brian Rot mark, and I was like, this actually, if you can get this still, I don't know if it's still in the game, honestly. If you can get this still, um, not a bad like early game purchase if it's cheap for the Golemancer build. I mean, one, you're socket heavy, so having an extra socket for just like a random golem is pretty sweet. Um, and the effects aren't bad. I'm gonna type meowdy to Lily. Meowdy. Since everyone else is currently lurking. But yeah, so I found a bunch of like weird old items. Oh, I remember seeing this helmet. I think I pick it up and throw it into my stash and then sell it afterwards. 30 physical damage, faster attacks, blind. Can't use chest armor. Ran into an issue with leveling elementalists. How do you take the golem node first? What you mean? What you mean? What's the issue exactly? Do you want to clarify? Because the sarcastic answer to me was like, you click these buttons once you unlock your ascendancy. If you need 2 link for, well, there's your issue. Who's using armor and creation? Ugh. You're using a lot of things that I didn't use. None of that was stuff that I used in my build, except for shield charge and like I use frostbling instead of flame dash. I don't use heralds. I also, the issue I ran into with golems is you necessarily won't have all 4 golems right away, or like the 4 different types, because when you get golems at 34, you'll get one as a reward, but you'll need to buy the other 3, and they'll cost a chance orb. I, at the time in my playtest run, only had 1 chance orb additional, so I was only able to buy a golem, and then I got more golems as I got whatchamacallits. I didn't level with a 4 link for cold snap. I did 3 link in my weapon. Wintertide brand, I had a 4 link. I didn't use malvoyance. I used period of elements because I would prefer the defense and whatnot over extra damage, which I mentioned multiple times. I was like, if you want to be a better gamer, you can use malvoyance. Yeah, it's a socket. Yeah, I know. Curse is correct, but yeah, I have in my notes here. Oh, but why am I on items? Freaking idiot. I did this. But like these things, like so for instance, I buy like discipline, and I buy like malvoyance and stuff like that, which I should have listed here, but I don't, so I need to fix that. But those are leveled in offhand, which are mentioned in the notes. Like I said, I only used like 2 golems originally, so I used chaos and I want to say I used stone, but I probably would use lightning on actual league launch. Just lightning didn't really benefit for the playtest because it doesn't have the mana generation. But you don't use all 4 golems right away. The But the reason you want it, the bigger reason you want this node, especially early, is for Chaos Golem. Even if you only have Chaos Golem, it's already stronger than any other first node you take. Yeah, you just said that. Like, you're not gonna grab these nodes. These nodes don't help you as Wintertide. If you play other Cold Dot like Creeping Frost, they could. So I can see you are making an argument for these if you're playing a different kind, but Wintertide will not. Um, And then like this is obviously still good, but I wouldn't take it over this as the first node. This is my second node, and then third, fourth. But if you're going hit based, yeah, I can see an argument for not going this and going this instead. That being said, I still probably would go this. Like because Chaos Golem's really strong. Even if you only have 2 golems instead of having the 4 golems, I think 2 golems overpowers this stuff for leveling in campaign. Even if you like, let's say you don't use Chaos Golem, you use like Stone Golem and Lightning Golem. That's essentially just you're getting free clarity and vitality auras. Not with Mastery, the Fire Mastery. The 100 damage with hits against ignited enemies. That one. Yeah, that's fair. If I'm fire, I'm probably alright not anyway. I get rid of the time, but yeah, I mean that's if you want to speedrun stuff, pop off. I like the quality of life the golem thing brings. You also get to resummon your golems. You also get increased golem effect. So, like I said, I think it's good, but I don't think there's a correct choice of like 100% of the time this is what you should do. I think for this build specifically, this is what you should do. But if you're going different kind of elementalists, I don't think like this is always the best elementalist node to take first. Um, the big trouble you run into that I realized when I was looking at pretty much witch in general, I was like, man, there is actually witches in a spot right now, especially with the changes to changes to elementalists, where there's so many nodes that like a lot of builds would enjoy. Like a lot of builds can enjoy most of these nodes. If you're a hit based build, you probably want some heralds, you probably want some golems, you probably want some of the hit stuff, but you probably wouldn't mind also grabbing Bastion of Elements. You probably also wouldn't mind grabbing this stuff. You could even like Forbidden Flesh and Flame and steal a bunch of things over here. Like Witch has a lot of good nodes here. So I think that I think the issue is you have just too many options to pick from, and there's no like one correct situation for a variety of builds. But yeah, for cold dot, especially exclusively for cold dot with Wintertide leveling and like campaign and stuff, I think Liege is the best node. Even over like over here, like I don't think this is. I think this is worse than just going Liege if you're like comparing the two. And obviously none of these side nodes really compare to it either. But if you're going like a Creeping Frost or a Vortex, or for some odd reason playing Cold Snap as your main damage ability, I could see you making arguments for the hit based nodes. And then if you're not playing Cold Dot, if you're playing, you know, I don't know, what is an Ignite build that people like to play? Ice Crash Ignite. Obviously, Shaper of Flames is going to be your pick. If you play Ice Crash Ignite, you need to have Shaper of Flames. Flame Blast Wave, yeah. So even that, because like you still would love this. Also, fun thing, I mentioned a couple times. I don't know who all was here when I mentioned it, but if you are playing a hit-based build for Elementalists and you are doing Golemancer, Shaper of Winter and Shaper of Flames, yes, PB updated. Not all the nodes work properly. Like if you see like this is in red, the enemy's shield thing, it doesn't work. But like this works properly. The other parts of it will work properly, obviously. But like some things, you can also see the new nodes where the locations at and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, for people who are hit based into Goldomancer Elementalist, you probably want to grab Shaper of Winter and Shaper of Flames no matter what your build is. Because these things are also not only great defenses for yourself, they're great defenses for your mercenary and your golems. Because the ignited by you is damage they deal is converted, so that's even damage they deal to your golems. And your golems are immune to element, so that's like the 40% just DR right there for your golems. And then this obviously is lessens their damage they deal, so it's damage they deal also to your golems. So these are kind of DR for your golems and your mercenary if you're hit based. I honestly, one of my big complaints is the verbiage on how they chose to do these nodes. So like you notice here, Shaper Flames is enemies ignited by you. It doesn't mention hits. So while the other parts of it do require a hit, like for instance, being able to ignite people requires a hit, and hits always ignite is a hit. If you ignite somebody, and then do something else, you're getting the damage reduction kind of thing. This is only like this right here. The way it's phrased is enemies chilled by your hits. So only the chill from your hits matters. If this said enemies chilled by you, then this would work with Wintertide. Full stop. It would just work with Wintertide. If you have a way to ignite people without having to hit them, that would work. This would not work if you have to hit them for the chill to work. Same thing with this one. It says shocks from your hits. So it's weird to me that they chose to have this one not be specifically just to buy hits where the other ones are. I figured this all out because I went down a rabbit hole of like, can I make Wintertide ignite if I take this node because all damage can ignite, but you still need the hit to actually ignite. Unfortunately, even if all damage can ignite, it just pretty much says like all damage types can ignite, not necessarily like any damage you deal ignites. But yeah, so if you're concerned about like, hey, I'm playing Cold Wintertide, this is going to be best node even if you can't get all 4 golems. Getting just the chaos golem early is super good. For damage reasons, if you want like the extra life regen, you can go just stone golem. That's really good for helping you. Like I said, essentially a free vitality aura. The lightning golem's a free attack speed and cast speed boost, and also clarity aura. So I think it's still good to take, even if you can only afford 1 or 2 golems in your sockets. In fact, in my playthrough, like I said, I only had like 2 golems for a bit. And you just gotta fit the other stuff in later. But yeah. Did I miss any chats? I don't think I missed any chats. Also, Lily, if you didn't pay attention to like the nodes and stuff, a good buff to the build I'm trying, which is like the cold dot thing, is this cold dot node is right here. For one, it has a little bit of skill defect duration on it, which actually helps with the activations, which is really nice. You can technically go to this node instead and get like 2% more dot multi, but I think I'm going to go with the extra skill duration and a little bit less dot multi. And then like this whole thing is really good. You can obviously pick up another thing right here if you wanted to. I might not. But if your issue is like, oh, my golems are dying a little bit, you're right next to Indomitable Army now, which is just like a bunch of PDR for your golems in life. So like this is a decent point to spend. You can connect here instead of connecting like right here. Problem solved. Technically, it's not out of the way at all if you go this way. So it's pretty cool, the location of the node. I like it a lot. And I will probably be updating my POB to utilize it in the future. This node is not good for us, or like it's okay for us, obviously, if you're okay with losing the skill effect duration. I guess it might balance it out. It actually says, is it because of the cast speed? Their activations go up so we don't lose activations? But our duration of our brand is lower, right? So we don't lose activations technically because we get cast speed. I wish these small nodes had cast speed. Yeah, activations go up, but our duration goes down. And obviously the thing's in red right now, so it doesn't calculate the damage over time for spell skills right now. I don't know. Could be cool in the future. I'll have to see what my duration of my brands are. I wish it showed me right here, to be honest. Let's go to calcs. Ooh, let's fix our stuff back to where we were. Okay. Let's go to calcs. What is our duration of our brand currently? Where do I see duration of brand? Right, duration's right here. So it's 4.6 seconds. POB isn't updating. I have the, if you go to about or options, you go to options right here. I have the opt in for weekly beta test builds. Maybe that's what it is. Do you have that checked? And then you'd save, and then you might be able to update to the new one. Looks like the patch. Yeah, I'm on beta patch. Sorry, so yeah, it's a beta patch. So you have to have that checked if you don't have it checked. It's not an official patch yet, which is probably why some of the stuff isn't working. Because they usually don't launch stuff not working like this. This is usually like a beta stuff to just kind of show people where stuff is at. Mr. Streamer. I try. Right. Yeah, it's just options in the bottom left of the POB. And then right here in the top of application options, or not the top, the bottom of it, opt in for weekly beta test builds, check it, hit save, and then you should be able to check for updates. And it should update to the beta. And your thing should down here should say version 2.533, blah, 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 so beta. Let me know if that works for you. Lily came in and distracted me, and I forgot what I did. Oh, Lily, I also added someone else's POB to my Yonkin POBs thing. Also, I need to rename this to your name. Also, Lily, are you okay with me yoinking your POBs to show other people who might be excited for different kind of builds? I meant to ask that and I didn't. Well, how do you rename bookmarks? Bookmark manager? If you say you don't want people to look at these things, then I will remove them. Also, if any of these come from like other content creators, just let me know what their names are, and I'll give them credit for it. Now I'll leave it like that. Okay, Tyler, what were we doing? What is it? I need to add a redemption thing for people to be able to give treats to my cats. Also, I'm getting pretty hungry, so I'm gonna take a snack break and eat some of these peanut butter filled pretzels real quick. Oh, we were looking at Craft of Exile. Hmm. The golems right now, they aren't updated to the new gems. Just so you know, even in the beta, like see, this is still the old buffs. Like he should have AoE on here. Attack speed should be a little bit better, and they should have mana gem, all that stuff. Or are you talking about something else? Did I misunderstand what you were talking about? Okay, got it. Yeah, I have the I still have this in, which is my math I did. It doesn't change the base golem, so like technically you're a little bit better than this is. And I tried to math it to where it was like a level 18 golem. So I just in my head try to figure it out. But this is the custom config I have in mind to kind of replicate what the new buffs should be at around a level 18 golem with a 180% buff effect, which you get from just uh, the ascendancy point, and then that one wheel gives you 180%. If you have quality on your golems, you have to change the math a little bit, or if you're getting like buff effect from elsewhere, you have to change the number a little bit. But at 180%, at around like level 18ish golems, this is it. Yeah, if you do that, yeah. So there's someone on Reddit who posted like a full config for it. That being said, we should be. So the reason I want to say the reason they probably didn't put the golems in yet is because we only have like the information for like we just have like just the text information, right? We don't have the actual, and we have like what their scaling is, but not the exact scaling of it. Like we don't know when does Chaos Golem from go from 10% to like 11%. Is it level 5? Is it level like 2? So until they have all the gym information, they probably don't want to put it in. That being said, GGG did say at some point we should be getting gym information. Say I believe, right? Not crazy. Tomorrow, yeah. So that should be today. They're gonna post the Sanctum nerfs. So hopefully we'll have the updated gyms and stuff tomorrow. But like because obviously If they give it to local identity and his team, or I'm not sure if it's a team. I'll probably look into it if I keep saying his team. If they give it to local identity, he still needs time to put it into POB, and hopefully we'll have it sometime tomorrow before launch on Friday, so we can see like true config numbers and stuff. I also hope that he fixes Wintertide. Wintertide and POB damage wrong. Someone said I'm gonna watch this video. Never mind. Okay, but yeah, so the damage in the thing is wrong. How it calculates it and whatnot. So good luck. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into that. Winter ties are broken forever. I want to say I was watching a stream last night. I watched Shack Central, the original Cold that guy. And he said that he messaged local identity himself, and local identity said that he's gonna try to get it in to fix it. But I don't know how true that is, obviously. Yeah, I saw his POB. I don't want to put other people's configs in my stuff because I would rather do the math myself, and I just don't want to do the math. But I don't want to just put wrong information there. If people want to take my POB and put it in the numbers in there, they're for free to go. But I don't want to put it in there and post it for people to kind of be like, this is actually wrong in the end. You know, not saying Shaq is wrong or anything like that, but I'd just rather do stuff myself if I have it in my guide. Oh right, okay. I think helmet slash is probably the best one to be if we're trying to multi-link. We can make something similar to how they make RF helmets. Let's go look at that. Let's just go back to that. Helmets. We want Dexent. We want to put on, I believe it was Shaper. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know how good area effect is actually good for it. So let's toss it in here real quick and just see. It's literally just increases the AoE. It doesn't actually increase any damage, but I think it has area damage attached to it. The modifier. No, it's all area effect. So the skill increase is just it literally it's not damage increase. It's just bigger, just bigger. Maybe that's not worth it. Maybe multi-link handle is just not the play. Honk effects one that has area damage. Got it. Honk effects really bad for us though. I wish this was like controlled destruction. That would be really sweet for us. I wish this had a different a secondary thing. Like this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, and this guy only has 1 on his side. Sheeper needs to get it together. Okay, so multi-link helmet probably not the play. At least for purposes of putting in one of her cold dot skills. Might be the play for putting in like say minions. Because you can put in like obviously minion life would be good. But like a bone helmet is weird, right? Because that's what you need to like get minion levels, right? For it's like a bone helmet. What is it called? It is a bone helmet. Why did that not show up a second ago? What are bone helmets defensively? Armor energy shield. Rough. Is there a minion helmet that's energy ES? All right, we're just gonna skip the idea. We just won't do it. Okay. So for a helmet in the late game, we will have to figure it out. We'll probably just go for a strong defensive helmet and not worry about anything else. Maybe add in like obviously Banner Reservation efficiency to be able to maybe try to squeeze in more auras later on or like different auras. Because I think stuff like weirdly enough, I know we're not crit based or anything. Take that off. But stuff like Zealotry is actually good for us anyway, just because it gives more spell damage. So if we're stacking like a lot of spell damage, more spell damage is super good. Obviously, in the conk ground's pretty bad too, or pretty good too, right? You still have to hit someone, but like it says, not many allies, which your merc is not a minion ally, so not too shabby. And then obviously we would probably fit in like a grace instead of purity here. If I could find a mercenary who has like purity of element, like I need him to just have two of the auras I want. I need a mercenary that has like purity of elements. AFK dinner. Yeah. Enjoy your food. I'm pretty hungry. I think my wife is cooking now. I guess I'll hydrate real quick. One thing about actually wait, I'll just finish chugging this before. Wonderful. All right. I have a message. What does this say? All right, I need to respond to those people. I think. Bunch. Sorry, I'm just clearing notifications real quick. Stuff has been said. Cool. Make sure people aren't asking for advice on anything real quick. I have actually a lot of posts. Okay. Right. That's important. So in the end, we're gonna want. I want to go into evasion stacking, like evasion, and like brains ride energy shield, because there is a mod on the grasping mail where overcapped cold res scales evasion. So I think if we get that mod eventually, obviously this is like late game stuff or like omega crafting kind of thing. But if we get that mod onto like a good base, like an aquatic armor kind of thing, uh, that'd be really sweet. Because then we can scale. We just like stack some cold res to like help scale both our defense and our offense with this mastery. So I'm leaning more this way. Also, I kind of like suppressed evasion more than I like. I'm not gonna say more. I do enjoy this because it's really good against like smaller hits, like especially if you're recovering on block and whatnot. You just get like a bunch of recovery for fun. But I like kind of over this area a bit more. We can get Ghost Dance for helping recovery when we get hit. Um, this is probably worth picking up, obviously, if we're going in this direction. We'll probably also grab this instead of grabbing Well, no, I like intelligence. We're probably gonna stick with that one. Okay. We didn't get like nearly as far as I thought we would get on cooking a lot of this stuff already today. I keep getting distracted and talking about just fun things, which I guess is the point of this. So it's okay. But man, I was hoping to get a little bit more stuff done. Helmet, rare helmet. We don't want a bone helmet. We want to reset. We're just gonna make a quick helmet, defensive helmet, solid helmet. What bases do we have available to us? Torture's mask. That's probably ugly as hell. It's That's not good for us. That's definitely cooking a little bit. Um, Also, I don't think the eye mouse is a good thing because we're not hitting very often. That's just like a placeholder. Don't look at it. That was put back to Rhymes gaze. And we'll remove the eye malice because that's not good for this build specifically. Replica Dragon Fane's a good early option once you get past and you like want to invest in something. Ashes is going to be better later. This is stupid. Don't look at this. Okay. Um, which helmet is? I guess I can go to the wiki. It's easier for me to see. Because my brain hurt. All right. Torture's Mask is higher evasion, lower energy shield. Evasion, low energy shield. I think it's just the vibe. That's just what it is. So Torture's Mask is probably the best if we're doing hybrid. Is that also the one that gets the most energy shield? Looks kind of like it. We might just have to see how much evasion we get. Maybe we. How much? What's the evasion breakpoints? They show breakpoints on here. So the monster accuracy is 2,000 with 100,000. You only have a 75% chance to evade. Rough. You probably want like around 5 or 50,000 for like T16s. I guess you're going to be absorbing some hits, and it's okay. If you have like an energy shield and recovery. Don't worry, guys. We're currently at 27 evasion. I'm pretty good. Okay. I guess maybe we make the armor first. Man, I don't know. How do you scale evasion ES without this? Okay, we'll just cook some stuff, and in fact, let's go. Let's get out of this POB. Let's go to our cooking one. I don't want to put weird stuff on that one. We're gonna throw like some just like obscene items on here. Perfect. Oh, I should go to whatever. Major skills. Uh, Need to hop off. Have a nice rest of your stream. Thanks, Big Bam, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. See you later, man. Enjoy your rest of your day. Also, I'm just waiting for 10:30. I have a good feeling that Arc Raiders will keep me hooked for a while. The hell is Arc Raiders? Ooh, pretty. What is this? I don't think this is on my radar. It's like a. Oh, that's loud. Extraction shooter. We love extraction shooters. Show me gameplay. Interesting. Let me pull up on. I'm assuming it's on Steam. Let me pull that up over here. It's on here. Okay. Add to wish list. Probably gonna be cool. Is there a gameplay trailer? Not actual gameplay. What about this one? I don't know. Okay. Looks cool though. I'll keep an eye on it and look at it when it gets closer. I want to see like actual gameplay footage, which I'll probably look up on YouTube later if they have any out already. But the two trailers on Steam didn't have actual gameplay, so me and my friend group are usually down for kind of games like that. So could be something we get into later. 10:30 so far away though, and honestly, if GGG is to be trusted with their timelines right now, a new league will be dropping right around then. It's supposed to be 4 months after. Every 4 months, supposed to be a new league. They said for POB 1. So that means essentially on 10/13 there'll be a new league. Yeah, we're crafting degen stuff. Yeah, we were heartbroken when they announced 10/30 as the release date at Summer Game Fest. Oh, is this one of the ones that was at Summer's Game Fest? I honestly, I need to go look up like a video that just goes through like the cool things for it. I didn't watch all the stuff. I saw a handful of the trailers because Tyler in Twitch chat, my mod, he was posting something to our Discord, being like, "These are I saw these were cool," and if I remember correctly, I didn't really care for most of them that he posted, which wasn't a me thing. I think they're cool. I think they were like my style of things. But he did post one that was I want to say the Dying Light, the Beast thing. I like the Dying Light series, so that would be cool. A lot of people were excited for the new Resident Evil, but I'm not a huge Resident Evil fan. I'm not good at horror games. I'm pretty scaredy cat. He was very excited about like the Atomic Heart stuff, but I don't like Atomic Heart. I don't like Death Stranding, so on and so forth. There's food on the way. Appreciate the delivery, Malige. Ooh, looks good. Thank you. Looks good. Thank you. Wife just brought me food. I'm not gonna eat it right away, but it looks pretty good. I'll eat it shortly. Get some crafting done first, though. We're gonna go body armors. We're gonna craft a body armor first. I want to try to see if going evasion energy shield without like hearts stopper thing is worth it. And like I said, we're gonna do degen crafting, so this isn't for the faint of heart. That mod for what I'll call it is it even in here? Jesus. I guess I don't calculate for combinators. Okay. What mod pool does the combinator thing fall into? We said Steam Summer Sale should be happening soon, which is obviously not the same thing we were talking about, but it reminded me of it. Uh, these are suffixes. Is it in here? Or is it a prefix? Evasion rating cold. Okay, so it's a prefix. Okay. So if I were to get that fractured over onto the piece, I want to leave open a prefix. So we would probably go those two nodes is the goal. And over here, we would just fill with what we can. If we could do suppress, sweet. If we can do chaos res, sweet. Yeah, also, if we don't want to do the overcapped res thing, there is the other node as well. Um, oh wait, it's while not on low life. I thought it was just in general. No, I want to be low life. That's just a terrible node. The only way to avoid it, like Balboa and course getting elixir. I imagine this is armor. It is. Could also do Shabs, the good old classic. Haven't seen you in many years. And the low life thing really messes up the plan. Wish it was WoW on low life, then it would fix it. Manipur, blah blah. That doesn't matter to us. Right, maybe the plan is to, if we go low life, also just have a big enough pool to not instantly die. To chaos damage. We'll have chaos res. Obviously, we'll be capped on that. I think there's also like, what's chaos taken as, right? What's that one jewel called? Is it? Or is it only damage taken as chaos, and there's no way to convert it the other way? Asian beef. That sounds delicious, bud. All right. Have the rest of your night, man. Talk to you later. All right, chat. We're gonna take 2 seconds to eat our food. Um, I'm gonna be here. If you want to talk, good for me to talk. I'll put a thing on the thing, but we can talk about POBs and stuff like that. I'm gonna mute up and also take off the camera because I don't want to watch me eat. So I'll be right back. All right, chat, I'm back. Okay. Oh, Rocco's here too. It's Rocco time. Rocco said no. Oh, he's a big baby. Cry. He's a big baby. Rocco, everyone says you're stinky. Yeah. They said it in chat. You can't read, so you don't actually know. But they said it. Okay. Let's go look at POE Ninja. Others is fine. I want to look at, say, these three ascendancies. I want to change the columns. I would love to see life and ES is fine. Level we don't care about. Name I don't really care about. Keystones I don't care about. EHP I don't really care about. DPS, I mean, I guess we care a little bit about it. I don't know. But I want to see their evasion. Actually, inner shield life, we got that stuff. That's pretty much it. It's cool you can fill with a number of customers too. I also just recently discovered this, the column thing. So, pretty sweet. We put their names up, that's fine. Oh, I guess we'll put up EHP just because it'll give us like a rough estimate of it. I don't want EHP that much. But yeah. This guy. Queen of the Forest. Right, I should have tried to balance out evasion with high energy shield, like maybe this guy. Playing Storm Skull, he has a lot of energy shield. This guy's even more. Alright, let's look at Poopy Butt Cheeks. Hello, buddy. Is that 100%? Oh, because he's Chaos Inoculation. I was like, the fuck? The fuck? Rocco, your baby. Where does he scale his ES? I was he went like all the way in here. I don't know if we'll be able to do that, but we'll look at it. Sassy Rocco. Kitty. Yeah, it is a kitty. He's a baby. He's getting a little sassy though. Now he's clawing at my face while he's kneading at my face, but yeah, same thing. Oh, now he said I'm out of here. Yeah, we can't go this far over because we need the brand nodes no matter what. What do people do with just like if they just go no evasion stuff? They just go like big energy shield. Thoughts, chat? Bunch of evasion on here, nothing crazy. A little bit of suppress. And prayers. Got it. Me and thoughts and prayers. Halo. He's a sweet baby. He's just right up. You can't see him probably. Or can you? Can you see my hand? No. He's just right there sitting. Now he's on my lap again. Now he's laying down in a weird position. We're gonna have to get like an above camera just so people can see Rocco laying in weird ways. None of this gear seems too crazy. Ah, Rocco. Chaos damage. That's kind of whatever there. Storm Shroud's not really a defense. I mean, it is a defensive thing, but like not what we're looking for. A defensive thing. He has a lot of minion nodes. Is this like a Herald of Agony build? And I just doesn't pay attention. No. What am I missing? Why is this guy getting all this minion damage? Is there like a? Oh, is it the tree? Oh yeah, that's what it was. The ruin. Have a run thing for it. Okay, so that makes sense. His evasion's pretty good though. He takes Ghost Dance. He takes the good nodes. It's Chaos stuff down here. Evasion, Energy Shield down here. Chaos. He's suppress capped. For anyone joining, we're trying to figure out how we want to scale later, just so we have a little bit of preparation done for league launch. I have a good idea for early game. I just want to know what I want to do for the later in the game part. Evasion rating per 5 intelligence. Dexterity is no evasion rating. Are we in stacking? We're not in stacking. Weird that we're not in stacking. We took that node. Guess our intelligence is much higher than our dexterity, so it's not that weird, but it is a little weird. Huh, Rocco. I don't think we could justify going all the way down here, though. That's like a lot of passive points. There's like no way. Ah! Sorry, Rocco's just like walking on me. There's no way for us to reasonably get to here. Ooh! Where's that tree? Rocco, you're standing on my mouse. I'm trying to click, buddy. You can't see Rocco being a menace right now, chat, but he's right here. Just like set between like next to my keyboard and stuff. There he is. Now I'm calling him out. He's like, "Oh, look at me! I'm cute. I'm rubbing on stuff." He's not cute. He's a demon. Hi, buddy. You a demon? All right. We want this, obviously. Does it still just tell us that is the best pathing? I guess if you look at his tree, he really didn't take anything on the outside other than ghost dance. How many points does that save us? Tyler's gonna hate it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. 6 points either way. What is the big benefit of going here versus here? Nothing. Or I guess instead of like intelligence dexterity node, we also get more evasion ES because we take a small node of this right here. Because from here you can still take all the ones you like. Like if you want, you could take this. You can still get this thing right here. You can take this if you wanted. You don't take this. No shot. This is like a good tree. Yeah, I think if we were to do this, we probably should go down this way. This can't be like correct. Someone's gonna punch me in the face. Clusters were at 2 something. Damage over time multi equals to 20. Gonna get more from here. But just not go through Prism Node. I probably can go or not go through this as well. Maybe I just don't go for down here. I can just cut off right here. Oh, go stance. Take the evasion. You gain no evasion from dexterity and just do like intelligence stacking. This is like big cooking, guys. I don't know. This just sounds like I'm just saying weird shit now. If we go like, if we're going weird stuff, which we're leaning that way. Which point, I'm gonna go under here, grab this. I'm gonna technically go. Ugh. Go like that. Good thing Tyler's not here. Oh, it has to connect there though. That's not enough for a split personality, unfortunately. Maybe I'll put a split personality there. I just get laughed at. Obviously, you don't have to cluster for split personality. You could just throw in a random jewel socket somewhere. Can I get away with? Can I take this off without collapsing the whole tree? uh, Okay. We're at 118. What percent increase of effective allocated passes between it and your starting class location? 5. Okay. We're at 6. Okay, with this mastery right here, right? Somehow, because I don't know how we're gaining intelligence from this. We're somehow gaining intelligence. Oh, that's why. And our evasion from the tree goes up pretty okay. Or like a percentage thing, not like the actual number. The number is super small because we gain like a shit ton. Um, yes, from tree. This just gives, or sorry, intelligence is flat ES though, right? We still want a little bit of life because we want to be low life. But I don't know if we can be low life without some kind of fuckery going on. Golemaster node. Dual sockets obviously good. We want to make sure we're taking brand stuff. Meowdy Doug. We can obviously spec out of this stuff right here. This might be also something we spec out of eventually. I don't know if it buys us enough space to put in a dual socket way down here though. I think this might be going too far. We just have to put it here. And also just we don't take this anymore as well. Fortunately, those are the best points for that if we're going this way. Could, in theory, go like here, 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 here. That's just more points. That's more, not less. Yeah, what does everyone think? I feel like what I'm doing is not correct. 65. That's a pretty good number, though. You're 6 points over. What if we, oh, 5 points over? Where would we trim? Where would we trim off 5 points? Where would we trim off 4 points? We can take off 2 points here, not do this. Where would we trim off 2 points? You don't want to connect there, that obviously ruins the tree. Could, in theory, go here and remove these two. We only need 1 point. Oh, we don't need this anymore. Yeah. We do want this. We're going to pay it to it. So we still need 1 more point. 38 intelligence. Like this might just be better. Maybe intelligence knows zoning by. Just because it's intelligence? Oh, it's only 10% though. No one really cares for that. Any other big intelligence days I'm missing out on? Don't look like. I mean, this right here. But there's no way we path over that way to get that. This is technically intelligence. Only 10 though. It is 1 point. Not bad. I think I'm just stupid. I think I'm just not doing this. This is weird, and I should stop it. It only gives us 1 activation per brand. Maybe that's not even worth it anymore. Extra tree for point wise. Perfect. What a great tree. This you would obviously want to have like not be attack damage. Probably have it to be cold damage. I assume would be your best bet. They can get a higher percentage based, and then you would want it to have like attributes on it, so intelligence and like effect. Let's go ahead and craft that just because it looks bad the way it is. We're going cold damage. We want effect on it. What else is good here? Probably just energy shield would be good here. And then this would just be like all attributes plus intelligence. Not filtering for intelligence. Let's just copy some gear to have like making it. Oh, I guess I can just make it myself. Let's go craft some like just bogus gear real quick, or real slow, whatever works. We would want evasion ES. The chronic sounds great. Just gonna stack it. Guys, just to clear once again, this is not day one POB. Please don't go in the chat and be like, thanks for the day one POB, boss. That's a suffix, I'm pretty sure. At this point, might as well. And for the last prefix, I don't know. Oh, we have. Oh, what do we don't have a suffix? We have one suffix, two suffix, three suffix. So we have a prefix to open or open still. You could not go on low life. Is this helping us at all? I didn't put that thing on here either. Ooh, not a good time for Tyler to come back. Chat, hide it. Definitely don't look at this tree. Ragey. So this is kind of going to be like one of my theories for I was level 100 because we are 123, 123. This is my int evasion stacking cold dot elementalist. With like no gear on it, except for these two pieces so far. These jewels technically don't have any mods, so I'm gonna take those off. So cluster, two split personalities, and those two items. This is what I got so far, and 100 passive points, obviously. Eco pondering POB. Oh yeah. Oh, Abby, Todd add new emotes, including one that has like your very long sitting thing. But there's a mass. There it is. There's a mastery. This one right here, where you get 1% evasion rating per 5 intelligence, and I was like, well, I can stack a lot of intelligence. I don't have to like go all the way to end here and stuff. And I was like, plus if I stack intelligence, I can and with this, intelligence also will apply to spell damage, but a little bit. Because intelligence increases macro energy shield. And yet, currently, with no other items, I already have 6,000 energy shield. Even worth it anymore. I think probably need to find like more ways to regenerate. It is the only source of regeneration I have for right now. Yes, though. Yeah, I mean, if I get more evasion ES gear and put more intelligence on here, obviously, like rings get it. This probably you would want to eventually replace with like a simplex or like focus amulet, because you want like more attributes obviously from your thing, or even maybe just a synthesized percent intelligence amulet. I don't know the damage difference between that because I didn't craft anything yet. But that's kind of the vibe. So this is just like one of the avenues I think for scaling. I don't know if I like it. You need to be like level 100 to do it. So I don't know how, or at least to do it to this extent. You can obviously take off points here or there, and whatnot. You can not go low life, which honestly I don't know if we can afford to go low life. So you might not even do that. Which if you don't go low life, I would just pick up CI and I'll just drop these life nodes. This one's still good to pick up because it gives a lot of energy shield. 2% energy shield is really good. This one right here, I probably put the, I think it's Healthy Mind Jewel. These reductions to life and radius to transform 2% value. That's what we're looking for. Oh, I don't really care about the mana thing, but so we'll just leave that the way it is. So you see how this right currently gives much of life. If you now look at it now, well, it doesn't, but you can see like it gives hello, calculating right. The percent thing should be percent energy shield instead of life now. So these nodes will each give 8% energy shield instead of 5 and 3, and this one should get 7%. So it's not a bad thing for right here, but we can also undo that if we're not going low life. Then we also have to worry about chaos damage. So that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I think I like this better. We lose 30% more damage. We also lose the ability to reserve things on our life. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, I think it's good. The other thing is, so this will feature some couple points. We're on 96. Nice. If we're going the evasion thing, right? I don't know how good actually on this specific build. So actually, never mind. Actually, wait. We cooked I think we cooked into success this time. I was gonna say I think I'm cooked with this idea. I was cooked on it whenever I was trying to do the low life thing, but I think with chaos inoculation it becomes infinitely better. Okay, so we're gonna delete the VOD so no one can get it. The goal for this thing would be to cry. Is probably it. Do 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 do. On grasping mail, so maybe we get farm breach, try to get farm our arms kind of stuff. Might be a good idea, especially with the new buff to breach. Actually, wait, farm breach might be a decent idea. Okay, jot that down. But there's a mod on here where I want to set the prefix right here. Evasion is increased by overcap cold res. So for overcapping cold res, oh, this is not a POB. This is someone else's thing I was using a reference. If we overcap cold res, we get both evasion rating, but also dot multi. So like you're gonna scale both by just getting a bunch of like cold stuff. But instead of res, it's evasion. Yeah. So like we just get a shit ton of cold res. We get both evasion from it from the overcap cold res. We also get damage for, dot multi from the cold res. So what we want to do is what people have been doing. Hopefully it works in Cellular still. Is you get a grasping mail, and you essentially try to transfer this model over into a base. So we would transfer this over onto like what we call a base. Might be something standard. Let's see. Cold overcap And let's put it on necrotic. Yeah, see, like this. Obviously, this is super expensive. This is also standard prices, so don't necessarily trust what is going on here. But if we can self farm and then try to fracture and stuff, we get this over onto necrotic base. This is actually pretty much what we'd want. Look, it's cold res right here. attributes. This is. If I had a mirror, I would buy this right here. Also, physical taking is chaos, great for chaos inoculation. This is literally probably the perfect armor. So except for 30% because we're top tier gamers. But yeah, so this is kind of like an idea of what we would aim for. I think it's good. Actually, now I think it's good with chaos inoculation. I think this is actually good. I think no bait, not troll. Um, if you get yourself a lot of intelligence, this gets a lot better and whatnot. CI is always good. Yeah, actually, let's copy this item and get import it just so I can kind of show what it would look like with what our current thing is. Add to build. Boom. Delete lame item. Obviously, we probably wouldn't get perfect rolls and stuff like that and whatnot. But even if we get like 5 of these mods, well, obviously, like if I didn't get like the cold red or something like that, I would still be really happy with this. Actually, get overcap my cold res. Also, the damage isn't calculated properly because this node doesn't work. We're in the beta currently. By the way, for anyone who's watching who's like, he's using the new tree, he cheated. Make sure you're in the beta if you want it. Lily was in here earlier and she was like, it's not available. And I was like, well, make sure you check for opt in for weekly beta tests, and then you should be able to update to the beta one to be able to test stuff out. And we use a cold cluster with like, uh, wait, this is what happened to my cold cluster? Oh, okay, it just doesn't show the buff effect thing on here. Does it just automatically calculates it for you? I guess. No, why is it not showing it on here? That's weird. But the other modifier on here should be increased buff effect, and you kind of grab as many as you can. Uh, there wasn't originally enough points for me to come down here. I don't think there still is. Because if I would take out like 2 here, and I'm not gonna get them over 4. I'll have to find somewhere to save 2 more points for probably a little bit more stuff. Is there 2 more points I can save somewhere? Not really. I mean, maybe we won't need the gold. Oh, I didn't get the gold nodes here either, though. So yeah, we're just gonna say no to that. And that ends back 100. We'll have like these golem nodes for defenses for the golems. Also, consider the fact that this buff effect thing, the defenses thing, or it'll scale our stuff really well. Both ES and evasions get scaled at. The number will be higher if once they get like a more buff effect from like the quality and stuff like that. And we would no longer use. Actually, wait, will we still use this one? Probably. Well, yeah. Wait, no, 100%. We would still use this. 100%. Never mind. What am I talking about? That's crazy. We would still use this because we need the regen and also the global defenses for Zealot's Oath. That's the only way we have regen right now. And the global defenses is obviously really good. So we would definitely still do use Stone Golem. Though Chaos Golem obviously gets worse, but I think the dot multi from Chaos Golem is still really strong. And there's no benefit to running the Cold Golem. So this build would make Chaos Golem a little worse, but still the best of the 4 of the 5. We have Jewel Sock. This might not be worth picking up in the end. I don't know. I feel like POB used to do this. Maybe it's just bugged in the beta. I feel like POB used to show the proper calculation for this. This might not be worth it doing, and you could just probably pick up like regular jewels to put here, like for Rim of Flame stuff. Obviously, like Emperor's Majesty or whatever the ones are for like intelligence. I think there's Emperor's Might, Emperor something. Those are all be good. Puncher's Eye you probably want for stuff. I think this is good. Honestly, out of all the cooking I've done recently, I know we've been doing a lot of strength stacking talk and all that kind of stuff. And I still think the strength stacking idea is really cool and good. But I think this one's actually good. And I believe this is probably better than going the intelligence one. That gives me 40. This gives me 38. But this number will go up higher as I get more attributes, obviously. And this one, I will not get more masteries at this point. So this one will like stay at like 40. So yeah, this one might be good early when you're not having a lot of attributes, but this is just better later. That's only good for tri stacking. So this would be better, especially because I'll have like some decks and stuff like that. Is Abigail here? Abigail, are you here? Never mind. I'll talk to you on Discord. Okay. I'm not gonna put gear into this. If someone's watching this and they're like, "Hey, interesting," I'm not gonna put gear into this. I don't want to build gear for this right now. This is late game scaling option. I think it's good. I think that it will be good. You'll get cold dot multi from here. You get tranquility, which will, as you get increased energy shield, you'll end up getting spell damage, which helps out your cold dot stuff. The other benefit of it, is it not calculated? Okay, it is. If you look at intelligence as like a stat, you can see right here, it increases maximum energy shield. So pretty much every 5 points of energy shield gives you, or sorry, every 5 points of intelligence gives you 1% maximum energy shield. Of course, the thing only gives you 30%. So essentially, you want every 15 point. The way you think about it is every 15 points of intelligence gives you 1%, which obviously is not like the largest number, but it's still pretty good. It's not as good as like the life stacking number because life stacking transfers essentially 5 to 1 instead of 15 to 1. I don't think anything else causes intelligence to become. Wait, that's not even true. Wait a second. Wait a second. There's other things. Hold on. Damage increase per intelligence right there. That's for 15 intelligence. Is this on an amulet? So that's obviously you probably put it on your simplex. This is on a staff, which I'm not going to use a staff, so don't look at that. These are on scepters though, so if we get an elder, nope. Yeah, okay, yeah. If we get an elder, or I guess we can look. Oh, we can also look at a hunter, but essentially you can get percent damage per 16 intelligence. So if you get this, roughly, I mean it's a little bit different. Obviously the math's a little bit off, 115, 116, but like roughly you're getting 2% per. It gets a little bit better to balance it out essentially. 2% spell damage per thing. Oh, I was gonna say, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I assume we wouldn't want a hunter influence. Like hunters like usually chaos and stuff, right? Ooh, it has malevolence aura effect on it though. There's no way to get both these mods on the same thing, right? Am I breaking card effects all right now? Are you okay, bud? You doing all right? I would like to add influence, please. Oh, you already added both for me. You can get both? They're not like exclusive? The Hunter and Elder? That's separated by amount of monies. That's separated by amount of monies that are any. Jesus, what? Oh, is that Crucible stuff? Like a wander thing? Honestly, that is a insane wander thing. Very cool of them. Yeah, I don't think you can get both. I think that thing's just glitching out a little bit. So I'm gonna not gamble on that. In that case, Hunter gives us malevolence. We don't penetrate, so we don't need penetration stuff. Why can you just say damage over time? The verbiage is making me angry on some of these choices they're making. Redeemer's the cold one. What do you got for Redeemer? You have a cold damage over time one? You guys fucking suck. Okay. So maybe Hunter is technically better because you can get malevolence, but I guess it also just depends on what you really want to look for. Like, what else would I get on Scepter? Get this one out. We don't want this anymore. Okay. So Scepters. We are a cold based build. We would probably want percent cold. Or do we want percent? No, percent cold's fine. Cold or spell damage both will work out relatively well. So it doesn't matter too much. We'd want plus stuff. Also, hey, people who are still viewing, we will be wrapping up the stream probably soon, just because I have a lot more content planned, and I think me cooking is just cooking my brain a little bit. So if you have an idea of who you would like to raid for people on Twitch, go ahead and let me know if you have someone in mind, and I will see if they look cool. So cold spells or all spells, spell damage per intelligence, and then cold damage are good. I think that's good. I don't think we would want just double spell levels, but maybe we would. We'll see that later. For over here, cast speed, obviously. We can get like the veiled modifier. I think it comes with like a chance to just proc arcane surge sometimes. That'd be very cool. Oh, there's cold damage here. We probably just want like we probably have to craft something. If we have to craft anything, we'll probably craft this. Let's see what options we have for crafting. And then damage over time multi would be the other one. But you obviously probably wouldn't get tier 1 of all this stuff, so you would have to at least craft one of these. The chance of getting tier 1 for all of them is a bit insane. Yeah, let's look at veil modifiers, and then afterwards let's look at the crafting modifiers. Veil modifier, cast speed. Yeah, so this is actually probably better. Is the only option for you to get to up to 22. Maybe the 30 is better, just because I don't think Arcane Surge will give you that much more cast speed. I'd rather just have the constant and worry about just the killing. Yeah, that makes sense in my head. All right, crafted modifiers. We'll probably do like a good early thing where we get the prefixes of like, let's say, +1 cold spells, and I think earlier I said this is late game already, so I don't know, and like this, and then you can like multi mod the rest of the stuff, but yeah, so you can craft cold damage over time multiplier, which is lower. It's 20% versus like 32. But if you have to make a sacrifice somewhere, that's probably the best place to do it, because you can't really craft the regular damage over time multiplier. I think you can craft just like flat over time multiplier, but over time, but that's not like a multiplier. That's just like a flat number, which we don't really like as much. So I think we had to sacrifice one. We'd sacrifice cold damage over time, because the cold damage we can craft on it is not super high, right? Yeah, it's like half of the modifier. So instead of losing like 12 multiplier, we'll lose like 60 increased cold damage, which is just a huge difference. Or this one like 50 increased, but still like it's still a huge difference. Spell damage is also super low for the craft for that one. Okay, chat, we've cooked pretty hard today. Honestly, we've had a lot of good stuff. We're probably gonna be ending soon. We're gonna raid someone. For people who are coming in just now, if there's anyone new to the chat, we have our build guide both on YouTube, but in a Twitch chat that's also pinned for you to click on right now. It's not really 100% a guide. It's more of like, hey, here's what I'm doing. Here's a lot of information for people who might be newer, going through the campaign and the notes, and that kind of stuff. It is like a fresh 70. I have like a little bit of a mid game like goal. It's mostly just like, hey, here's like 2 cluster ideas for you. That being said, I'm probably gonna make some adjustments to it and then update it and post about it tomorrow. We're playing Wintertide. We're playing Cold Dot. We're gonna try to do our best to scale. We did cook up something really random and weird today. With this, I think it might actually be okay, but I do not want to tell people to do this until I've actually tested it out. Also, if you're looking at like the numbers and stuff, I have no items other than like a few like stuff, a few things, but like I'm missing all my items here. But like, we cooked up some weird stuff today. I think this is a cool idea, and I would like to run with it. This is probably where I'm going to try to scale first. Actually, I might try the minion buff stuff first, and then go into spice. So I might do more of a. Oh, that's loud. Sorry about that. If anyone heard, okay, I don't think they did, because I think it's going to Spotify. Also, is Spotify not playing music the whole time for people? Has it just been me talking and no one's been hearing music? That's so fucking funny. Let's start the music again and see if it pops up now. Why didn't no one tell me music was playing the whole time? Okay. Anyway, um, I think this is a cool way. I think what we'll probably do is we're gonna obviously do our fresh 70. Oops, I broke the tree. Just reimagine this tree as my more late game focus thing. Obviously, we're level 100, so reimagine that. I need to save this before I forget what I did. Save as. No, not that part. I want to save. Oh, right. I broke the tree. Okay, I'll just rename this tree. CD Cook Fest. So imagine this tree right here is more of my late game goals for one of the ways to scale. Um, we're gonna start closer to. Let's go back to the other thing. Save. Uh, we're gonna start with. Obviously, here's the guide. If anyone needs it, I'll post it. Hey, had you on the background as I worked. Good stuff, man. I'll probably do your build complete start. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, man. Like I said earlier, I appreciate everyone, even if you're just lurking in the background, hanging out. I mean, every little bit helps. Followers, subscribers, memberships, all that kind of stuff helps me towards my goal of becoming a content creator. And if you're in here for a good vibe, it's pretty sweet. I'm glad you enjoyed my potential rambling of like weird stuff I was saying the whole time. But our goal is to go through this. This will be probably our map start. I'm probably going to go into the minion clusters at the beginning to try to scale that and see if it works well. And then, like I said, late game, if the minion stuff isn't going too well and I don't want to go further into that, I will probably do the weird CI evasion intelligence stacking thing. But I don't want to give people, I don't want to post POBs and be like, this is what's going on without testing stuff, like I said before. So I appreciate everyone who has subscribed today. I've had a few subscribers. I appreciate subscribers on both YouTube and on Twitch. I appreciate everyone who's followed, everyone who's chatted and engaged. You guys are wonderful to be around. So, hope you guys keep coming back. Tomorrow we will be not streaming to give ourselves a day off before the league start. It'll also give me a chance to go in the background and change a lot of stuff on my stream because I did get affiliate yesterday for Twitch. So, thank you for the follow. Even though I'm just now leaving, so when you're hearing my spiel, appreciate it. So, like I said, tomorrow we won't be here because we're taking a day off, so I can rest a little bit. We're streaming for the last 8 days in a row, about 7 to 9 hours a day. So we'll give myself a little bit of a break before league launch because once the league launch happens, we're gonna do full Degen hours. Like I'm gonna try to stream an hour before launch, maybe 2 hours. I don't know. I'll decide, and I'll post on the Blue Sky if anyone has Blue Sky and they follow me on there. I'll post there when I decide what time I'm gonna start streaming. I'm gonna get my stuff in order for league launch, and then if anyone needs any last minute help with like, hey, how do you get this, or like I have a question for this, or can you read my POV? Well, I'll leave a little bit of time before league launch to help you guys out. Make sure you're set up for success. Even if it's not my build, I want you guys to be happy and comfortable with what you're doing. As best as I can do. So that's the plan. Tomorrow, stream off. Do stuff in background. I will probably be on Reddit. You can talk to me on probably Blue Sky. So if you need to chat to me, I'm in those locations. Obviously, the YouTube comments, I'll probably be checking those too in case anyone has any questions. But that's it, guys. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And thank you, Sin, for the follow. Sorry we're ending right now, but hopefully you come back on League Launch and beyond. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them then. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. I am now going to attempt once again to raid somebody. But the last 2 times I did it, those people were not super good. So if anyone has someone in mind they would like me to raid, preferably in the PoE category that's relatively small, because I don't want to raid a bigger streamer, and they're like, this little punk is raiding me for no reason. That guy's doing Penance Brand Sanctum. No, we don't like Sanctum enjoyers. Those people are gross. What is this person? Let's see if their stream's going. We'll preview it real quick. They're speaking a different language. Actually, I should have not clicked that because I do not know how to speak that language. Filter by tag. Hello. Category? Tag. I need to get better at this rating stuff. I think that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow too. Is I'm gonna look at other content creators who are like smaller, just so I have some stuff prepared to raid for y'all. So I'm not just like sitting here staring at the side of my screen while you guys are like, "Oh my god!" But obviously, you don't have to be part of the raid if you don't want to. Feel free to leave it this time. I always appreciate every little bit you guys do every time that you come and stop by. My name's Papa Chris. Wild. Dude, we're gonna raid Arrow. Arrow's somewhat big, but he's not like super big. I might just raid Arrow and just see what he's doing. Arrow's a cool guy. He talks pretty well, so I think we'll just raid Arrow. All right, guys, I'm sending you over to Arrow. Appreciate everybody, and I'll see you guys a couple hours before League launch, most likely. So make sure to check out the Blue Sky if you want updates on when I'm going to be streaming. And other than that, I'll just see you then.